Very, very good morning and welcome live to the Dr. Y.S. Rajashekar Reddy Andhra Pradesh Cricket Association Stadium, or as we have lovingly become referring to it as the Vizag Stadium. And it's a sellout for day three of the second test match between India and England. Approximate capacity of 40,000, and it's going to be full though. What a sight that will be. Mind you, we've not been short of spectators on the first 2 days, and they've been very, very well entertained for their tickets, which cost somewhere between £2 and £50, depending on where you get to seat. And well, I tell you what, Steve Harmison, it's a mountain for England to climb, but fortunately they've brought their mountain climbing gear with them, and they've given it all a good going over in Hyderabad.
Yeah, good morning, Manners. Good morning, everybody at home. Yeah, they're not shy of climbing mountains, this lot. Ben Stokes is quite happily leading from the front, and everybody else continuing in the slipstream. But I think this one batting last on this surface. I don't think it'll be day 5, so that's a bonus. And I think the difference between Hyderabad and here is 420 in the third innings. I'm not sure they want to be going anywhere near 400 in the fourth innings of this match. But first things first, they've got to take 10 wickets. Jimmy Anderson, Rian Ahmed are having a little bit of a warm-up. It's so crucial, so important that they make early inroads, because 171 runs behind, 10 wickets in hand. If it gets to 200, 220, 230 with still 10 wickets in hand, then you're thinking, right, England will have to chase something with 4 in front of it.
Well, one man who will be hoping to put his feet up for the entire day after a very good day's work yesterday is Indian left-arm wrist spinner Kuldeep Yadav. He took 3 for 71. The highlights, of course, were rightly claimed by Jasprit Bumrah with his magnificent 6 for 45, one of the great returns on the subcontinent for a fast bowler. But Kuldeep Yadav took 3 for 71 as England were bowled out for 253 yesterday. And as I say, he'll be hoping to have his feet up all day watching the Indian top order add to their mighty lead, which is already 171. And Kuldeep had a chat to Harsha Bhogle a little earlier this morning.
I mean, it's very important to get the good lead, and if we get around 450, anything above that is good score while chasing in the fourth inning. And obviously, when we bowl in the fourth inning, I think we'll see some turn there, and as well as early wickets. So I'm expecting that, and probably when you come to bowl on day 4 and day 5. It's going to be difficult for the batter to go to bat. To be very honest, when you see our squad, when you see our spin department, Ash, Dubai, plus Akshar, then me. So it's very difficult to choose 4 spinners, and I feel all those 3 spinners have the quality of batting as well. They are very, very good with the bat. And that's really good for the team, and whenever I get the opportunity, I'm ready to grab and just enjoy my bowling. I just love this format, and it's really, really good, and I'm very privileged to share the dressing room with Ash Bhai and Jaddu Bhai plus Akshar. He has been with me from early days, so it's always good.
Kuldeep Yadav having a chat to Harsha Bhogle a little bit earlier this morning. 450, he says, would be nice. I think if India bat all day, then that's pretty much what they'll be close to, maybe in excess of that. It's it's a 100-runner session type venue with the boundary sizes and the speed of the outfield, but it depends how many balls misbehave, how many keep low, a couple of shooters, a couple of LBWs, and India may well find themselves bowled out today. But 450, he says, would be nice. And yes, indeed, it would be.
It would be, definitely, Manners, it would be. And I think if it does start misbehaving, I think you'll see the scoring rate go that little bit higher, because batters will then, especially in the position India are in, they'll take the positive option, would be, well, if there's one with my name on it, I'm going to try and hit some 6s and 4s and make sure I get a good number before I'll be positive. Before one inevitably goes either along the floor or bounces. But England have turned to Joe Root first up this morning.
So joined by Jared Kimber for the first few minutes of the day, for the first half an hour of the day actually. Roots in, first delivery down the leg side, spins further down the leg side, nicely gathered by Ben Folkes. Now then, leg slip for Joe Root, backward point. Man sweeping on the cover boundary, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man on sweep at 45 on the leg side. Root in, tosses that up, lots of air, plenty of air. Rohit Sharma comes forward and pushes it towards Ben Duckett at mid-wicket, but Joe Root intercepts and does his own fielding. India 28 without loss. Their overall lead is 171. Very interesting to see whether Jimmy Anderson will take the second over from the Dr. Vizzy end. Be surprised if he doesn't. That's turned away by Rohit again to the man on the sweep behind square on the leg side, Shoaib Bashir. A strange haze in the air today. We are close to the coast, so it has a feel of sea mist about it. As Joe Root's in once again, punched back to him again by Rohit Sharma, and there's no run. The morning haze does tend to burnt away as the sun climbs higher and higher in the sky, but it's certainly dark when we get up in the morning, begin our preparations and the journey in from our airport hotel. Here's Root again, round the wicket to Rohit Sharma, pushes that one out to Duckett at mid-wicket, no run. Has Joe Root bowled a single over the wicket in this series?
No, I think he's bowling a lot. Everything he's bowled so far has been around the wicket to the right-handers. Just trying to get that turn back onto the stumps and bring LB in.
That's right up in the block hole, almost a low full toss. Rohit Sharma drives it to the captain, Ben Stokes, at mid-on, and there's no run. Jimmy Anderson at backward point was jogging up and down on the spot, and so he's clearly going to bowl the second over of the day. Very good morning to Jared Kimber. What have you got for us, Jared?
Nothing at all, but how are you, Manners?
Very well, thank you very much. Just fruit for breakfast today, you'll be pleased to hear. Melon, watermelon.
Did they have towels in the gym?
They did. Yeah, actually, the attendant was standing by, anticipating my arrival, and handed me 2 towels as I walked in.
Mop and bucket as well.
He's a sweaty man.
The aircon doesn't work in the gym, so it's warm in there. It's a kind of Ayurvedic yoga workout. Now then, Jimmy Anderson to bowl the second over of the day from the Dr. Vizzy end. He's got 3 slips, very conventional looking field. The ball, remember, is only 6 overs old, so it's perfect for Jimmy Anderson. 3 slips, backward point, deepish gully, you'd almost say, actually, backward point. That's Zach Crawley. Ben Duckett's in front of square at cover. Mid-off, mid-on, man back on the hook. Here's Anderson, bowls to Yashasvi Jaiswal, pushes that out to Duckett at cover, and there's no run.
That is, Joe Root has bowled 371 deliveries around the wicket and 7 balls over the wicket in this series.
7 balls? Did he really? Did he bowl over the wicket? Was that in Hyderabad? I can't remember that far back.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was in Hyderabad, I think.
He probably just, a couple of times just moved
change,
over. Yeah.
Interesting that Jimmy Anderson's got the man back on the hook. Rian Ahmed's at deep backward square leg, also a long leg. Here's Anderson bowls. Jaiswal turns it off his pads behind square on the leg side, fielded by Shoaib Bashir, who incidentally has number 67 on his back because his favourite number, his lucky number, is 13, but it was unavailable when he was selected for the England Lions. So he opted for 67 because 6 + 7 = 13. He's bowled 38 overs in the match so far. No, he's bowled 40. He bowled 38 in the first innings and 2 at the start of this second innings. So he's bowled 40 overs on Test debut. Jaiswal 16, Rohit Sharma 13, India 29 for none, lead by 172. Tweak in the field for the right-handed Rohit Sharma. Jimmy Anderson's rearranging the furniture. He's got a slip and a 4th slip. Joe Root, conventional 1st slip. Zach Crawley's just moved from 4th slip to 3rd slip, so there's a gap between Root and Crawley, and another one between Crawley and Bairstow, who's in a gully position. Ollie Pope's at backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on. Anderson in bowls, nudged away by Rohit on the leg side, out to Ben Duckett at square leg. Why is Jimmy? He's sort of feels like a bit of a roll of the dice gamble with the slip cordon.
Yeah, just trying to cover all bases. Don't want the ball to. Rowett has that run-down shot, a bit like Joe Root, that stands still, away from his body and just opens the face and controls it and runs it down. And Jimmy might be thinking, well, I'm going to try and stop that. And if maybe it's the hardness of the new ball, he might just slip through that a little bit quicker, come off the surface a little bit quicker, and might just go in the air that way.
Anderson in. Bowled him! Off stump out of the ground! Rohit Sharma's gone! It's only the 10th ball of the morning, and Jimmy Anderson has struck Rohit Sharma comprehensively bowled. Trudging off the field now, Jimmy Anderson shares the delight of the England team, the early wicket they wanted.
Absolutely, what a ball this is. You see him just angling in, and it's hit a crack. It's hit a crack, and I'm not sure if it's kept low, but it's definitely nipped away. It's probably pitched middle and off the outside of the off stump. It's possibly kept low. Rohit Sharma looked as though he's played as if it did keep a little bit low. So both captains have had balls that have kept low in this match, bowled them. That's a massive wicket for England. And when you need your star man to stand up, Anderson set the tone beautifully. He did it in the first innings without early reward. He's done it in the second innings when the team needs him, and he's got his just reward. Massive wicket of Rohit Sharma. Well bowled, Jimmy Anderson.
It was a beauty, wasn't it? I mean, it did nip just straight.
Just straightened, didn't it? But it looked, I've only seen it once on the replay, and it looks as though there's a crack runs down the off stump, just inside the off stump. And I think it's hit that crack and just held its line. But I think it's kept low. I'll have to watch it again, but the way Rohit Sharma played it, it looked as though he's dropped his hands on it because the ball's kept low.
Yeah, I just think it was angling in Army and then left him enough. And he was kind of in no man's land. We've seen him against the wobble ball last probably year and a half start to walk down the wicket, and he gets a little bit trapped on the crease otherwise. So I think that's what it was. He was just a little bit trapped, but that is the dream ball, right? That's what you're aiming for. I mean, Harmy, you did those for fun, but for the rest of us.
I wouldn't say for fun. I didn't bowl many balls out at the stumps, but your ideal ball is, can I get the ball to pitch middle and off, either hit off stump, but the majority of the times especially top order batters in world cricket, top six, you don't bowl. Top order batters don't get bowled. And the ideal bowl from Jimmy Anderson's point of view, or a bowler's point of view, is, can you pitch it in and around that middle and off? Can you straighten it? Can you get the outside edge? And hopefully it goes through to keeper or the slip. But this time, I've got a funny feeling that kept a touch low. And
Anderson to Shubman Gill, first delivery back of a length, hits a splice with the bat and rolls gently up to Ben Stokes at mid-off. It definitely kept a little bit low, but it is only a little bit low that is required to undo a batsman sometimes. I mean, it's not a shooter, it's not a shin height, but it is kept lower than he thought.
Yeah, it's kept lower than he thought, but I think it's the movement that's done for Rohit Sharma. He's played inside it. He has played inside it, watching it again from behind. It's nipped away, it's pitched in and around that middle and off stump. It's hit the outside of off stump. It was an absolute beaut.
Anderson in again to Shubman Gill. Pushes firmly up towards Stokes again at mid-off, who picks the ball up and marches towards the middle of the pitch. What a start for England. Tremendous stuff. India 29 for 1, leading by 172. Jared, you picked your microphone up with purpose momentarily there, then you put it down again.
All of those things definitely happened. No, do you know what I was looking at? You said something about Bashir, about how many overs he's bowled. Do you remember?
Yeah, 40 in the match so far.
So he's bowled 243 in his career. So he's currently at 16.5% of his career overs have been in this test match. But what I thought was this might be the most overs he's ever bowled. But he bowled 68 overs versus Hampshire at Taunton in July. So he's got a way to go to beat his best. But yeah, he's certainly bowled an extraordinarily large amount of his career overs in this game.
If you bowl 68 overs in this game, England aren't winning.
Yeah, how many wickets did he take? That's remarkable. He's bowled 68 overs in one game, hasn't he? Played 10.
Yeah, that was. He took 6 wickets in the game, 2.27 economy. It's a lot of overs. He bowled 68 overs for 34 maidens in that game.
been very short of maidens in this test match.
I tell you what, I don't think Ben Stokes saw many clips of that one.
Root is in again, pushed away by Jaiswal defensively on the offside. It's a lot of maidens. And
Hey,
as
Root's
I
over
said-
the wicket. How are you ignoring this, Manners?
Oh, sorry, you're quite right.
This is your thing.
I just wondered what. I mean, I don't know. I don't know much about off-spin, but that's driven by Jaiswal towards Ollie Pope at extra cover. And
29 for 1 here on TalkSport 2. And Anderson, we're just getting a little bit straighter to Rohit Sharma, the ball before, and coming back in. And it was a very similar delivery, this one left. So he did set him up quite well for that. That's the thing with the wobble ball, of course. Root over the wicket and just onto the pads of Jaiswal, who turns that to short mid-wicket. There's no run there. But yeah, there's TV just trying to prove a point here, I think, with the... It does look like it hit a crack. I think Harmy might have picked that. Oh, and this is a good ball from Joe Root. Pitches on middle stump and rips across Jaiswal, who just defends this. It's taken by Ben Foakes, takes the bails off. Over the wicket, it's just given... Although that did rip sideways, but it's just given Jaiswal a slightly different look at each delivery. Neil Manthorpe?
thanks, Jared. Here's Joe Root again. Jaiswal slap drives this beautifully out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary. There was I think, what's the technical term again for that drop in our broadcast? Is it a glitch? Is it still called a glitch?
I think so, a glitch, isn't it?
Yeah.
I love how you ask you harm me for technical
You
terms.
see, you're looking at me for technical terms. Don't even ask me for technical terms about bowling. I struggle with that. But I think when you mentioned the angle, they're coming over the wicket. I think it's just changing the angle. Jaiswal batted so well in the first innings. I think England, like Jared just mentioned, just giving him something else to think about, because he looks in fine form, 17 off 24, double 100 in the first innings, just changing the angle on him.
Around the wicket again now to the Shubman Gill, the right-hander. Pushes that defensively out on the offside. Joe Root looks to do the fielding himself. Trips over Yashasvi Jaiswal at the non-striker's end. Tumbles onto the ground. And then picks himself up with a grin on his face, and he's having a chat now to Yashasvi Jaiswal. That was very good of you, Jared, by the way. It was like finishing a seamers over and then reverting back to off-spin. It's excellent. Multi-skilled.
Harmy, I think the other reason they're coming over the wicket to Joe Root is because what he's been doing against the off-spinners is essentially, once it's outside off stump, he's just freeing his arms and swinging away, whereas when you're bowling over the wicket to him, it's pitching on the stumps and then ripping across. He actually just made him play in a different method. He's got a really good method for playing off-spin compared to most.
Yeah, he has. You're exactly right. He's not frightened to expose his stumps, is Jaiswal, to the off spin, and knowing that the ball is going to drift towards the sort of off stump, middling off, and then turn away. But anything on off stump, he knows that ball's not going to hit the stump, so he can get his hands free and be aggressive towards it.
Jimmy Anderson bowls again to Jaiswal outside the off stump. Very full drives. Bat hits the ground and is taken by Ben Foakes. And there's a polite inquiry because there was a noise. I think everybody knows, one of those situations where everybody knows that it's the bat hitting the ground that's made the noise, but they all look at each other and wonder whether anybody thinks otherwise, and whether anybody has the courage of their convictions to ask Ben Stokes to review this, but it's not going to happen. 30 for 1 India. Rohit Sharma bowled by Jimmy Anderson, and India lead by 173. Jimmy Anderson moves on to 694 career test wickets. He's up to the crease again, bowls to Jaiswal outside the off stump, leaves it alone in exaggerated fashion, lifts the bat high up out of harm's way. Jimmy Anderson 1 for 7 into his fourth over. Shubman Gill, as we've been saying for ages now, still has that a career test average hanging around his neck like an albatross. It's still below 30. It's unacceptable for a player of his quality, and he knows it, and he's putting more pressure on himself than anybody else. 3 slips for Jimmy Anderson to Jaiswal. Up to the crease he comes, bowls, drives edge, Joe Root takes the catch, low down at first slip, Jaiswal's gone, Anderson strikes for a second time, India are 30 for 2, and the first innings double centurion is on his way back for a modest 17 in the second innings. Wow, what a start for Jimmy Anderson.
What a start in the morning for Jimmy Anderson. An absolute beauty. Just going across Jaiswal, pushes away from his body. It's drifting, just drifting away. It is I wouldn't say it's a half volley, it's a ball of a little bit fuller of length, and Jaiswal's just pushed at it, trying to caress it, not trying to lose his shape, and he's just leant back a bit like Shubman Gill did in the first innings to Jimmy Anderson. As he leans back, catches the outside edge, and Joe Root, it slips, not going to drop that. Great start for England, great start for Anderson. And are we really surprised, Manners? When you need your star man to stand up, when you're behind the game, Jimmy Anderson didn't play in Hyderabad. Ben Stokes is pleased he's picked him in this game because he's starting to get England back into the game.
It's going to sound weird when I say this out loud, Manners, but Jaiswal did really struggle against Anderson in the first innings, despite the fact he made 200. I think he scored about 8 runs off 47 balls on the first day. Struggled against him on the second day. If you have a look back at that wicket, I'm pretty sure when he nicks it, his foot is not flat on the ground. And I think Harmy was talking about him leaning back, but I think he was trying to come forward. He just wasn't set. So he was still on the move, and he just wasn't there in time. So it's something for him to have a look at. But, hey, this is fun.
It is fun, isn't it? It's great fun. And I love the way Harmy says it wasn't quite a half volley. I tell you what, if Jaiswal had smashed that through the covers, we would have said, oh, it's a half volley from Jimmy.
Yeah, true. Yeah, we would have, yeah. And then somebody would have told Jimmy, and then Jimmy would have nailed me tomorrow morning. You turn out keep bowling half volleys. No, it was, I think that it just drifted, a little bit of shape away. It's a beauty about Anderson taking the ball away from the left-handers. Pressure's on now for India.
Shreyas Iyer's on strike. Jimmy Anderson in, bowls to him, turns it away out towards square leg. It's fielded by Ben Duckett, and there's no run. Well, I mean, let's remind ourselves of the context of this. India are leading by 173, but if they were to be bowled out for less than 200, it's too early to speculate, but let's do it anyway. If they were to be bowled out for less than 200, it could be interesting in the fourth.
Yeah, it'd be a great game in the fourth innings. Never write this England side off. It's been a great start of the morning from Anderson from England.
Anderson in bowls. Shreyas Iyer pushes away defensively up towards mid-on, fielded by Shoaib Bashir, and there's no run.
We were saying that this morning, Jared, in the car on the way in, and going, the last thing we want is Rohit Sharma or Jaiswal to bat all day, because we're thinking, the game then goes, England are out of the game goes nowhere, and you're just waiting for India to, we're talking about England fans, waiting to India to inevitable to win the game comfortably. This makes an exciting game, because England now are chasing the 300s, and I think they've got a chance.
Anderson in again, bowls. Shreyas Iyer drives, firm shot of conviction, but Bashir again keeps them at their respective ends, and there is no run. Jimmy Anderson, 4 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 7. India 30 for 2.
And the great thing about this England side is it doesn't really matter if they have a chance, Harmy. It's that they will think they have a chance, I think, is the most important one. But I got a good Jimmy Anderson one for you. Goffey just got me to check this. 4 tests in the Ashes. He took 5 wickets, and he has 5 wickets in this series already. And there's still a few more wickets available for him this morning, the way he's going at the moment as well.
He bowled beautifully yesterday. I mean, in the first innings, he looks. I seen him during the Hyderabad test, but I spent a bit of time with him after the Hyderabad test, and he looks $1 million. He always looks good. And Goffey will tell you, we played golf with him up in Scotland in August, and he looked in fine fettle there. He was disappointed that obviously the Ashes didn't go the way he would like. Talked about his hunger and drive to not retire and go with Stuart. He still loves playing the game. He loves getting out of bed in the morning and working hard to be the best Jimmy Anderson he possibly can be at 41-year-old. And for me, he looks as fit as I've seen him, and he just looks very, very
Here's Tom Hartley, first delivery for him of the morning, pushed away defensively, no run.
He looked lean, he looks as though he's got a spring in his step. He's got that great run technique where he bounces on his toes, but watching him bowl in between sessions in Hyderabad, he looked as though his skill level was still at high level, and he's proved that this week.
Hartley again, short, wide, cut to backward point straight to the fielder, who is Jimmy Anderson, and there's no run. So just the 2 overs from Joe Root from our commentary end, and now Hartley introduced him to the attack. He didn't bowl an over in the final session yesterday, and after a heavy workload in the first test. So here he is, over the wicket bowls to Shreyas Iyer, pulls it out towards deep mid-wicket. Strange looking shot. It was almost like a front foot pull, and it was Shubman Gill, I beg your pardon. But a peculiar looking shot. It was a bit short from Hartley, but it seemed like Gill was sort of on the front foot and then thought, oh, I can pull this.
Yeah, it was a poor ball. Let's be fair, it wasn't the greatest ball, but Shubman Gill's heart will be in his mouth that second. Ollie Pope's at mid-wicket, and Ollie's not the tallest man, and if it had been Tom Hartley there, he might have had a dive, or a Zach Crawley, a diving chance in the ball in the air.
Hartley in again. Shubman Gill struck on the pad. Up goes the finger. LBW's been given. Shubman Gill, LBW, and if he doesn't review it, India will be 34 for 3, and Hartley strikes in his first over. What a start from England.
What a start from England, but what lazy batting for Shubman Gill. Just plants his foot down the middle of the pitch, like he did in the first innings to Anderson, just pushed his bat there, and he missed it.
LBW.
He has reviewed it, Shubman Gill, but reluctantly and without an air of confidence.
Outside the line for me is the only thing that's saving him. It's not going over the top. It's not going over the top. It's in the middle of him in the shin. So if he's got himself out of the line, that's the only thing that's going to save him. For me, this is lazy batting.
Nervous batting for me. It's not outside the line, I don't think. Oh, that's got to be very close. That's got to be hitting the top of middle for me.
Yeah, it's not hitting leg stump, and it's not hitting off stump. This is crashing straight into middle stump.
Well, unless it's one of those ones where everybody shakes their head in disbelief and suddenly DRS say it's going over. But you said immediately it's not going over. It's hit him on the knee roll.
You didn't think he hit it?
I don't know.
Just rock and rolling that, bring it back.
It looks to me like he's hit it, guys.
Oh, you are kidding me.
Once again.
I tell you what, Shubman Gill has got no idea he's hit this.
I don't think he did either.
Why would it take him 10 seconds to review it if he knew he hit it?
It's one of those ones where it's hit the bat and the pad almost instantly, isn't it? So he's just got it, just edged it before it's hit his pad.
Spike on ultra edge and a deflection will get you to change your decision to not out.
Paul Reichel is the third umpire, and you heard him reach the inevitable conclusion. There was a deflection. I didn't see it, didn't hear it, and evidently neither did Chris Gaffney.
Shubman Gill's Ben Foakes had just said to Shubman Gill, did you know you hit that? And Shubman Gill's just shaking his head. You could see the conversation between the two. Ben Foakes had just said, you hit that? And Shubman Gill shook his head. Shubman Gill had no idea he's hit that. Good job for Shreyas Iyer, because if Shreyas Iyer hadn't said, look, I think you should refer it, I think Shubman Gill would have walked off, because that was right in front of all three.
It literally took 9 or 10 seconds for him to review it. So that's all you need to know as proof that he didn't know he hit it. Here's Hartley, bowls to Shubman Gill, chops it out to cover, fielded by Zach Crawley, and England have a massive, massive spring in their step. India 34 for 2, very, very nearly 34 for 3, but they are still leading by 177, but it's an energetic, positive, inspired start from Jimmy Anderson in particular, who's taken 2 wickets, and there's more from him to come. Here is Tom Hartley to complete his first over of the morning. Bowls to Shubman Gill, who looks nervous to me because he's so desperate to put his record right. Over 20 test matches now, averaging under 30, and he knows that faith is running out, the Indian selectors. 34 for 2, India lead by 177. Another word from Stephen Harmison, and then it'll be Chetan Narula for the next 20 minutes.
Good start from England, good start from Anderson, positive start from Hartley. Dragged one down in that over, but still a positive start. And yeah, you're right, I think nervous, a bit lazy from Shubman Gill. against Hartley. He just planted his foot in the middle of the crease and tried to put his bat there, and it just seemed to be in slow motion. It was just as though it was very, very, Manners is right, lazy, but I thought it was quite nervous. I thought it was quite lazy the way he went, no positivity to the ball. It was just a little push, and the ball, and he missed the ball by. I thought he missed the ball by quite some distance, and I think Shubman Gill thought he missed the ball as well. But as it stands, Shubman Gill, along with Shreyas Iyer, is there. 177 runs in front. Jimmy Anderson's just on a quiet conversation with Ben Stokes, getting the field right. A fielder's come in close in on the leg side, catching more or less with his left foot. I think it is Ben Duckett on the strip in the middle of the strip next to. He just moved 2 steps to his right. Shubman Gill's gone the other way at the non-strikers end. So Jimmy Anderson looking to bowl straight.
India in a bit of bother on a muggy Sunday morning in Vizag as James Anderson continues to bowl from the far end. He bowls to Shubman Gill, who's played this off his hips, back of limb delivery, angle across the stumps, and he's played it towards, in fact, it was Shreyas Iyer who had played this one towards square leg, and he's gotten off the mark. So that's the first run for Shreyas Iyer. Faced 4 deliveries so far. India 35 for 2 in this 11th over. Very good morning to all our listeners. You're listening to us on TalkSport and TalkSport 2, as also on TalkSport Cricket's YouTube channel. And what a magnificent start for England this morning, as James Anderson is on the top of his mark again, Steve.
Yeah, it's been brilliant from England this morning. As you'd expect, them coming out punching, coming out fighting.
2 slips and a gully in position as Shubman Gill comes forward to James Anderson and defends the ball. So these 2 batters at the crease at the moment are, in a bit of under pressure, if I can say so, Steve, because they haven't got the runs recently. And all the talk about them is what happens when Virat Kohli comes back, if he comes back for the 3rd test.
I think that's a simple question. He plays and bats at number 4, but which one drops out? That's the challenge for India and the selectors. Is it Iyer or is it Gill? Probably for me, it's Gill, the way he's played and showed at this moment in time.
Anderson once again to Shubman Gill, who's forward and defending it. So India's chief of selectors, Ajit Agarkar, was in the building yesterday evening.
Yeah, he was. I've seen him here. He was in the press box yesterday afternoon, just after tea.
And he was chatting around with some of his colleagues, his friends from his playing days. And the word is that the Indian team will be announced for the next 2 test matches, or in fact for the next 3 test matches after this test is over. But not before the selectors talk to Virat Kohli about his availability. So there's still no clarity on whether Virat is going to be available for the 3rd test. Anderson once again to Shubman Gill, who's forward and turning it towards the leg side, finds the fielder at mid-on. I'll tell you what, Harmy, if it were up to the selectors, they would want Virat Kohli to come out right now.
Yeah, they'll be hoping that he'd be coming out to bat for India right now, but having gone through dark times in my days of playing cricket, I think Virat Kohli, the best thing for Virat Kohli is to come back when he's at his strongest and at his best. And somebody who knows what he's going through and suffers, I wish him all the very best. And if he doesn't come back for this series, well, so be it, because we want to see him back. And
Anderson once again to Shubman Gill. Loud appeal there, back of leg delivery. Was it angling in? Big appeal. Anderson now waiting for Ben Foakes to arrive, as well as Ben Stokes. Joe Root also walking in. Ben Duckett, he's giving his inputs as well. And Ben Stokes has gone up to the 3rd umpire. It was a loud shout there, probably angling in.
Long way down, I thought he was a long way down. So
To the umpire director, we have a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out. I've checked both feet, and it's a fair delivery. Go to front on first, please.
Has he got himself outside the line? It's high.
Yeah, looks like it's clearly missed the bat. We'll just confirm with Ultra Edge, please.
I thought the last one missed the bat, so my lamps aren't very good.
Gap between bat and ball. We'll go to ball tracking when ready.
Well, this time there seems to be a bit of a daylight between bat and ball. And Shubman Gill didn't know he had hit it, so I think you can give yourself a pass there, Hami.
Yeah, that one there is more conclusive. He missed it by a good bit. It nipped back. Shubman Gill is a decent way down the wicket, and it's hit him above the knee roll. So I'm expecting this to be either umpire's call or going over and missing.
Decision, not out. Impact in line. Hitting the wickets, umpire's call. Go back to Murray. Stick your original decision, not out. Signal now.
Hitting the wickets on umpire's call. So the decision goes, the review goes against England, and that's their 9th review in the series and the 9th unsuccessful one. They came close on this occasion.
Came close. I'd love to know how much is not hitting the top of the stumps there. That looked as though there was more of the ball hitting the stumps than there wasn't. And Joe Root, put his hands across his face. Jimmy Anderson, he didn't smile too much anyway, so... But, that was so close for England.
Anderson once again to Shubman Gill, who's forward and defensive. But to tell you what, he's faced 14 deliveries now and 2 massive LBW shouts against him. He's still there. 4 not out of 14 deliveries. India 35 for 2. The lead now 178. And you're listening to us on TalkSport and TalkSport 2. This muggy morning, Steve, you would have fancied a ball yourself?
Yeah, you always fancy a ball, but when it comes to it tends to be hard work. 5 stone heavier than what I was. I'm not sure I'd be fancying a bowl this morning. My opening bowling partner, Darren Goff at the other end, I'm not sure he'd be fancying a bowl anytime soon on anywhere. But James Anderson's been brilliant this morning. Absolutely brilliant. Shubman Gill, the cameras have just gone on Shubman Gill. And I tell you what, he looks a man who is under real pressure. Whether Virat Kohli comes back or not, if he doesn't come back, I think they might have to make a change, because Shubman Gill looks literally nowhere at this minute in time.
Tom Hartley to continue from the D.V. Subbarao end to Shreyas Iyer on the middle end leg, and he's played it towards the fielder at mid-wicket.
There was a ball in the last over of Tom Hartley, just before the LBW, where it was a short ball, and if Shubman Gill was playing in the IPL, if Shubman Gill had a blue kit on, he would have put it 20 rows back, and he was nervous and he just chipped it over Ollie Pope. That's where he's at the moment.
As Hartley bowls again to Shreyas Iyer, who's forward and defending it. So here's a start from our good friend Gary. Gill averages 19.28 in 4 tests since August last year, and Iyer in the same time frame averages 19.5 in 4 games. So irrespective of whether Virat comes back or not, India have a massive hole in that middle order, especially in terms of runs. We'll come back to that as Hartley is ready to bowl. There's a slip, backward point, there's extra cover and cover in position, mid-wicket and mid-off. And a man at 55, not 45, as Iyer is forward and defending it.
Just a question to you, Chen, and looking at these two batting here now and moving forward, just for instance, say they get 2 low scores and they go and Virat's not available for the next test match.
What's going to happen is the big question, right? So Hartley, back of lens delivery from Iyer, who drives it to Ben Duckett, who's now at a short extra cover position.
Would India, instead of bringing 2 players in, because they've already got somebody on debut, would they have just a think of a reshuffle of the batting order? Shubman Gill go up to the top, Rohit Sharma possibly come from experience point of view down to number 4 or number 3?
I'll answer that after this delivery. Hami, as Hartley bowls to Iyer, who's got it past the fielder at extra cover, but the cover fielder had moved to the deep. Rehan, no, that's not Rehan Ahmed. There's the reflection of Rehan Ahmed on one of the windows.
You're looking at Rehan Ahmed there, who's on the leg side.
That's a reflection. I mean, it's I
just did exactly the same.
30-degree angle, this commentary box for us, but a single nevertheless for Shreyas Iyer, who's moved on to 2, 36 for 2 now, India. As Hartley bowls to Shubman Gill. Fuller delivery, darted it on the middle stump. Look, I think the easier solution, end of the over, 12 gone, 36 for 2. The easier solution would be to say Rajat Patidar to number 3 and Shubman Gill drops down a bit, rather than Rohit Sharma coming down, because Rohit is very, very confident of opening, although he is on a bit of a low scoring streak, but he has the most hundreds for an Indian batter in home tests in the last 2 years. And let's also get Darren Goff's opinion on that. A very good morning to you, Darren.
Good morning. Hope you're all okay. A good start from England. Jimmy Anderson on fire. It just goes to show, doesn't it? I saw an article Sourav Ganguly wrote, and he talked about the pitches that have been prepared in India over the past few years are affecting some of the mentality of batting in test matches, because we're used to it at the IPL, aren't we, and all the flat pitches during the IPL, but in test matches they tend to favour the spinners. But in this test match, the seamers have been the dominant force, whether it be Anderson or Bumrah.
It was a tweet from Sourav Ganguly, former BCCI president and Indian skipper as well. Yeah, and he talked about, obviously, Siraj and Shami and Bumrah, and he put in Mukesh Kumar's name in there as well, Guffey. And he had a point. James Anderson to continue from the far end, as it's Shreyas Iyer on strike, who's on his crease and playing it defensively.
He had a good point, because the realistic thing is that India have become the dominant force in world cricket, or one of them, one of two or three, is because in all conditions now they've got a bowling attack that can bowl anybody out twice, and the seam attack is a big part of that.
And I'm joined in now next to me by former England international Kevin Peterson. Kevin, we're speaking about Sourav Ganguly's tweet yesterday, where he said or suggested that these are the kind of pitches India should have in tests, not the raging turners, something in it for everybody. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, he has a great point. Good morning, everybody. He is 100% right. The wickets need bounce because it assists all their bowling.
Anderson once again to Shreyas Iyer, who leans in and drives it, finds the gap through extra cover. Chase there from Ben Stokes, and he cuts it off. Not too much power on it, but easily enough to runs for Shreyas Iyer. He moves on to 4. The score is now 38 for 2.
Brings in their seamers, it brings in their spinners, it brings in everybody. And it's always good for viewing too, when it's spinning and going all over the place. I'm not so sure. Even a solid technique can help you on a wicket that's going all over the place. On a wicket like this, it's fair, the bounce is even, but there is bounce. I don't know what kind of soil there is in Rajkot and Ranchi and Dharamshala. Do we know? Does anybody know? So I think the red soil is definitely the one. Well, we know it is the one that bounces. Bounces a bit more. There's a red soil underneath the black soil here in Visakhapatnam.
Anderson once again to Shreyas Iyer, and edged, but falls short of first slip. Joe Root does get a hand to it, and that's why the pace was taken off it. Won't run down to the boundary, but another edge induced by James Anderson this morning.
I tell you what, just from watching this game and seeing how they've played some of the seamers throughout this last 2 innings of the game, where Bumrah is catching a lot of batters on the crease, and it's same with Jimmy Anderson. Yes, it's keeping a little bit low, so it's not easy for the Indian batters, but you can see there, I think all the Indian batters this morning have all been caught on the crease. The footwork have not been precise.
It's because they're tentative. They don't really know where the game's at.
This time Shubman Gill forward and driving towards mid-off, no run.
That was probably the most convincing forward defensive shot that's been played today, Goffey. So Gill's got you in his ear.
He has, he's got the earpiece in. And it's right, that's the way it should be. You've got to play with conviction, you know. You get your front foot forward. Whether you're going to play on the offside or the leg side, get your foot to the ball.
Only thing I will say is we've just seen the replay. He plays it right in front of his pad, and I'm not so sure that is the way to play on this wicket here. You've got to play the ball a little bit later. In the first innings, and nicked off to Jimmy Anderson, doing exactly the same. But he's stepping, he's a yard outside his crease, as Shubman Gill.
Anderson once again from the far end. He's forward as it is a yard outside his crease, and then takes a huge forward stride to meet that delivery. Just back of length from Anderson. And that's a dot delivery. So Rajkot, you're talking about the kind of soil in this pitches. Rajkot is an all-black soil.
Okay, not so sure that helps India.
Last time England were there, the first test in 2016, was a 5-day draw.
Exactly right. Low and slow, difficult to get wickets.
Anderson once again to Shubman Gill, 2 slips and a gully in waiting, and this time he pierces. Great stop there from Ben Stokes, diving towards his left. Brilliant shot from Gill, the most fluent he's looked, but stopped by Stokes. So just a single to end the over, 40 for 2.
I think what India should be doing in that dressing room is having a look at this England team. This England team has got their back against the wall. India are leading by 183, and there is so much commitment. Stokes has just dived at full length to stop that delivery. There is full systems go here with this England team. They are wanting to make things happen. Hyderabad last week, when England got ahead in the game, the Indian team was all over the place. Heads had dropped, shoulders were nowhere. They were walking between overs. This England team has sprinted between overs. There is a real hunger and a desire to make something happen today.
Yeah, you've got to buy into it, Kevin, and you're right. And I think you've got an England team that are all playing for each other. They're all fully committed, and it's great to see. And India, I think, have made numerous mistakes in this series so far.
Hartley to continue from the media box end as Shubman Gill drives, fielded by Ben Duckett, is it, at extra cover. Good stop there, so just limiting to a single. No doubt about that, Goffey, that India have made plenty of mistakes with the bat and the ball, and it's individual performances perhaps that are propping them in this test match as well. As Hartley ready to bowl to Shreyas Iyer this time. One slip in position, he's forward, playing with soft hands towards the backward point region.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing between the two teams at this moment in time. I know India are on top, and they were on top for large parts of the first test as well. But I think it's been a team effort from England, and I think that's been the two differences so far.
And just to add to that soil conversation, Ranchi 2 is a black soil pitch. Tom Hartley once again to Shreyas Iyer, back of length. He's standing on his crease and just playing it defensively. But I guess it's more about the preparation in terms of the clay content and the moisture content, because I've seen ODI cricket in Ranchi where the pitch is still breaking up. In 2019, Australia were here for a 5-match ODI series, and it was a really turning wicket even for an ODI game in Ranchi. As Hartley bowls to Shreyas Iyer, he's forward, pushing the ball as there's a fielder down there at the long on fence. Takes a single there. So a matter of preparation then, KP?
Yeah, it is. Of course it's a matter of preparation, but the soils definitely do play differently. Now, I actually thought that Vishakhapatnam was a black soil surface, and when it turned up here, everyone said there was red soil underneath and a centimetre.
This time played it off his pads towards the fielder at mid-wicket.
And a centimetre of black soil on top. That's binding everything together. So be black soil in Ranchi and black soil, but there might be a whole heap of red soil underneath, which makes it bounce. I played at Ranchi actually a couple of weeks ago.
How did you find it?
Yeah, Gill on the back foot just pushes out into the off stump. 42 for 2 after 14. Yeah, it was fine. It was absolutely fine. It bounced quite nicely.
So that's the end of the over. 42 for 2 after 14 overs. The lead for India, 185. A word from Darren Gough as Andrew McKenna comes into my seat for the next 20 minutes.
Well, we're going to say, Kev, did he get any? He must have. 20? 30?
Keep going.
Oh, well, 80?
77.
I think I saw that knock, actually. I think I saw it on the highlights, believe it or not. So, yeah, pretty good, Nick. Is that in Ranchi, yeah?
Yep.
Wow, good to see.
It
Yeah, 42 for 2, Kev. India lead 185. I think we said yesterday, I think if England to go have any chances, though you can never write them off, I think they've got to dismiss India for under 200 in this second innings.
Yeah, you're 100% right. That's what fields have been set here now. Stokes has changed the bowling. Bashir's coming in to bowl from where Jimmy Anderson, the Dr. Vizzy end. And the field is still up. Mid-off, mid-on are up. There's a leg slip, there's a slip.
As Bashir comes in from the far end. Oh, that one bounced a little bit on Shreyas. He keeps it down in front of him, and there's no run. 42 for 2. What a spell from James Anderson this morning. Getting rid of Rohit. Bowled by an absolute, as Gareth Batty would call, a seed of doom. There's nothing you can do with those. Swinging in, nipping away off the seam. Hits off stump. Bashir is in. Turned on the onside, little bit uppish. But there's no run, and then Jaiswal nicking off, caught by Joe Root at slip. 29 for 1, 30 for 2. England back in it, and they could have had Shubman Gill LBW. He reviewed it.
Should have.
Well, he didn't know he'd nicked it. He survived an LBW that he reviewed with 3 seconds to go. This time it's Shreyas Iyer coming down the pitch to Bashir, hits to long on, and they take a single. As I say, he had no idea he'd nicked it because he had a conversation and went, oh, go on, let's give it a go.
Yeah, and it's quite interesting because you come down the wicket and you ask your buddy, and he's somebody, Shreyas, to have said that he should refer that because it looked absolutely stone dead. It was stone dead.
Bashir is in and he's bowling to Gill, pushing back down the pitch. No run. I actually decided to go and stand up on the top deck of the stand in the bit of the ground that we can't actually see from the commentary box here. I decided to go and explore it, and I saw all of that from up there. The Indian fans are absolutely loving this one today, apart from the wickets. In goes Bashir. Shubman Gill drives through extra cover. Rayan Ahmed is coming around from deep cover, does brilliantly. England are on it in the field this morning. Kevin just described Ben Stokes going full length at mid-off. Rayan Ahmed has made 25 metres or so there and gets the full dive out to save 2 runs. They only set 2 from that. It's 45 for 2.
It's incredible, isn't it, just to see the dynamic here of this England team and how desperate they are for these 10 wickets and to just create something.
Bashir in, and Gill comes to meet him, just gently, not playing a massive attacking shot. It's a clip to long on. It's a single to complete the over. 15 overs gone here on TalkSport, TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. India 46 for 2, so the lead is 189. Darren Gough.
Yeah, I think in the context of the game as well, I think England realises, but this first session is hugely important. Take wickets, keep the runs down, and so the body language has to be spot on. Although the body language, really, since this whole series has been spot on from England, but this morning is hugely important to stay in this game. They need a good first session. Well, they've had a good first 50 minutes. Anderson, terrific, absolutely superb. Following Bumrah, who were excellent for India, and Seam have dominated in this Test match.
It is humid today. That's the thing you get from being outside. There is that cloud still over the ground, and there's the heat as it starts to warm up. It really feels humid. If it was back in England, you'd be thinking, what a day to bowl seam and swing. And to be honest, it is. Right, Hartley from the commentary box end will bowl left arm around the wicket. Pushing out on the offside is Shubman Gill to deep mid-off, who is Ben Stokes, and they will take a single. 47 for 2.
Yeah, Stokes is the only fielder straight, and he is on the boundary, and he's just given away. Shreyas Iyer came down the wicket to Bashir, knocked him down the ground to Stokes at long on, and or 3/4, almost a long on position, and got a single. Gill did the same.
Hartley goes in. This one is turned around the corner by Shreyas to square leg. Bashir will field, 1 to the total.
Then Shubman Gill came on strike now to Hartley, and he knocked it down the ground. So if I was Ben Stokes, I'd come up. I would say, no, go over. I'm not having these singles now. They've got 3 singles and 3 deliveries. I would say, no, go over.
Hartley around the wicket. It's turned on the onside towards Ollie Pope, and there's no single. It's almost like he's saying, well, actually, singles don't hurt us, but when you're 191 down, they do.
No, they do. And what the singles do here for these 2 batters are under pressure is it just allows their pressure to sort of dissipate.
Hartley around the wicket gives that one some air. He's bringing Gill a long way forward defensively.
And I would say to Gill, and I'd say to Shreyas Iyer, hit me for 6s. Come on, if you're good enough, go for it. Because we saw a flap shot from Gill in the first over of Hartley, and it was a flap shot. It didn't convince me at all that he was in control of his emotions by the way that he played it. It went for 4, but it was a horrible, horrible shot.
He's coming forward to Hartley on this occasion, just playing defensively. 5 balls of the over gone. 2 singles is all that's come so far.
We talked a lot in the first Test match about rotation of strike and not feeling the pressure as a batter when you do bat at the non-striker's end, and when you get on strike, you just knock it away. Don't give these Indian batters that opportunity to do it. Make them hit the boundary, hit over the top.
Hartley goes in, he brings Gill forward once again. Outside half of the bat, goes out on the offside, no run. So 2 from it. India 48 for 2 after 16 here on TalkSport 2. India lead by 191. Darren Gough.
Yeah, it's amazing what pressure does, isn't it? And you can see it when you're watching the game. You see two players who are not convinced. They know they're under pressure to score runs. They know their form's not been good enough. And Kev's right, that shot he played through mid-wicket, it was almost like he wasn't quite sure. Someone in form would have been back on that, and that would have gone the distance. And it was just almost like a half shot. And that is purely down to lack of confidence, lack of runs, lack of time in the middle. And they've got to get the partnerships going, and rotating the strike will definitely help these two and build a partnership.
Well, Bashir from the Dr. Vizzy end comes in and bowls to Iyer, who just clips to long on, and that's another easy single, one more to the total, 49 for 2.
Yeah, Stokes is back now on the long on boundary, and it's just very easy. Both of these batters have got caps on, so their helmets have come off. They are now batting against spin. Their caps are on, and
Bashir is in. It's a lowish full toss from Shubman Gill as he comes a little bit forward. He clips again to Ben Stokes at long on, and then easy single takes India to 50 for 2 in their second innings. The lead therefore 193.
It's just letting the pressure off here. That's what it's doing. Stokes stays back.
In comes Bashir. Oh, that's a shorter one, driven into the pitch. Shreyas rides the bounce, just turns it round the corner through square leg and takes 151 for 2.
We don't have the ball by ball up here on the fruit machine from the previous over, but so far this over, 1-1-1. Got to make India hit over the top.
Bashir goes in, brings his man forward. Ben Folks from behind the stumps likes that. You can hear that through the stump microphone. And it is a dot ball played out on the offside.
And also, just because of the inaccuracy of the spinners, they are bowling full tosses and long hops. India are going to score their boundaries. So you get them the ones and then they score their boundaries.
Bashir is in again. Gill is playing this out on the offside. No run. Bashir fields in his follow through.
It's just going to be very, very easy for them. Take away their singles, at least. They get the boundaries, they get the boundaries. England have got to chase anyway. They're going to try and chase anything.
Bashir. Gill comes down the pitch, hits him back over his head. The only question is it 4 or 6? It's the maximum. Glorious shot there with a minimum of fuss and seemingly a minimum of effort. He just timed it beautifully, and it goes for a maximum, and India now lead by 200 at the end of the 17th over here on TalkSport 2. India 57 for 2.
Yeah, just popped down the wicket, and this ground is not big enough for these guys. We saw it with Jaiswal in day one. We saw it with Ben Stokes yesterday, Crawley yesterday. This is a very small ground. We played at this one as well, Goffey, a couple of weeks ago. It's a very, very small ground, and you only need half a bat and it goes for 6. I think it's 57 metres away to their left, it's 60 metres away to their right, and it's a chip shot down the ground.
So it's a Goffey 4-iron then, yeah?
Definitely not a wedge the way I am.
It'll be leaking away to the right, whatever it is, judging by what Harmy said last night. Hartley starts a new over, left arm around the wicket, clipped to the man deep on the mid-wicket boundary, who is Rayan Ahmed, and one more is added to the total, 58 for 2.
I'll give a good go at it when I'm on the Else next Wednesday. Well, in a few days' time. Check out.
Well, in Dubai.
Oh,
in
yeah.
Dubai.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
How long are you going for?
Just a long weekend.
Hartley in, bowls around the wicket, quietly played on the offside. You've had a stressful week, mate, haven't you?
Don't tear your calf. I played Montgomery last week. On the 6th hole, I tore my calf.
Hartley stands at the end of his mark. Shubman Gill waiting. And Hartley comes in and bowls left arm around. There's a little bit of air on that one. Well fielded by Ollie Pope. Going away to his left-hand side at short mid-wicket. There's no run. So officially a sellout today, Visakhapatnam, which I think technically means all the tickets that were made available have been sold, because there's parts of the upper tier have still got enormous signs welcoming KS Barrett, the local boy. But yeah, they put the signs up earlier. Day 3 is officially a sellout. There's a lot of fans in already. Hartley is in, and that's an outside edge from Gill. It's gone between keeper and slip, and will go away for 4.
I'll tell you what, Gill is on here. He has to be on. He got an LBW decision that he referred that he knew he never hit, and he was given the benefit of the doubt, and he got away with it. He was plumb LBW to Hartley. He's got another one here where he's nicked it, and Joe Root, I don't know why he's standing so wide. I mean, that there is a I mean, that should be straight into his hands at first slip. Maybe because of the bounce he stood wide, but that was just a straightforward nick to slip, and Root is standing at 1.5 instead of at first slip for Hartley.
Hartley is in again. This one's turned around the corner by Shubman Gill down towards fine leg. It's going to be a chasing job for Shoaib Bashir, and the ball will win. Back-to-back boundaries. India go to 66 for 2. And that might be a chance that England look back on. It was a big nick as well. It wasn't a fine one that just went past the keeper. It was a big nick from Shubman Gill, the previous one, and goes between keeper and slip.
That's what I was saying about just letting them rotate strike and get into their innings. I think England have missed a trick here with these two youngsters who have been so tentative. They've just allowed them for a few overs to just knock the ball around and get in. And once they get in, they're about 3 and 4 for India for a very good reason, because they can play when they're in.
Hartley is in. Shorter off the back foot on this occasion is Gill. 25 not out. Completes the over. 66 for 2 after 18. India's lead now 209, Goffrey.
What we do know, Kev, throughout the series we've seen so far, there's definitely a series on. Two good teams, two confident teams. You've got two players who are not so confident at the crease, but as a team, India believe they can beat anyone, especially on home conditions, and you've got this England team who believe they can beat anybody anywhere in the world. So we're all set for a fantastic series, and it has been so far.
Certainly has. We mentioned it last night at close of play with Zach Crawley. At the end of day 2 in Hyderabad, England trailed by 175 runs. Close of play at day 2 in Vizag, they trailed by 171. Now, of course, the difference here is England will be batting last, but this team do not know when they are beaten. Shoaib Bashir will start a new over. Shreyas Iyer clips too long on. England have actually got one very straight mid-on just off the playing surface. That's Ollie Pope, who dives away and takes some pace off it. Ben Duckett was then at a short mid-wicket with Ben Stokes out at deep mid-on. Pope took the pace off it, as I say, Stokes fields, and now actually swaps with Duckett. So Pope is just off the playing surface at mid-on. Stokes at a straight mid-wicket. In goes Bashir, bowls to Shubman Gill, turns to Ben Stokes, and there's no run at mid-wicket. KP's headed back to the TV box. Steve Harmison's moved in alongside in the commentary box as Bashir goes in. Gill clips to Ollie Pope at mid-on, no run. Morning, Harmy.
Good morning. Yeah, there's more confidence from Iyer and Shubman Gill in the second half of this. You know, the early part of this session was really nervous. Now they look a little bit more comfortable, composed.
Bashir goes in. It's turned away on the leg side by Shubman Gill for a single. They amble down to the far end, 68 for 2.
There's a little bit more composure about them now. Very, very nervous when Jimmy Anderson was going. India were 2 down, and an LBW shout, positive from England.
Shoaib Bashir in, bowls right arm over the wicket. It's turned by Shreyas Iyer again to the man out on the deep leg side boundary, and it is fielded just a single take at 69 for 2.
Just a minute, the look is... Yeah, go on, Goffrey.
Just quickly, Army, how long before the bowling coaches change Bashir's run-up?
Yeah, good question. I think I always think it's hard to change a youngster's run-up.
Well, he's in once again. He's in and bowling, and Shubman Gill plays defensively to end the over. 19 gone of the Indian second innings. The lead is 212 here on TalkSport 2, on TalkSport and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. India 69 for 2.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting development phase for Bashir, because he hasn't played the volume of games. So I think it'd be hard to change somebody's run-up so soon into his career. And there's two ways of looking at it. You change it now, because he is running in towards the stumps and then sort of jumps out a little bit. So if he was a fast bowler, you'd be worried about it and potentially getting injured, because his momentum shift is going away from actually delivering the ball. But I think I'm always careful that it works.
Hartley to start a new over, finds the outside half of Shreyas Iyer's bat, but he's playing defensively, no run.
Would you change it?
No.
Would you want to change it?
No, I'd let him bowl, but I'm just saying I know what it's like when you're in that situation. They're there to do a job, and they'll be trying to work on him, doing in straight lines, becoming straighter, jump straighter, and then follow through. So we know it's going to happen.
Hartley runs away from us around the wicket, gives this one a little bit of air. It's turned very fine down the leg side. Bashir is after this one. He's had a chase that he didn't quite affect in the last over, and he's got the same situation. He's almost like jumps into a sliding tackle football style, demolishes the advertising sponge at the far end, and it's 4 more runs, 73 for 2, Goffey.
That was action replay, wasn't it, from the previous over? But yeah, listen, I think he's a very, very talented young bowler, and just let him bowl for now. As long as he's not getting injured, it's not affecting his performances, you let him keep going.
Yeah, I think that's the key part of it. It's getting injured, and you look at him, he's tall, there's not a lot of meat on the bone, should we say. He's not a heavy lad, he's quite gangly. His body's still likelihood, his body's still growing and developing.
Hartley around the wicket, it's turned on the onside by Shreyas, straight to Ollie Pope, no run.
So because of that, he's still working out the sort of coordinations of, when to let go of it, how to run in, how fast to run in. And I think the modern way now is good, which is just let them go, and if they start feeling...
Hartley in bowls, and Shreyas punches to mid-off for a single, 73 for 2.
Start feeling as though there's an injury coming, or there's any soreness from a long day in the field. And let's be fair, 38 overs in the first innings, a long day in the field. If there is something that needs looked at or worked on because you feel as though he could get injured, then you change it. But I think the modern way now is more, from a coach, it's more game plan oriented rather than coaching specific techniques, or trying to go that, like what it used to be, get them in a straight line. I think that's gone out of the game a little bit now because of the different formats these guys play. So I think it's a watch, but for me, I'm with you, Darren, I wouldn't change too much.
Tom Hartley goes in, goes past the umpire, and bowls left arm around the wicket, bringing Shubman Gill forward. He plays defensively, no run. Gill remains 26 not out.
One thing I will say is that when he bowls around the wicket, there is a bigger jump in towards the stumps and then out, and that would be something slightly concerning, that his momentum's going the opposite way to the where he's trying to deliver the ball from.
In goes Tom Hartley. It's clipped on the leg side by Shubman Gill. Johnny Bairstow and Rayan Ahmed converge on it. Rayan is the man who picks it up, and a single is taken. To complete the first hour, drinks have been taken. That is 20 overs bowled in the India second innings. 75 for 2 they are. They therefore lead by 218 runs here on TalkSport and TalkSport 2. Resumed this morning at 28 without loss. Rohit Sharma, though, bowled for 13 by James Anderson, 29 for 1. That was the 4th ball of the 7th over. And then the 3rd ball of the 9th, he got Jaiswal nicking off, Joe Root taking the catch. That was for 17. Shubman Gill was so close to being LBW. He was given out on field, reviewed it after a very long conversation. It wasn't one of those he reviewed immediately, and the technology showed there was a feather of an edge onto his pad which saved him. So he didn't know anything about that. He got a little bit lucky on that one, but he is still there. He's got 27 from 44. Shreyas has got 18 from 28, and these are the thoughts on the first hour of Darren Gough.
Yeah, very good first hour. First 45 minutes for England were excellent. I think the last 15 minutes you just got away from them. I think the partnership's been built now between Gill and Shreyas. One good shot, I think, down the ground from Shubman Gill for the maximum, but he's looked uncomfortable at the crease. We know he's nervous, he knows he needs to get runs on the board, but it's a nice little partnership developing, and they've got an healthy lead now of India. And just finally from me, Army, before I hand over to Jared, is on the Bashir situation. Yeah, it's not ideal action, but if it works, keep it. But I think one area that you picked up on straight away was coming round the wicket. That's when it might be affect his balance at the crease, his line and consistency in delivery. So that's the one area where he might immediately have to handle. But coming over the wicket, if it's working, leave it.
Yeah, I agree. And wait till we see Dan Lawrence have a bowl, then that's the coach's dream, trying to our coach's nightmare, I should say, trying to work that action out. It works. So I think the modern way is to try and coach what you've got and try and modify just little finer points rather than wholesale changes. So the one thing I will say about Bashir is his release point is very, very good. And if his release point is very, very good and he can get his release point consistent with his weight transfer going, from a rotation point of view down the wicket, then what happens before that for me doesn't really matter and doesn't really count. So if his momentum is going forward, which it is, and he stays on his big toe from an off-spinner's point of view, which is perfect for as long as you possibly can to get as high and tall as you possibly can. And if the rotation's there, then the likelihood is you'll have direction, you'll have control. And on a surface like this, the likelihood is you'll have some spin. So you've got to remember, this is 7 first-class matches in total that he's going to have played, and I think he will work it out himself.
All I can say, Harmy, is that if Jim Furyk can win a major with a golf swing,
absolutely, yeah. Unfortunately, Darren's not going to win many medals swinging like he does. So he's actually got his headphones off, so I can slag him off a little bit more now. When you're talking about unusual golf swings, wow.
A little bit inside out, is he?
A little bit inside out. Wow. You have a practice swing in a phone box.
Okay, drinks have been taken and appreciated, I'm sure. Shoaib Bashir is just about to bowl, and Murray Erasmus, the umpire, just held his left arm out and stopped him. There are 2 short mid-wickets catching. Here is Shoaib Bashir in. Forward comes Shubman Gill, tucks it nicely off his pads with the spin out to deep square leg, and they trot through for another single. Couple of lives actually for Shubman Gill, both on 4. Given out against Tom Hartley, and then given not out against Jimmy Anderson. Reviewed, hitting top of off stump, but not enough of the ball was hitting enough of the stumps. Here's Shoaib Bashir in again. That's clipped away by Shreyas Iyer to short mid-wicket. Ollie Pope does, he's one of 2 fielders in that position. Ben Stokes is the other one. 2 catching mid-wickets for Shreyas Iyer. Shoaib Bashir from the Dr. Vizzy end, and Shreyas turns it away off his pads again, playing with the spin in very conventional, safe style. Shreyas Iyer picks up another single. India moves to 77 for 2. India leading by 220. Just as a point of interest, in first-class cricket, because this is only the 3rd Test match on this ground, the highest 4th innings score to win. Here's Bashir again. Gill forward, driving out to Pope again at short mid-wicket. No team has scored. Again, it's not a massive sample size, but no team has scored over 400 to win in the 4th innings on this ground at this venue. The highest was just 176 for 6. Here's Bashir in again, pushed away by Shubman Gill, this time wide of Ollie Pope to his left, so it was straighter. I mean, we haven't seen massive signs of deterioration. I have to say that on the 3rd morning there hasn't been a great deal of difference in the way the pitch has played over the first 2 days, and now the 3rd morning. Turned away by Shreyas Iyer once again. It's exactly the same approach. Tom Hartley's at square leg, but it's gone square of him in front of square, and they pick up another single. So gently, cautiously does it for India at the moment, after being shocked 30 for 2. Shreyas Iyer 20, Shubman Gill 29. India lead by 222. I wonder whether Jimmy Anderson will have another bowl before lunch.
I think he will. He did in the first innings, didn't he? He bowled a 4-over spell at the start of the day, then he came back for 3 or 4 at the end. I think I'd like to look at either Anderson just before, or what might happen is he starts the session, gives Ben Stokes some some well-needed control. But India aren't really getting away from England. They're just, like Kevin Peterson said before, Ben Stokes is eventually going to have to risk a little bit by bringing fielders up to try and get a wicket, because at this minute in time, Iyer and Gill are just they're not giving England the run around, but they are comfortable in their surroundings at the moment.
Tom Hartley in, a little bit of width outside the off stump, pushed to backward point. And that is fielded by Gus Atkinson. First time we've seen him used as a substitute fielder at backward point. Got the sun hat on. Is Jimmy off? Having a wee rest? Little rub down. Here is Hartley again. Short, pulled out towards deep backward square leg. Rian Ahmed comes running in to do the fielding. Sprints in, picks up one-handed, but can't put the batsman under pressure. Completed a second run there quite comfortably. India pick up 2 more, move on to 81 for 2. You're quite right, it's not the run round, it's just milking, it's just easing it. Very low risk cricket, but it's scoreboard ticking cricket. And that's what is the source of frustration for England. They're not bowling wicket-taking balls, just dry the runs up. That's pushed out towards extra cover, fielded by Stokes. That sounded like a very old-school comment. Apologies to the new era of England Test cricket. If you're not bowling wicket-taking balls, keep it tight. Ben Stokes would rather bowl wicket-taking balls.
He would rather bowl wicket-taking balls, but 224 runs with 2 wickets down, it's the need to keep it tight as well.
Here is Hartley again. Forward defensively comes Shreyas Iyer. Plays it, pushing it out on the offside, picked up by Ben Foakes. But it's good batting. I mean, it's not loose bowling, I don't think, so much as it's just clever, smart Test match batting.
Just taking what's on offer. That's all they're doing. India are just taking what's on offer at the minute, respecting the ball that's been bowled and pushing it into the gap and trotting down to the other end. Something's got to give, though, from an England point of view.
Here's Hartley in once again, and Shreyas pushes it straight back to the bowler.
Because I don't think it's a wicket where there's one with your name on it just yet. I don't think it's ragged square, so it's not bouncing and turning sharply where it's going to clip the outside edge and carry to Crawley at slip, unless Shreyas Iyer or Shubman Gill are pushing at the ball and playing the big shot at this minute in time. Neither are doing that. They're just pushing it into the gap and taking respectively what's on offer. England might have to force the game in the last sort of half an hour of this session.
Here's Hartley again, and it's punched nicely off the back foot by Shreyas Iyer for another single. Moves on to 24. India 82 for 2. Down below us to our right on the first tier of the grandstand. This is a sellout crowd. It's not full yet, but the tickets are all sold out. The sold up signs have gone up around the stadium. And down to our right, there's a good number of England supporters. One gentleman got his shirt off and is engrossed in the cricket. And the man sitting next to him is on his cell phone having an animated conversation, loudly by the looks of it. We can't hear him, but every now and then the Englishman with his shirt off, and he's quite lean. You keep tapping him on the shoulder saying, "Do you mind? Could you keep it down? I'm trying to watch the cricket."
Oh yeah, he's having a good conversation there. I've just spotted out who you're on about. It's the story of the local in Visakhapatnam who's got long jeans, big shirt on. He's just took his coat off, but he's dressed for what Goffey's dressed like in London, and you got the Englishman who's sitting there, top off. He's not quite got budgie smugglers on, but he's got his shorts on, loving the sun.
Rian Ahmed in width outside the off stump, and it's punched nicely off the back foot by Shreyas. Good diving stop from Ben Stokes away to his left, but they have gone through for a single. 83 for 2.
Good fielding again from Stokes, trying to keep the pressure on. Good ball in the change. Rian Ahmed turning it both ways. We've seen Kuldeep have a lot of success. Kuldeep left arm wrist spin, but and right arm wrist spin, but similar height, similar trajectory.
Width again. This one will be 4. It's cut away behind square, and no chance of Gus Atkinson getting around to do the fielding. He gave it a good effort. full-on sprint from the Surrey fast bowler, but he just couldn't quite get there. But there was width from Rian Ahmed.
Just tried to bowl the one that went straight on, and it was too short. I've seen Kuldeep bowl a couple of them when India were bowling with no pace on it. That there was an easy shot.
Forward comes Shubman Gill rather now to this one from Rian Ahmed, and nudging it out to Ollie Pope at short mid-wicket, no run. Tremendous crowd, really enjoying the game, the contest. Rian Ahmed in again, just a fraction short, allowing Shubman Gill to stand upright in his crease and punch it to extra cover where Stokes fields again. India lead by 230. Earlier, before the start of play, Harsha Bhogle had a chat to Kuldeep Yadav, who said that India's target was a minimum of 450 lead. Here's Rian Ahmed in once again. Another one short and wide, another one cut behind square, and another one that Gus Atkinson can't cut off. It is a terrific shot, it must be said, but it was just short enough and just wide enough to allow the shot, and that's what Rian Ahmed needs to guard against. There's no pace in the pitch, and as a leg spinner and the slowest of England's 4 spinners, if you do drop short, it allows the batsmen all the time they want to play those attacking shots off the back foot. Rian Ahmed does now pitch this one up. Shubman Gill plays it defensively, and there's no run. Gill has raced up to 37. Shreyas Iyer has 24. India are 91 for 2. They were 30 for 2 when Jimmy Anderson got rid of Yashasvi Jaiswal and Rohit Sharma in the first couple of overs of the morning. Jared.
I think you will be aware that there's another test match being played. Well, there's actually 2 other test matches being played, but Afghanistan, Sri Lanka. Is it possible that you saw Angelo Matthews' dismissal last night? And
yes.
Would you be able to? What about you, Harmy? Would you be able to take me through how he went out?
Not really. I think it's something I would do. You know, try and hit the ball into the leg side and manage it onto the offside via the stumps. But yeah, it looked a bizarre one.
If you haven't seen it, it's worth searching for online. It might be the worst dismissal in Test cricket history.
It was the worst ball.
No, it's not.
It's the worst ball to take a wicket.
Worst ball to take a wicket. All right.
Harmy's like, I think I remember another one.
Only too well.
I mean, it was a double wide, heading down the leg side. Here's Hartley, and that's driven through mid-wicket. That is a class shot from Shreyas Iyer. Pitched up, but to drive it through wide long on or deep mid-wicket with a straight bat, maintaining his shape upright on the leg side. Quality shot for 4.
Yeah, over pitch, but good balance there, and just put it away. Too many balls, just a little bit too loose at the moment, and they're cashing in. But yeah, so KS Ahmed, the Afghanistan leg spinner, bowled essentially a bouncer down the leg side, and it wasn't bouncing very high, and Angelo Matthews decided to hit it for a cheap boundary, and somehow managed to hit it for a boundary and take his stumps down with his bat.
It really was a very peculiar sight. And commentators didn't know what to make of it, did they? They're just going, what's happened there?
They just made
Hartley's
noises.
Yeah, that's right. Of shock. That played defensively, and there's no run. And at Mount Maunganui, last time I looked, I see that Kane Williamson still 95 short of a double 100 against South Africa D.
Kane Williamson and Rachin Ravindra made his first Test 100 as well. So they are 245 for 2 on the first day against, what do you call them? South Africa D. And Afghanistan made 198, and Sri Lanka just lost a wicket there, 435 for 8 in that game. And West Indies doing quite well against Australia in a one-dayer as well.
Oh, right. OK, we'll get an update on that after this ball. Get padded away there, Hartley pitching that one outside leg stump, and just no interest to Shreyas Iyer, allows it to hit him on the pad. Can't be LBW, of course.
Again, oh, sorry.
Yeah, my fault. I thought that was the last ball of the over. It's not. We've only had 4 balls of the over. India 95 for 2. Come back to you after this, Jared, unless something exciting happens. No, it's pushed away defensively.
Australia's got a very experimental side. Jake Freezer McGurk is opening, another good name for Harmy there. Josh Inglis is in the side, and Matthew Short and Aaron Hardy, but they are 126 for 5, and Alzari Joseph has a couple of wickets as well. Matthew Ford is playing again. We called him against some games against England last year.
Hartley about to complete the over, slip and a leg slip in designated catching positions, although Shoaib Bashir is also quite close at mid-wicket, as is the captain Ben Stokes at extra cover, both stationary when the bowler bowls. Down the wicket, using his feet beautifully, Shreyas Iyer drives down the ground to long off, but it will be collected easily by Ben Duckett. And that is the end of the over. India lead by 239 at 96 for 2.
We were talking about warm-up games, and it was a hot topic before England came out here, but South Africa had an interesting warm-up game in New Zealand, didn't they? Which was covered by the media, which was quite amusing, because South Africa's D side played, was it Otago's, because they were all playing first-class cricket, so Otago's second team. And South Africa managed to get, was it 360 for 5, of which 4 of the batters were retired out, and one was David Bedingham was run out. So it was a positive start for South Africa.
Here's Rian Ahmed outside the off stump, left alone, taken by Ben Foakes, and then this very, very youthful team minus the New Zealand under-19 team, who are playing the World Cup, managed to make over 250 in reply. Here's Rian Ahmed in once again, and this one tucked away behind square on the leg side, fielded by Tom Hartley, and there's no run. But I think we should save our opprobrium and disappointment for Cricket South Africa's authorities, rather than have any aspersion towards the players who are chosen. Ahmed in again and pushed away by Shreyas Iyer. I mean, you know, they're good cricketers. It's not like they're club cricketers. Dwan Olafia is the most experienced member of that team with 15 test caps. Rian Ahmed forward comes Shreyas Iyer again playing defensively, but 6 debutants in that South African team, including the captain Neil Brunt. And well, as I say, it's not their fault.
Yorkshire's Dwan Olafia.
Sorry, Yorkshire's Dwan Olafia. That's right, yeah. Till Goffey decided he didn't want him anymore. Outside the off stump, and that's left alone by Shreyas Iyer.
We can throw as many insults as we want at Goffey at the minute. He's not listening. He hasn't got his headphones on back in London.
Jared will pass the message on. Won't you, Jared?
Always.
Here's Rian Ahmed once again from the Dr. Vizier, gives that some air. Shreyas Iyer drives it hard down into the ground. It bounces up into Rian Ahmed's hands, and he does the fielding. Shreyas Iyer 29, Shubman Gill has 37, and after an exciting start for England, it's back to the grind. India 96 for 2. They were 30 for 2 at the start of play, leading by 239. More from Harmy, and then it'll be Andrew McKenna.
Better over from Rian Ahmed. Maiden dropped a couple short in the over previous, but that over there was more of a spring in his step. There was more, I thought, more energy in his action, and a little bit more purchase on the ball, fuller of length, and a maiden for Rian Ahmed, just to boost the young man's confidence.
Hartley to start the new over then, goes in and bowls to Shubman Gill, turns it around through square leg. They've run the first one hard, and that Mark Wood out at deep square leg.
No, it's it's
Gus Atkinson.
He's done some running around. Has Atkinson. We've got him mixed up with Zach Crawley, who's at extra cover. So keep looking in the mirror and see the window and see the reflection. He's on his 12th man, I think, for Jimmy Anderson. He's done some shuttles out there.
Hartley is in once again, slightly shorter off the back foot is Gill. Punched out on the offside, no run. 98 for 2, India.
He's actually on for Zach Crawley, I think. Or is that Zach Crawley? It's because Dan Lawrence is on the field as well. Zach Crawley's at slip, isn't he? So Jimmy Anderson's off, but somebody else must be off as well.
Root probably, after the one that he got on the end of the finger from the catch that didn't carry. This one from Hartley is a low full toss. It's swept round the corner through deep backward square, and Atkinson just jogs after this one as it goes away for 4 more. The Indian 100 is up in the second innings. 102 for 2, halfway through the 26th. India lead by 2-4-5.
Just a freebie there from Tom Hartley. He's bowled a fuller length. He bowled a full length in first innings in Hyderabad. He bowled a very full length in the first innings here. He held his pace and his length much better in the second innings at Hyderabad, hence why he got 7 wickets. But again, so far in Visakhapatnam, he's been far too full. That one didn't bounce, and it was a free sweep for Shubman Gill.
In goes Hartley again, brings Gill forward, plays out to Shoaib Bashir at short mid-wicket, no run. I wonder if Jimmy's off to get the bowling boots back on. He only had that 4-over spell. It was a brilliant spell. O.A. Shah, the former England batter who's out here doing the Indian TV in the Hindi language, just popped his head into the back of the box going, why did they take Anderson off after 4? Hartley in, he bowls, it's clipped on the onside. Bashir isn't able to cut it off. They will take 1. Shubman Gill is looking for a second. Atkinson shuts that down pretty sharpish, so it's 103 for 2. Gill goes to 44.
We hope there's nothing major wrong with Jimmy, because of the way him and Bumrah's bowled in this game. It's been sensational from a seam bowler's point of view. I think Ben Stokes will probably want him to bowl after lunch straight up to give him some control in this session, but he might have to rethink that.
Hartley in, it's again a little bit short, and it's a dab shot from Shreyas Iyer down to the fielder at short third, who is Rayan Ahmed, and that is the end of the over. 26 gone, 103 for 2. TalkSport 2 on TalkSport and on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. India's lead 246 runs.
And what Kevin Peterson was saying a little bit earlier about the field positions and trying to keep men up, and Ben Stokes is probably challenging himself because he wants to keep men up, but he knows the inexperience of the seam bowlers that he's got on show. He probably needs to give them some protection and give them some cover. So that's the hard thing from a captaincy point of view from Ben Stokes. He might have to risk bringing the men up because of the situation of the game. He needs a wicket. So that, coupled with the fact that probably ideal plan was to bring Anderson straight after lunch once he's had 40 minutes to get his boots up and fresh as he possibly can be to hit India hard. You might have to bring him on for the last 20 minutes of this session.
Rayan Ahmed in from the Dr. Vizzy end. Bounces a little bit, but Shubman Gill coming forward just covers that out into the offside. No run. I've got to say, this ground is absolutely filling up rapidly. I said earlier about the upper parts of the stands not being full. Well, away to our right-hand side, they are virtually all full. The one away to the left is filling as well. Rayan Ahmed is in, gives that one some air. That is belted back past the bowler all along the floor by Shubman Gill. He goes to 48. India 107 for 2. And England might have got rid of the dangerous Rohit and Jaiswal, but you still got to get through Gill and Shreyas Iyer, and that's a lovely shot. And Gill now 1 shot away from getting to 50.
Good shot down the ground, positive. Came out the crease early, got himself in a position, set himself again, hit it along the floor.
Rayan Ahmed gives this one some air. It's a square drive past cover. Can it be cut off on the boundary? Brilliant stop by Atkinson, but only palms it onto the rope in the end. It is 4 that takes Shubman Gill to a half-century. It's his highest score, batting at 3. Well, he's done it when his team need him. 111 for 2. Shubman Gill 52 from 60 balls. 8 fours and a 6.
Excellent shot from Shubman Gill. This time he stays in his crease. Similar positive outcome when he's trying to hit the ball through extra cover this time, as opposed to coming down the wicket and hitting it straight. Just opened his shoulders up a little bit, beat Ben Stokes on his left.
Rayan Ahmed goes in. This one is off the back foot by Gill, plays quietly on the offside, no run.
And the marked difference between Shubman Gill 0 to 15, 0 to 20 to the one we're seeing now. He looked very anxious against Jimmy Anderson, very anxious against Tom Hartley early. Now he looks in good total control.
Rayan goes in again. This one is squeezed. Oh, well fielded Shoaib Bashir at backward point. He was going away to his right-hand side. There was plenty of pace on it as it was sort of squeezed down towards short third. And if that gets past Bashir, that is another 4. But he does well to get down and stop it. India's lead 2-5-4 as it stands. Rayan Ahmed goes in. This one's short. It's hit straight to Ollie Pope on this occasion. Well, there were 2 boundaries in that over, and those last 2 balls, a metre for both of them. Either way, that could have been a 16 over. India 111 for 2. India lead by 2-5-4 here on TalkSport 2.
And Ben Stokes and Mark, Jimmy Anderson's just come onto the field now. Gus Atkinson has left. Dan Lawrence is still on the field, so it is Joe Root that's off it. And I think the plan here would have been to bring Jimmy Anderson on straight after the break, give him as much time as he possibly can to have off. But I think leading into the break, I think he might need his experienced seaman now just to come on and take control, because at this minute in time England are leaking boundaries when they don't need to leak boundaries. The lead is over 250, 2 wickets down for India, and England might just need their experienced seamer just to keep a run check on the run rate, try and build a bit of pressure and wrestle back control in this session, because it's slowly but surely eking away from England.
Hartley to start a new over. Down the pitch comes Shreyas Iyer. He's got underneath this one. Oh my God, what a catch! Ben Stokes running back towards the boundary, over his shoulder, takes it low off the turf. That is a magnificent catch and the breakthrough that England needed. Stokes is rightly running around, high-fiving everyone that he can find. He gets a standing ovation from the England supporters. The Indian supporters down beneath us are hands on head. They cannot believe it. It was outside of leg stump. Down the pitch goes Shreyas. He got underneath it, and Stokes running away, full tilt, takes it over his shoulder, looking back into the sky, and takes the catch. What is it about Ben Stokes? When this team need him, he finds something.
He finds something, definitely. What a catch that was from the England captain. We spoke about him having to potentially change and move the fielders up, give India something to go over the top, see if he could buy himself a wicket, and that's what he did. He's had mid on and mid off, out on the boundary at long on, long off. He brings them both up to about 3/4, halfway back, giving them a single, but not giving them a chance to go over the top if they want to play the big shot. And Shreyas Iyer has took the bait. He's run down the wicket, hit against the movements or the body shape that he was coming. His momentum was going leg side. He tried to hit it offside, and he's hit it up in the air. He thought he had far too much, he had enough on it, but not when it's going towards Ben Stokes. Shreyas Iyer took an unbelievable catch off Zach Crawley yesterday morning, and I think Ben Stokes has just topped that, diving away to his right, over the top of his shoulder. They do practice them, but in a game situation when the pressure's on, wow, what a catch there from the England captain.
Goffey, just give me some thoughts on that catch.
Genius, pure brilliance. That's what Ben Stokes is about. He does it year after year after year after year. Just something special. If it's not with a bat, it's with a ball, and if it's not with a ball, it's in the field. And just add the captaincy to that as well. So it's a bit of everything now for Ben Stokes. Always in the game.
Quite literally an all-rounder at the moment. He's doing everything. Right, Rajat Patidar is the new batter, right-hander, and Hartley will have slip in place. There are, at the moment, 2 men on the drive. Ollie Pope is going to move, though, and go to a second slip position. So Duckett is the short extra cover on the drive. There are 2 slips in place, mid-off, square cover and point on the offside. There's a deep mid-wicket on the leg side. Hartley around the wicket. It's bowled into the pitch, stands up a little bit high off the back foot. Patidar is hitting to Bairstow at mid-on, and they will take a comfortable single. India's lead 2-5-5, but England with a massive, massive breakthrough after Anderson had made 2 wonderful breakthroughs for England earlier on in the day. Just keeping this one alive. Hartley is in once again. It's turned on the onside by Gill. Well fielded at short mid-wickets. They take a single. They didn't get home by a huge amount. Ollie Pope getting down to his right-hand side, able to pick that up, get it back into the bowler's end. And Hartley was there at the stumps if there was a run-out opportunity, but they both got there and got safely home. Patidar then to face Hartley. Left arm around, a little bit of loop. Patidar will turn it on the onside, and again there's an easy single. Bairstow will run around from mid-on, 1 to the total. Goffey, is that a little bit too easy for a man who's new to the crease?
They're probably thinking, left arm spin, turning away from the right hand batter. Mid-wicket, you don't mind him playing against the spin, but yeah, once he gets it too full though, it's just an easy push for one.
Hartley drives this one into the pitch again, and Shubman Gill moves to 54, taking a single out to deep on the leg side, where Dan Lawrence is on as a substitute, wearing shirt number 68.
Yeah, he's going to get the length right, Macca. If he's going to have that field, he's going to get a length right, bringing the batter forward.
Hartley then for the final time this over, goes in and bowls, and again it's turned through square leg, and it'll be Lawrence coming in to do the tidying up. One for the shots, 116 for 3. India's lead 259 here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel on day 3 of this second test match. Goffey.
I'll tell you what, Macca, one thing about Ben Stokes, for someone who had knee surgery, and I'm an expert on it, I've had that many of them. For someone who's had knee surgery, the way he's come back from it is impressive. We've seen he's worked in the gym, he's lost some weight, his agility is as good as I've ever seen it. His movement, we've seen him start bowling now in the nets before the day's play. He's running after play. He looks an athlete in the field. You never know, we might see him bowling again by the third, fourth test, possibly the fourth test.
He did say before this series he will not bowl in this. This is all part of the graduated return to bowling, and the plan is the summer. So I know that the TV company keep putting him up as a bowling option on screen. What he told us prior to the series is he will not bowl out here in a match. Rayan Ahmed to start a new over, and Patidar comes forward and plays it out on the offside. But we all know that Ben Stokes kind of works to his own rules.
Well, that was my point. I get, but he wouldn't bowl till the summer. But I just won't put it out of him, especially with the balance of the side.
Rayan Ahmed in, gives that one a little bit of air. Patidar is going forward. Bat and pad close together, no run.
And with him not playing in the IPL, that makes sense as well, because he goes back after this and he gets a chance to bowl and get his fitness up even more.
Rayan Ahmed comes past Marais Erasmus, the umpire at the far end, brings Patidar forward, and he's playing defensively, no run. Yeah, we don't often have these kind of conversations as blokes, but you've got to say, when you see Ben Stokes at the moment, he looks $1 million. He's really fit. He's been able to do the work because they sorted out the knee. He looks in absolutely great shape. Rayan Ahmed is in and bowling. Patidar pushes out quietly on the offside, no run.
Well, he's given himself a chance. And I think he wants to be an all-rounder. And as long as he's got that desire, he's got to be as fit as he possibly can. We saw it with Flintoff, coming back from a serious knee injury.
Absolutely. Rayan Ahmed goes in. Patidar's a little bit uppish as he pushes that to mid-off to duck it, and they take a single. Well, Ben Stokes is officially the 5th best all-rounder in the world still, according to the ICC rankings, which is incredible when you think he's not bowled for so long, so he's not even able to get potential points available for bowling in matches. Tells you how good he was before that. Joe Root actually went above him after the Hyderabad test into 4th place. That one bounces from Rayan Ahmed. High on the bat to Shubman Gill to complete the over here on TalkSport 2. India 117 for 3 after 29. They lead by 260.
Ridiculous. He's the best all-rounder in the world. I don't think there's any argument just because he's not bowling at this moment in time. Still Ben Stokes. Look at some of the performances. Mammoth with the ball in hand, long spells, bat, leads England over the line many times. Valuable cricketer. Like Jack Kallis was for South Africa, Ben Stokes is exactly the same for this England team.
Well, officially, it's Ravindra Jadeja is the best all-rounder in the world, according to the stats, which I probably wouldn't argue with. Ravichandran Ashwin is at number 2 in those standings. So
and Joe Root 3.
That for you.
3 spinners.
Joe Root at 4. Joe Root at 4. But yes, he is in the top 5 and England's top all-rounder at the moment. Hartley to start a new over. That one hurries on to Patidar a little bit. He's just playing defensively. 4 from 8 is where he is at the moment. In the first innings, he got to 32 from 72 balls before he was dismissed by Rayan Ahmed late on day 1. Patidar waits. There's just a slip as a close catcher, solidly forward. Patidar is just playing that one quietly out on the offside. And once again, there is no run. We mentioned earlier on, he's an older debutant, 30 years of age, played 55 first-class games with 4,000 runs to an average of 46, 1,200s, the highest of those being 196. He's playing off the back foot to this from Hartley, fielded at short extra cover, and once again, no run. England just trying to slow things down a bit. The run rate for the Indian innings is just a smidge under 4. Hartley's in his 11th over, 1 for 44. As he brings this man forward, and Patidar just pushed a little bit hard hands at that, hitting high up the bat, and it lands a couple of metres short of Ben Duckett. That might have been the opportunity there for a moment. The other bowlers, Bashir has bowled 6 overs, 0 for 37. Rehan Ahmed 5 overs, 0 for 23. Joe Root's only bowled the 2 overs, 0 for 1. And James Anderson, miserly as ever, 2 for 12 from 6. Hartley is in. Patidar gets this one that's shorter. He's able to whip it around to Dan Lawrence, coming off the mid-wicket boundary. Single taken. 118 for 3. The lead, 2-6-1. Real buzz around this place today. It's a Sunday, day 3 of this test match, but as we keep mentioning, it is officially a sellout. Hartley goes in once again, plays defensively out on the offside. Does Shubman Gill, and that is the end of the over. 118 for 3. India lead by 2-6-1 here on TalkSport 2.
I'll tell you what, with Tom Hartley, just watching him bowl, you can tell he plays a lot of white ball cricket, which is impressive because he uses the crease really, really well when he bowls. He's coming round the wicket as a left armer, and he does use the crease really, really well. When you see an in and out test match, longer format left arm spinner, they tend to land in the same spot time and time again. But you see someone like Tom Hartley, who's played a lot of white ball cricket, he uses the crease really, really well.
It's going to be Rehan Ahmed who's going to be bowling from the Dr. Vizian to Rajat Patidar with a silly point and slip in position. It's back of length, is smashed through the gap between point and cover for a boundary first ball. Rajat Patidar bringing out the big guns. That's his first boundary. Moves on to 9 of 14 delivery. It's 122 for 3. India's lead has gone up to 265 now. Patidar, maiden test for him. Gave a good account of himself in the first innings. And of course, India now need him to come up with the goods once again. Rehan Ahmed coming into bowl, but Patidar pulls out at the last moment. There was a slight change in field. It's Ben Duckett who's moving squarer at mid-off as fuller delivery this time on the middle stump. And Patidar plays it to mid-on for no run.
Just not got his length right, has he? Rehan Ahmed this innings bowled really well in spells throughout the series, but he's young. We've got to remember that. Very, very young bowler. Lot to learn.
Patidar scored 32 in the first innings. As fuller delivery, he's driven it straight to Ben Duckett at that squarish mid-off position. Guffey has gone for 27 now into his 6th over. As you rightly mentioned, Joe Root with just the 2 overs today. He's given away just the 1 run, but only 2 overs for Joe Root. As there's now an extra cover catching position as Rehan Ahmed bowls, and Patidar plays it defensively towards the fielder at cover. Ben Stokes, who's just taken a brilliant catch to dismiss Shreyas Iyer. Shreyas Iyer was looking good, perhaps for the first time in a very, very long time, as Patidar comes forward and plays this defensively. What a catch that was from Ben Stokes. I mean, I was sitting just at the corner of the commentary box looking at the crowd, and they were looking at the ball was hanging in the air for such a long time and missed it. Is that out? That is out. Inside edge, Ben Foakes takes a brilliant catch, and the finger goes up from umpire Murray Erasmus. Back of the hand delivery from Rehan Ahmed. He backed off, did Rajat Patidar, to cut it away. Inside edge, and Ben Foakes took a brilliant low catch, and the umpire's fingers have just gone up. Patidar goes for 9. Another blow for India. It's 122 for 4.
Yeah, good delivery from Rehan. Obviously kept a little bit low. We've seen that on the odd occasion here at this test match in Vizag. But when you got that man behind the stumps, Ben Foakes, he's took a wonderful, comfortable catch, and it's a big wicket for England. Yes, India have got a huge lead, but Patidar has to go. 122 for 4. Patidar goes for 9 off just 19 deliveries. But it's a big breakthrough for England. But India lead by 265 runs here on TalkSport.
Coffee, we need to talk about Ben Foakes. I mean, he's been excellent behind the stumps. In the first innings also, Shreyas Iyer was out for 27. He took a low catch off Tom Hartley there as well. I think that's a double of low catches for him. He's been brilliant for England throughout these 2 test matches.
There's nothing wrong with him as a wicketkeeper, full stop. Unfortunately, time tells you, but you look at England over the years, we've always had brilliant wicketkeepers. In the 90s, we had so many. But Alec Stewart was the one that always got the nod. And Alec was a tremendous keeper himself, but he could bat anywhere from 1 to 6, and he did do. And it's the same now, but Johnny Bairstow, he offers so much with the bat and behind the stumps. But this man, there's no doubt about it, in the country, he's the best wicket-keeper, and it's just getting him into the side. He scores your runs, he scores them different to Johnny Bairstow and other keepers around there. And can he hold down a full-time place in this England side in all conditions?
India in a bit of bother here, 122 for 4, just when you thought they were trying to escape with an 81-run partnership between Iyer and Gill. Iyer was caught splendidly by Ben Stokes, and I was in the process of describing that, sitting in the corner of the commentary box. The crowd saw the ball hanging in the air for a long while, and Ben Stokes had ample time to run back and catch that one. The magic that only Ben Stokes can produce. And of course now Rehan Ahmed sending back Rajat Patidar as well. So 2 quick wickets for India, as it's Tom Hartley to bowl to Shubman Gill, and he takes a single off the very first ball of the over, which brings Akshar Patel, who's the new batter, brings him on strike, and he is batting now at number 6 for India. He batted at number 9 in the first innings in Hyderabad, then at number 5 in the second innings, and he's been batting at number 6 in this test match for India in the absence of Ravindra Jadeja, who scored in the first innings but was out cutting Shoaib Bashir to point, and Rehan Ahmed was the catcher there. Now Hartley bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Akshar Patel with a slip and a backward short leg in position onto the leg stump, and he's flicked it towards square leg. Rehan Ahmed, the fielder there, shy at the stumps, but Akshar Patel had enough to get off the mark there. 124 for 4. 267, Goffey, the lead.
It's
Come
a
back
lot.
to you after this. Yeah, it's a lot. Kuldeep Yadav, as mentioned earlier, said India were aiming for 450. Shubman Gill coming forward and defending that one. Every time, Goffey, India look like they've got a partnership going. England chip back with some wickets.
It's a close series. It's brilliant, been brilliant to watch. India have been dominating phases, but then England keep coming back into it and back themselves to win from any situation.
And yesterday, Zach Crawley said they were still backing themselves to win this test match, as Hartley bowls onto the off stump. There's a thickish outside edge towards the backward point region. Gill was well forward in his stride.
And I think I've said before start of play today is, realistically, for England to win this game, they've got to dismiss India for under 200, right? And they're still on track.
Still a few runs to play with there for England, as Shubman Gill turns it round towards square leg for a single. I mean, it's the lower order now. I mean, lower middle order that England are now into. Akshar Patel, Shrikar Bharat, Ravichandran Ashwin. They are the last recognized batters that India has. And none of them have been putting up big runs for India. Shubman Gill has just gotten going. He's got 56. And that's the first time in 13 innings that he's crossed the 50-run mark. 11 times he's batted at number 3. And his best was 36. Against South Africa at Cape Town. Akshar Patel now facing Hartley round the wicket. He's forward is Akshar Patel, plays it with soft hands into the big gap between point and mid-off. Then Johnny Bairstow, in fact, is the fielder, as that's the end of the over. 126 for 4 after 32 overs. Goffey, will England, as you mentioned, bowl them out under 200? Would England fancy their chances with a 300-plus target?
Absolutely, they fancy the chances. I'm never going to write them off again. You just can't. They just keep breaking record after record after record. So, but I think once India start to get that 300 lead, it's almost like in your mind you can say every run after that is probably worth 2, right? Because of the situation of the game. The wicket's a good wicket, but it is offering a bit of turn.
And some variable bounds. We've seen a couple of deliveries stay low today.
Yeah, and the seamers are in the game. Bumrah and Anderson, 2 quality seamers, are taking wickets.
And the new ball has fetched runs as well for the batters. It's the reverse swing that has done some damage when in the hands of Bumrah. James Anderson using the new ball to good effect this morning. So, something in it for everybody. As James Anderson lumbering up near the boundary rope. Ben Stokes probably fancy a short spell from him before lunch. We don't have too long to go before the lunch break. Rehan Ahmed to start from the far end to Akshar Patel onto the leg stump. Played it off his pads towards square leg, but no run there. Would you mind bringing in Anderson for a couple of overs if there's enough time? There's, I think, around 13 minutes.
I'd be saving him for after lunch. You get another
After
4
lunch,
over
okay.
spell out of him. Picks you up another couple of wickets.
Rehan Ahmed to Akshar Patel, who's forward and defending it, and that's the way they have used him. Only on day 1 he bowled that short spell before lunch, got Shubman Gill, but since then he's been used at the start of every session. Get those 4-5 overs out of him, and then keep things tight at the start of the session. Rehan Ahmed once again to Akshar Patel, bowling with a slip and backward short leg in position. He's forward and defending it.
And that's exactly why they do it. They know he has total control with the ball in hand, and he gets them off to a good start where he puts the pressure, puts India on the back foot. He bowls tight overs.
Rehan Ahmed to Akshar Patel again onto his pads. He's turned the ball away, but Zach Crawley ever alert at 55 position. So talking about Shubman Gill, his last 50-plus score was 128 against Australia in Ahmedabad just about a year ago. Rehan Ahmed bowling to Akshar Patel, who goes back and plays it defensively on the offside. But that was in the opening position. And he last opened for India in the WTC final against Australia at the Oval. Since then, in 11 innings, he's never crossed a half-century before today. 56 not out. He's at the non-strikers end at the moment as Rehan Ahmed bowls to Akshar Patel, again off his pads, but straight to Zach Crawley. And that's the end of the over. Maiden over from Rehan Ahmed. It's 126 for 4, Goffey.
It is, and when you go down to it again, but England, you can't help but feel they have got a good. They're really in this series, full stop. They've got a good side. They're confident, and we've seen it's been up and down this series. It's been fantastic. But when India choose to leave out players like Pujara and Rahane, Kohli taking time off for personal reasons, Rahul pick up the injury now, Jadeja out with an injury, Mohammad Shami, another fantastic performer, injured. England have got a chance here. England are just about in there with their best possible team. Only Jack Leach missing, who's an experienced spinner.
And talking about chances, Ben Stokes sees a chance here to maybe pluck another wicket before lunch, because guess what? It's James Anderson who's back into the attack, and he'll be bowling from the media box end or the DV Subbarao end at this ACA VDCA cricket ground. Anderson, 6 overs, 2 for 12 this morning. Got rid of both Rohit Sharma and Yashasvi Jaiswal, and he is back for more, Goffey.
Well, he can't get a ball out of it on 6 overs, 2 for 12. He's got Jimmy Anderson. He probably fancies a go at Axar Patel if he can get him on strike. He's got a ball of Shubman Gill first. 56 off 71, Shubman Gill. Played well, needed a score, didn't he? Oof, did he? 56 not out.
Absolutely. Oh, absolutely. I mean, like I said, 11 innings at number 3. The previous best he had was 36. And there were big question marks whether this experiment had worked. He'd asked to be moved to number 3 after India decided to move on from Cheteshwar Pujara. And Rahul Dravid, the coach, said, "You're welcome to do so." It's taken some time for him. Now, 2 slips in position, a catching fielder at extra cover as well. There's also cover position, and mid-ons come in, but mid-off is staying a bit deeper. That's Ben Stokes. And there's also a fielder at mid-wicket and fine leg. So James Anderson ready to bowl. Fielder at cover has come in a bit. Third man a bit squarer as James Anderson, who got Shubman Gill out in the first innings, now bowls to him with 2 slips in position, and it's a fuller delivery on the off stump. Gill comes forward and plays it defensively. So England rolling the dice here, Guffey, trying to take that wicket before lunch.
They are indeed, and they probably see a weakness in Shubman Gill, if we're going to be honest. I mean, even there, the defence in that first delivery of Jimmy Anderson, well away from his body, a little bit of movement. You could see probably in swinging conditions, friendly bowling, friendly conditions, he'd be suspect to that nick to the slip cord.
Into the 34th over as Anderson bowls to Shubman Gill. The ball coming in into his pads, and he's clipped it towards the square leg region as Zach Crawley, the fielder station at fine leg, comes in and cuts it. 2 runs to Shubman Gill. He's moved on to 58. He's searching for reverse swing, isn't he?
Absolutely, that's the reason they brought Jimmy Anderson back on just before lunch. He had a chance of him early on where it just went into the right-handed Shubman Gill, where the appeal for that LBW, where he was just going over the top, and he got an inside nick, by the way. That makes a big difference. I don't think he knew he did, but he did. And that's why Jimmy's come back into the attack. Not quite got the pace of someone like Bumrah.
Got lucky there today, Shubman Gill. 2 big shouts against him. He had not even scored 5 runs back then as Anderson bowls, and he's forward and defence. And now he's moved on to 58. And given the poor run that he's been having, I mean, he'll be happy that he got that run of luck.
Everybody needs a bit of luck, eh? It's just the way it is. When you're playing, you need that little bit of luck. You need a decision to go your way, an edge that goes through the slips.
And the noise that you can hear now from the crowd, a big Mexican wave going across the stadium as Anderson runs into bowl to Shubman Gill. Outside the off stump, played with soft hands. Pickish edge there, but guides it down towards third man, Rehan Ahmed, the fielder there. And I just have to mention, there were boards outside the ground as we were entering, said sold out. And indeed, it is sold out today here at the Vizag Stadium. A lot more crowd has come in. 2 big stands that were empty over the last couple of days, they are also filled up. Obviously the poster of KS Bharat still very much there. On the left side of the commentary box, there's 1 stand that's still empty, but I guess sold out means if you have 25,000 tickets, those have been sold out. This ground obviously seats a little more than 30,000, but a very, very good crowd in here today, and the Mexican waves are starting to go. Right, Anderson now to Akshar Patel. 2 slips in position. He's also had a backward point in position, cover and mid-off, with mid-wicket in catching position. And on the off stump, he drives, does Akshar Patel straight to Ben Stokes at squarish mid-off. Lead by 272 runs. And I quite like your point that you said, Goffey, about England never really giving up in the series so far. They've, in my opinion, they've been in India's face, throwing down the gauntlet, be it with the selection or be it with the way they have played their cricket, especially with that selection of just the 1 pacer and the spinners. We'll get your thought on that just after this delivery. Anderson to Akshar Patel, back of length. He has to crouch down. It kept a tad low. but he plays it defensively. That's the end of the over, 129 for 4. India's lead by 272 runs.
Yeah, I think throughout the series so far, I think India have been in the better positions after the first 2 days on both test matches. But this England team always believe they can come back from anything. They did it in the first game. They've done it on plenty of occasions in the summer as well, in the English summer that's just been. And this game, you've heard in the press conference that they'll talk a good game as well. They'll believe they can chase anything down. Realistically, what is the maximum? 360, 370, they'll still believe they can do it. I think once it starts getting above that, I think it becomes very difficult.
And Coffee, the pitch hasn't really broken up. I mean, it's still day 3. We are not even halfway through to day 3. It's not like puffs of dust are coming off the surface. The odd ball is keeping low. As Rehan Ahmed gets ready to bowl from the Vizzy end, and Shubman Gill is forward and defends it. So England can back themselves to chase something like 300 plus easily.
Yeah, short boundaries as well, and we've got some power hitters in that side.
True.
Zach Crawley, Ben Duckett, Stokesy, Bairstow, they all lick long balls.
Ahmed bowling to Gill, who's forward once again. There's a slip in position for him. There's also fielder at 55, and then backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, and there's a fielder at deep cover. As the crowd still gets the Mexican waves rolling. Fuller delivery taken on the full from Rehan Ahmed, and Shubman Gill crosses over for a single, plays it towards the mid-wicket region. It'll be Akshar Patel facing now.
But realistically, there is still a little bit of bounce in this. There is a bit of a spin. Odd one's keeping low, and the seamers are in the game. So I think realistically, anything over 350 is going to be very, very difficult for England.
Not to mention the new ball. I mean, England have always been fast starting in all the innings on this tour so far. As Ahmed comes round the wicket to the left-handed Akshar Patel, and he is forward and defending. No run on that last occasion. Zach Crawley, Ben Duckett, Ollie Pope. Yeah, just a second. As Ahmed bowls onto the pads and turns it towards the leg side. You were saying, yeah.
No, but this is why this England game, England have changed the game and the way you think, because realistically, anything around chasing 270 now, you'd think, it's a struggle. But now we're adding 100 runs on, 120 runs on, because the way this England team play.
Oh, that one kept a little low, but Akshar Patel was back in his crease and dug it out. And with that was the last. Morning session is now over. 35 overs done from this Indian second innings. 130 for 4 they are. India lead by 273 runs as the players walk off. The umpires have taken off the bails, and it's lunch on day 3. You're listening to us on Talk Sport, and it's India versus England, ball by ball live coverage. India started today at 28 without loss in 5 overs. They had Yashasvi Jaiswal and Rohit Sharma at the crease, but James Anderson, the great bowler that he is, he got them both. Rohit Sharma bowled for 13. Yashasvi Jaiswal caught at first slip for 17, the double centurion from the first innings. A big partnership from Shreyas Iyer and Shubman Gill, but Goffey, England have been coming back with those regular wickets, and they have kept India on their toes.
Yeah, I think realistically, when you look at it in any session, I think that's England's sessions just, but India will be the happier of the two teams because of the huge lead they've got in the match. But to come back, England know they had to take wickets. They took 4 wickets this morning in that session. 102 runs though for India. So yeah, like I say, they'll go off. England will say we've had a good session, we probably just pipped it. But India, in the context of the game, are way ahead of the game thanks to that first innings lead. So yeah, England, a lot of work to do still in this next session.
Thanks to Shubman Gill, also 60 of 78 delivery on him. Goffey, I mean, he needed those runs, and he survived 2 big calls, but you need that luck, as you mentioned earlier.
Well, I think when you look at the Indian batting lineup, Rohit, Gill and Shreyas have all not been at their best. Their footwork's not great. At some point they will come to the party, But as we've seen here from Shubman Gill, had a little bit of luck, but he's popped, he survived that luck, and he's come out and he's played some wonderful shots in there as well. But he's a very, very nervous start from him and Shreyas. But to still be at the crease at lunchtime and 60 not out, he'll be eyeing 3 figures. And if he gets to 3 figures, India's lead's going to be well into that 350, 360 mark.
India's lead currently is 273 runs. They are 130 for 4. Shubman Gill not out, 60 of 78 balls. Shreyas Iyer was out for 29. Rajat Patidar out for 9. Akshar Patel 2 not out currently. James Anderson 2 for 15 from 7 overs this morning. Rehan Ahmed and Tom Hartley picking wickets as well.
Delighted to say that Goffey is with us once again as we start the afternoon session. So then, Darren, I mean, based on the first 2 hours, what are we going to get in this 2 hours?
Well, it's been more good cricket. Who's going to win this session? It's been very much like that throughout the series. India normally get off to the best start the first couple of days, and then England come back into it. I think England won that last session just, but India, with a lead of 273, are dominating the game. And if this were in any other year, any other captaincy or style of play, you would say chasing anything around 280 in the last innings of a test match, you're going to struggle. But with this England team, they reckon they can chase anything. Realistically, what can they chase? Probably another 100, so that's around 370 mark. And that'd take some doing. That'd take someone to do something absolutely extraordinary.
But there are some extraordinary players in this team, so that's why we're not giving this one up just yet. It's going to be James Anderson to start the first over after lunch. He's got a slip and a second slip who's probably in third slip position, so there's a little bit of space. And there's a man on the short cover drive who is Ben Duckett. Very good morning to TalkSport listeners joining us here on TalkSport 2. James Anderson to bowl the first over after lunch. It's a little bit short and wide actually, and it's been guided into the offside by Shubman Gill. So the first ball after lunch goes for 2. 132 for 4. Goffey, that just felt a little bit like a loosener there from James Anderson.
Well, I think he's allowed it. 41 years old, still going. Some ball beautifully this test match. Which I said earlier, I mean, Jared had a conversation. He got 5 wickets in the Ashes series in 4 tests. He's already got 5 in this game.
He gets to the end of his mark, just down beneath us, in a stadium now that is 80% full. There's just a few seats in the top tier away to the left-hand side as we look. Away to the right, it's basically all full. They're filing back in after having lunch, and James Anderson is on his way. Takes Shubman Gill on the pad. Looked a little bit optimistic. It was a polite appeal rather than the full-throated roar, that one. Chetan Arula's alongside me.
Yeah, height I think was a big question mark there. He's back on pace. 131 clicks from James Anderson, the second ball after lunch. And it bounced quite a bit, and it looped up after hitting, I think, the knee roll. We'll take a look at on our screens, but definitely height.
Yeah. Oh, it was well. It actually
higher
missed,
than that.
It missed the top of the flap and actually was thigh pad. So, yeah, unless that suddenly defied the laws of physics and started going down again, you're not going to get that one. Shubman Gill was very close to being LBW in the first hour of play this morning. Anderson goes in once again and bowls to Akshar Patel. India had lost Rohit, bowled by Anderson for 13. Lost Jaiswal, caught Root at slip off the bowling of Anderson for 17. That was 29 for 1, 30 for 2. Shubman Gill looked absolutely stone dead in front of all 3 to the bowling of Hartley. Eventually they decided they were going to review it and found the thinnest of edges, which saved him, and neither batter had a clue. It really was a, well, go on, we'll review it because they might find something. Shubman Gill is still there. He's standing at the non-strikers end as Anderson bowls to Akshar Patel. Off the back foot, he's punched through the covers, and he'll get 4. It beats the man at cover, and there's no chance for Shoaib Bashir going back, and that's 4 runs. 137 for 4, Goffey.
Yeah, it goes to show you get the ball past the infield, and it is a fast outfield, and it runs away for 4. And that's why England will keep believing. Short boundaries straight, and they've got the power in the side to hit boundaries. And if you get it through the infield, on the off or the leg side, it flies away for a boundary.
That man who it beat, by the way, effectively in the ring on the offside, Dan Lawrence, he is still on for Joe Root, it would appear. This one from Anderson down the leg side, clipped down to long leg for a single. Akshar walks past Anderson in his follow-through, and Anderson is, shall we say, deep in conversation with Akshar. There were two parts of the conversation there, Goffey.
He loves it.
Yeah.
It's part of Jimmy's makeup, right? I mean, he does this to himself. He, you know what I mean? He does it to himself, and he has to find himself up to get the best out of him. Some bowlers have to do that. Some don't, some do.
Yeah. Get the beans going early in the session, get himself ticking. He's on his way. Running away from us, past umpire Gaffney. Bat and pad very solidly together from Shubman Gill. Pushes out to deep point and will take a single to end the over. 139 for 4 are India the lead. 282 here on TalkSport, TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Don't forget you can get in touch in all the normal ways. At TS_crickets at TalkSport 2, or if you're a subscriber on the YouTube channel, you can send us a message through there. Darren, I know they're just showing the replay of Joe Root copping for one on the end of the finger. It's a bit of a worry, that one, isn't it? Because not only is Joe quite important to the bowling, but obviously the main asset will be the batting. And if England are going to have a run chase, they're going to need a fit Joe Root.
Absolutely. 4th best all-rounder in the world, if you look at the stats. He's already got plasters and everything on his fingers. He's in the game a lot, isn't he? Fields that slip. There's a lot of balls that don't quite carry to slip when you're in India because of the slowness of the pitch compared to whether you're playing in Australia or the UK. So sometimes you're going to get hit on the finger, a little bit sore. But I'm sure Joe will be fine to bat. Absolutely.
Well, it's Zach Crawley who is, as Rayan Ahmed is going to come in from the far end, the Dr. Vizzy end. Oh, that one is flat batted along the floor out to the deep mid-wicket where Hartley is stationed. Didn't seem to get up a huge amount. And the new over from Rayan Ahmed starts with a single.
Both the wrist spinners, whether it's Kuldeep Yadav or Rehan Ahmed, they've got that variable bounce more than any other spinner, especially the one that is keeping low. I've seen that more happen with the wrist spinners than anybody else.
Sorry, I am listening to what you're saying. I'm just intrigued by a replay that TV are now just showing from before play today, and Joe Root got one on the end of the finger before play. So I wonder if the one that he got in play, if you like, just topped it up, and that's why he's got the problem. Rayan Ahmed goes in, bowls the googly to Akshar Patel off the back foot. He's pushing down to deep mid-on, and a single will be taken. Akshar will go to 7. It's goes to 8. 141 for 4.
Which also explains why he hasn't bowled so much, and it's been Shoaib Bashir who's been preferred, but again it's been Hartley and Rehan who've been the preferred bowlers, even more than Bashir.
Rayan Ahmed goes in, turned on the onside by Shubman Gill through mid-wicket, and again it's just an easy push and an easy single to be taken. India 142 for 4, the lead therefore 285. Goffey.
Yeah, I'm not often critical of Ben Stokes. I mean, he's an absolute genius in everything he does, but it has been a little bit too easy for India to take a lot of singles that last half an hour before lunch and straight after lunch already 2s and 1s.
Rayan Ahmed goes in, bowls to Akshar, and there's no run. We have just had the official word through, by the way, from the dressing room. So Joe Root did get a blow on his little finger on his right hand while attempting a slip catch during the first session. The medical team are going to keep him off the field for the time being to put ice and treat. At the moment, Rayan is in. Akshar pushes out to deep cover and will take a single. So they're keeping him off so they can treat it and ice it. At this stage, the England camp say there's no indication of when he will return to the field.
And he doesn't have to, because it's a blow to the hand, so he can still bat in his normal position.
Exactly. That's the most important part of that statement that wasn't there. Oh, Rayan Ahmed goes in, and that's almost a Joe Root style quicker bouncer attempted. That was a short hit out to Dan Lawrence as a cover sweeper, and it is the end of the over, and it is 144 for 4 after 37 overs of the Indian second innings here on TalkSport 2.
So James Anderson again to bowl. I think we're looking at a 5-over spell, 4 overs now. He bowled an over before lunch, so kind of a 5-over spell from this end. And that's been the protocol for England in this test match. Every session he starts with that 4-over, 5-over spell, gives them that control.
Yes, it is Anderson from this end. Anderson goes in and bowls, and it's outside the right-handers off stumper. There's no run. And the reason I mentioned this end, because the spell that he bowled this morning was from the far end, the Dr. Vizzy end, where he managed to get rid of Jaiswal and Rohit. He's now come from this end and hasn't looked quite as effective yet, but I'm sure he's just getting into his work.
Well, it's, we were talking about a bit of a haze this morning, thanks pretty much to this being a coastal area. And that has now lifted. I think the sun has really come out, but it's not that breezy that we saw on day one. Even yesterday it wasn't as breezy as it was on day one.
Anderson turns. Gill waits, 67 not out. Anderson starts with it in his left hand, transfers it to his right, and that one keeps down. That was outside of off stump. Gill allows it through to Ben Foakes, but that bounced for a second time just in front of the keeper, Goffey.
It did indeed, and that's one of the issues when you're going to be chasing a large total. And just looking at the screens now, and Ben Stokes having a little bit of a chuckle. He got one that kept a little bit low off the genius that is Bumrah. But I'm just having a chuckle to myself, at Jimmy Anderson. Saw him as a 20-year-old with a little blue rinse in his hair, and you're now watching him at 41, still going with a would you say it's a blonde? Bit of colour?
There is definitely a bit of hint of the front. It's not a fully Ollie Robinson as he goes in and bowls to Gill, who square cuts out to Rayan Ahmed, who's at deep point. With Ollie Robinson's not really been seen much lately, but he's gone the full peroxide blonde, or in the old days they used lemon juice back in the day. So you can spot him a mile off at the moment.
Yeah, that was a Peter Such trick. Peter Such, remember Peter Such, off spinner?
Oh yeah,
he used to do that. Bit of lemon. Started off quite dark hair, but by the end of the trip, totally blonde. A bit like Ollie Robinson. You're right, I've seen Ollie Robinson. Walks around with no hat on. Make sure the sun gets to it.
Are they taking turns getting their hair dyed? I mean, Mark Wood next up in Rajkot, turning with blonde head.
Well, do you remember I forget which Football World Cup it was, but the Romanian team all dyed it. The entire every member of the squad. It was a nightmare for commentators. Anderson in around the wicket to the left-handed. Akshar just defending to the gully, and there's no run. He remains 9 not out.
Well, they become footballers, haven't they? Especially in India. I mean, you go to India, if you're a cricket player or ex-cricket player, their knowledge of the game is massive, and every one of these England cricketers going around India would be mobbed if they were to walk down the street. They love the game, love personalities as well. And Jimmy will be usually recognised anywhere he goes in India.
I remember a statistic from Jared Kimber, who's really gorging on his lunch at the moment. 2014, when the Indian team came to England for their tour, his tweet said, "This is the most tattooed Indian team to arrive on English shores."
Anderson goes in. Akshar is push driving to Stokes at mid-off, and there's no run. Well, look, to back up what Darren's just saying, all you have to do is listen to the effects mic behind us, the sound of the crowd behind the commentary, because every now and then there'll be a random cheer, and all that is one of the fielders or the players from either sides getting within 10 metres of the boundary. As soon as they get vaguely close, they all stand up and scream and shout, and all they want is them to turn round and wave or just give them a little nod. I mentioned in Hyderabad, one of them asked Mark Wood to give him his sunglasses. As Anderson goes around the wicket, Akshar defends out on the offside. Mark Wood was doing deep cover at the time, and he turned around and said, "Well, if I give you these, how am I going to see anything?" Although Harmy did say it still wouldn't have surprised me if Woody had actually given him his sunglasses, but that's another story.
Well, when I was in India, World Cup 96, I had a pot noodle thrown at me on the boundary, which... wrong person to throw.
Well, at least you didn't get the kettle as well.
Pot noodle. Could have thrown an hamburger or something, or hot dog.
Well, it's funny you should say pot noodle because Scott Taylor, our intrepid producer, there's a supermarket right underneath our hotel, and he was wandering around it the other day buying a few bits and pieces, and he came across the pot noodles. And not being the most adventurous soul in terms of the world of Indian cuisine, he was actually tempted to buy a few. We did manage to talk him out of it in the end.
It's the most beautiful place to eat, India. Absolutely fantastic. Curry for breakfast, curry for lunch, curry for tea. No problem.
Yeah, just had the most beautiful ginger fish, which was magnificent. Manas is just tucking into that as while we're speaking. End of the over, 38 gone for India, 145 for 4. You're listening to TalkSport 2. We're also on TalkSport at the moment, and also the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. And Chetan Narul is alongside me.
And the guy who supplies the food here at Vizag for every international cricket match, I'm not sure if it's changed, the caterer or not, but he used to provide the most excellent chicken tikka masala, and I haven't seen that in the first 3 days now.
Oh, maybe he's saving that up for tomorrow. Rayan Ahmed from the Dr. Vizzy end brings Gill forward, pushing into the offside. It'll be a single. 1-4-6 for 4. So, as we're by the coast, the local delicacy, put your teeth in, delicacy, therefore taking it, is fish curry.
Yeah, and the biryani in these parts as well. I mean, you would have seen and sampled some biryani, I'm hoping.
The odd one or several. As Rayan Ahmed goes in, Akshar Patel covers up, and there's no run.
And the fish curries that you've been sampling over the last few days, that is obviously a culinary delight here in these parts as well.
Yep, the Bay of Bengal is a mere stone's throw away as Rayan Ahmed goes in. That one hurries through on Akshar. He turns it to square leg. Anderson will field, throws at the non-striker's end, clatters into the timbers, and they will get an extra. They get 1 to the total for Anderson being able to hit the stumps from 35 metres away. Bonus run, 147 for 4, Goffey.
Well, you don't want to be giving any runs away. I mean, they've got a lead of 290 now. It's a big lead. And like I said, any other year, you'd be saying that's enough. But not with this England team. The belief in it, they'll bet they can chase anything.
The stumps here held in by cotton wool. It seems like the stumps come out of the ground every opportunity, even with a relatively gentle contact. Right, Rayan Ahmed around the wicket to Gill. Slip and leg slip. He's padded that one away because it pitches outside leg stump. Of course, we've seen the late, great Shane Warne do that a few opportunities. Even if you want to kick it away, you still have to make sure you get it right. Otherwise, you can look quite foolish. But Gill gets it right. He remains 69 not out, having faced 89 balls. He uses the bat on this occasion, clipping Rayan to short mid-wicket. And there's no run. 2 singles from the over. India's lead, 290. Coming in from the far end again, Rayan. Defensively played by Shubman Gill. And that is the over. It's TalkSport 2, TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel, bringing you the 5 matches of this series exclusively live. England 1-0 up. We're almost halfway through this second match, and these are the thoughts of the former England fast bowler Darren Gough.
It's been interesting, hasn't it, Ben Stokes, how he's used his spinners and how he's used them differently. We saw in the first test, but his chosen one was Hartley and Root. They tended to bowl most of the overs. In the first innings, he went for Bashir. He's the one who was his chosen spinner there. And in the second innings, he shared it around a little bit, but it looks like at the moment he's gone for Ahmed. And I think it'll be a Hartley who'll probably come back on after Anderson's finished his spell.
Well, he comes in to start a new over, and it's pushed out into the offside by Akshar Patel, and there is no run.
It's his 4th over in this spell, the first one obviously before lunch, and he's continued to bowl from this end. So 3rd over after the lunch break, and again, maybe a couple more overs, and he's obviously searching for that reverse swing, now coming round the wicket. And the breeze that we have seen here, light breeze yesterday and much more intense breeze on day 1, that blows from left to right from this particular end. So I think that could be one of the reasons why he's bowling from this end, this spell, and the morning spell came from the other end.
slip and a third slip waiting as Anderson goes in, solidly hits the middle of Akshar's bat, and there is no run. There was it's a big naval city, Visakhapatnam, and it's been a big sort of Indian Navy event over the last couple of days actually, so there were a lot of people in town for that, which may explain why there's an extra amount of people in the stadium today. It is Sunday. They have poured in. They're coming in, whether it's expectation or not, I don't know, or hope, or just to watch cricket, but they're here. Anderson goes in, Akshar Patel defends on the offside, and there's no run, Goffey.
Yeah, and what else India as well, at the moment in time, and making it harder for the captain is that left-right hand partnership. If it were two left-handers batting, obviously you'd go for Bashir, wouldn't you? You go the matchups, that's what use a big word now in cricket. But he's got a left-hander in Akshar Patel, right-handed Shubman Gill, so he's kind of trying to mixing his spinners up with that reverse swing of Jimmy Anderson, who's covering the ball up well when he runs into ball.
Just as you said, Bashir, he started to wheel his arms around to get loose. He's watching Anderson go in, and that is a straight dish ball that Akshar clips to mid-on. That could have been a world of trouble, but he plays it safely enough, and there is no run. Yeah, so Bashir is at square cover at the moment, just starting to move his arms around, just to be ready to go when called upon.
Liking how Akshar Patel is taking his time, because he's not going to miss any opportunity to score runs, so it's important for him to carry on for a bit here.
Anderson in, it's a drive ball that's played beautifully past Duckett, who is the man at short extra cover, and Shoaib Bashir will give chase, but the boundary will win. Lovely, lovely shot from Akshar. He goes to 14. The Indian lead is up to 294. They're 151 for 4, Goffey.
Well, that's a wonderful shot, isn't it, from Akshar Patel. We've seen him. We all know he can bat. He's gone anywhere from 8 and 9. Now he's at 6. We saw him in the last Test match coming up 4. So he's a terrific player. Wonderful, wonderful shape. A little in-swing to the left-hander from around the wicket. He just leant into it, Akshar Patel. Didn't have to hit it hard, just timed it. And Bashir, he seems to be the one guy who keeps running after the ball, and the ball keeps beating him to the boundary. He's not having much luck.
It is following him in that point of view. It's one of those heartbreaker ones that you get to within a couple of metres of it, and it is a relatively small playing area. The boundaries are only 60-odd metres or so. Giving him another 5 metres, he might make it, but unfortunately he runs out of real estate. Anderson in once again. That's a beauty. That's a Jaffa past the outside edge of Akshar's bat. It is through to Ben Foakes behind the stumps. It's the end of the over. 151 for 4 here on TalkSport 2. India lead by 294. Some more thoughts from Goffey, and then Neil Manthorpe will come in and tell you about our journey home in the car last night, which took so long he was taking up squatters' rights in the taxi.
Just on that last delivery there from Jimmy Anderson, so literally coming round the wicket, we know it's little reverse swing, but it's not about it going huge reverse swing. The more subtle it is, and that little bit of amount of movement, so if you're coming round the wicket to a left-hander and it just leaves him, that is enough to find the edge sometimes. And you've got to remember, back in the day when you have to Wasim Akram and Waqar Younis running in and bowling at 90 miles an hour, you don't have to make it move that much from around the wicket. The angles make it very difficult for the batters to face.
New over begins from Rehan Ahmed, and forward comes Shubman Gill. That one spins off his pad, pops up into the air. A few yelps of catch it, but don't think there was any bat involved. Pretty sure there wasn't. There's a slip, Zach Crawley, leg slip, Ollie Pope. Rehan Ahmed, down the wicket comes Shubman Gill, dismissively dispatching that back over the bowler's head and into the white top. Ball in front of the sight screen for 6. Terrific shot. There comes a point, doesn't there, Goffey, where all the batters can begin to play with the freedom in the knowledge that the game is almost safe.
Well, yeah, it is, but there'll also be that fear that this England team have done it only a few days ago in Hyderabad. So, yes, they're in the box seat, India, but they'll still want another 100.
Wonderful sweep shot from Shubman Gill, follows a 6 with a 4 behind square on the leg side. The significance of that 6 is that it brought the 300 lead up for India. They now, with that 4, lead by 304, with Shubman Gill rattling along on 79 from 94. 2 lives on 4, once given out LBW, overturned, once given not out LBW, reviewed, ball hitting the top and middle stump, but not enough of the ball hitting enough of the stump. 2 lives on 4, he's now 79. Take your chances.
And he's looking at different batter now with those runs behind his back. And very, very positive, very, very intent on making sure that those scoring opportunities are accounted for.
Here's Rian Ahmed now. The field is spread for Shubman Gill, who drives it through mid-wicket. It might be a spread field, but it's not spread far or wide enough. Johnny Bairstow couldn't get there at mid-on, long on, and it's gone through mid-wicket. Just beautiful timing. This is the Shubman Gill that Indian cricket lovers know.
Absolutely. I was just going to say that. You've taken words out of my mouth. This is the Shubman Gill we know. This is Shubman Gill we have been waiting for. I mean, obviously, it's a big, big challenge for him to change the way he bats. He's been batting in the middle order, in the top order, in domestic cricket, and then obviously was a makeshift opener in Test cricket. Takes this challenge head-on of coming at number 3. It hasn't worked for him in the last 11-12 innings, but suddenly it didn't work almost for him today either. I mean, got those 2 big shouts, but suddenly it's working and clicking.
Rian Ahmed in once again. Gill on the back foot, punches it to cover, fielded by Ben Stokes. Fires the ball into Ben Foakes, the keeper, and there's no run on this occasion. Shubman Gill now 83 off 96. There was a time early on in his career when his strike rate was 30. It's closer to 80 now. That one keeps low from Rian Ahmed from around the wicket. Shubman Gill goes back and then has to almost chop down on it just to keep it out. India flying along now. Rian Ahmed 1 for 49 from 11 overs, but the lead is 308. Goffey, you never know with this England team. I mean, there could be 2-3 quick wickets and they're suddenly back in it, but again, at the moment they're feeling under pressure. Yeah, absolutely under pressure. I say England just pipped that last session, but with India so far ahead of the game, it's going to be very difficult. England need some brilliance from someone in their side, whether it be a spinner or a seamer. They need to make things happen, and I think I've said yesterday, but they need to dismiss India today for less than 200, and it gives them some kind of chance to win the game. But a lead of 308, saying India are looking comfortable at the moment. Gill on 83 and Axar on 14. It's a long way back for England. Let's be honest, Goffey, and I know you like an honest word. When you say, here's Shoaib Bashir, bowls to the left-handed Akshar Patel, that drives it down the ground. When you say that England needs some inspiration from one of their bowlers, alternatively, they could do with some more generosity from the Indian batsmen, who have been quite generous in the series so far. The whole series been generous, haven't they? With the bowlers at times as well. That's right. Here's Shoaib Bashir, defended away by Akshar Patel. It's been, at times, something of a masterclass in how not to cash in. 2 obscure records, and the more obscure records are in cricket, the more Jared Kimber and I like them. Shoaib Bashir is in again, that's played defensively, and there's no run. In the first test in Hyderabad, the first time in test history that 3 of the top 6 have been out in the 80s. And then in the first innings in this test match, again, a first for test cricket. Here's Shoaib Bashir, turned away through the onside for another single out towards deep square leg. But I love this one. You just like, could you believe that it's never happened in test cricket before that numbers 3, 4, 5 and 6 in a test innings have got out between 25 and 35? Amazing. Doesn't surprise me. I'll tell you another one that would be worth looking up. I'll do it after this next ball. Just as you say that now, the bends are rearranging. The fielders, Foakes is waving his gloves around like he's helping an aeroplane taxi to its standstill point. He's done it now. He's put the ping pong bats away, pushed away out towards square leg, fielded by Duckett. Yes, Coffey? When you used to tour India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, most of the wickets would have been caught round the bat, right? Silly point, short leg, and then now they're all caught out in the boundary. How the game's changed when you tour India. Pushed away again by Shubman Gill out towards the square of the two short mid-wickets, Ben Duckett Fields. And there's no run. 166 for 4. The lead is 309. It doesn't feel like one of those pitches, though, does it, Goffey? I mean, crowd the batsman, sure, and that is the way it is. But it's also a result of how batsmen play these days.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the way people play. They used to have people surrounding the bat. You get spin, you get a bit of bounce, you get the other one keeping low, you get that bat squeeze. But now people are looking to be positive most of the time.
Yeah, I mean, it was when a team was in a largely defensive mode, and that's when they got crowded. That's when the short leg and the silly point and the silly mid-off and the leg gully and that's when you had sometimes 5 men around the bat. It doesn't happen these days. Rian Ahmed in to Axar Patel, short enough to allow him to go onto the back foot and punch it into the offside for a single. I miss those days, Harmy.
Yeah, me too. Well, yeah, yes and no, because I think this is much more enjoyable to watch, and the game's going forward literally from ball one.
When I say I miss them, I don't want them back.
No, I don't want them. Yeah, I know what you mean. There's a different skill to it, isn't there?
Rian Ahmed in low full toss, dipping on Shubman Gill. He has no problem nudging it out in the onside for a single.
Somebody mentally and physically in tune with their forward defensive shot, like Gladstone Small said about Jeffrey Boycott. You miss them a little bit because it's a war of attrition, but it's not exactly something which is fun to watch. This is.
Rian Ahmed in again, and Axar Patel back, and again pushes it into a gap on the offside. People used to watch Formula One because there was always a crash on the first corner. Like, you wouldn't want those days back.
No, you wouldn't want them days back, but that's probably the only part of the Formula One I do enjoy watching. The next 79 laps is meow. Can you imagine going to Formula One? It's like tennis, the ball going bump, 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 and people say cricket's boring. Yeah.
I'm not a Formula One man myself either, to be honest. Rian Ahmed in, forward comes Shubman Gill, nudges it out on the onside. Although I was a big fan of Nigel Mansell, mostly for his moustache.
Manners, but I think we've talked about this before, but in the test match we get to see 18 minutes of action, right? That's the bowler delivering the ball, fielders batting, all that sort of stuff. Everything else is kind of a pause.
Driven down the ground, Rian Ahmed tosses it up, and it's a single to long on, 172 for 4.
But you could argue that some of those other sports, it's a little bit more repetitive. The thing that you're like in Formula One, there's always action, but it's a little bit watching a car go around in circles. So it depends on what you like from different sports, right, and what you're looking for.
Rian Ahmed in again, tucked away by Gill out on the onside. Mind you, I'd rather watch Formula One than the American IndyCar 500.
Well,
where you just go round and round in a circle. Yeah.
Well, if you compare tennis to squash, so tennis is probably shorter rallies, right? Squash has much longer rallies. But I would argue that tennis is a slightly more visually appealing sport of the two, right? Even if the other one has more action in it. So it isn't always... I don't think it's always as simple as, when people say, oh, cricket's a boring sport. It's like, yeah, I think if you break it down, there's a lot of boring sports. We've all watched a marathon in our time. It's just people looking tired.
Still running quickly, though.
I'm not. I knew that you'd get upset as I run up. But you know what I mean? We're talking about it as a spectator sport. It is it not, people looking tired?
I find it staggering that people would watch a marathon running. Forward comes Shubman Gill again, plays defensively.
There's only one more staggering thing than watching marathon running, and that would be actually marathon running.
Here's Shoaib Bashir again, pushed away defensively on the onside, and there's no run. Just for those who may have missed that, Jared, you said that basically a day's test cricket is 17 minutes of action. Is basically
18 minutes,
saying.
Yeah.
Here's 18 minutes, pushed away out on the onside, and they go through for a single. I would accept that is perfectly possible, but that doesn't include the captain moving the
No.
fielders around and
Well,
having
when
a
I say
discussion
action.
and whatever. So action,
Yeah.
right? Okay, that's bowler
Batter,
balls,
fielder,
batsman,
fielder.
badge. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's 12 minutes if you discount the fielding.
Clipped away by Akshar Patel for a single out on the onside. India move on to 174 for 4.
So I think
Lead now
NFL
317.
and NFL and cricket are almost identical in the amount of actual minutes of play you see, but that doesn't mean that the rest of the time is not captivating, because people watch an NFL game for 4 hours and they watch cricket for 8 hours, right? So I'm talking about two slightly different things there.
Bashir in again, clipped away by Gould to square leg. Scott Taylor, our producer, just told me that it was NASCAR is the general term for.
I thought you meant
one
IndyCar.
Very long left-hand turn.
I thought you meant IndyCar, but I think
I
me,
did.
me and Goffey would be very good at that, as long as it's like a left-hand drive on the inside. We'd get round the bends a lot quicker if we're in the sort of left-hand seat.
Here's Shoaib Bashir again round the wicket. Comes Gill forward, clipping it to short mid-wicket. Ollie Pope fields. It is an amazing challenge, isn't it? Like, can you perform a left-hand turn for 3 hours?
3 hours just going round in a circle. Mind you, we spent 25 minutes in a taxi yesterday and got back to where we actually were. So, the taxi drivers in Vishakhapatnam, they take their time going in a circle. That was it. That was an excruciating journey home that last night, wasn't it?
It was painful. And then the day before that, we had a taxi driver who cunningly took a long cut.
It was like Judas Chalmers, wasn't it? I wish you were here. He was taking us all around Vishakhapatnam. It's the high points of the golf course and the dam and the prison.
The prison?
Yeah.
That's right, yeah.
Is it a
On our
particularly
left.
nice prison?
It's like something out of Prison Break.
On our left is the prison, and then just to make sure that we got a good view of it, Jared, he stopped on the highway. Not on the hard
Well,
shoulder.
you don't want to miss the prison. Out of all the prisons you've seen, Manners, where would you rate it? Top 25 prisons?
There's 3 marathon runners run past us, didn't it?
You know what, Jared? We weren't even close enough to get a proper look at it. I mean, it was like a
Maybe you
it was
get
a
another
gate.
trip back there.
We'll get a different taxi driver today. Tom Hartley's in with his left arm spin, driven by Akshar Patel for 4. Now India are galloping away with this innings at the moment. The runs are flowing. They were coming in a steady, controlled trickle before lunch, but it's someone's turned the tap on now, and Shubman Gill is flying. That is a beautiful shot from Akshar Patel, who moves into the 20s. Gill is on 87. The lead is 321, and the horse is galloping away, and Ben Stokes is looking for a lasso.
Yeah, it was overpitched again from Tom Hartley. Valiant effort from Rian Ahmed after a long spell, but still overpitched.
Here he is. That one keeps low, but Akshar Patel has no difficulty keeping it out. Yeah, I was thinking, does Ben Stokes go to Jimmy Anderson? Can you put the handbrake on from one end, Jimmy, please? He wouldn't do that, would he? He would still give him 2 slips probably, or a couple of short mid-wickets anyway. Here's Hartley once more to Akshar Patel. Just stands there in the crease and punches it out to duck it at mid-wicket.
If you remember back in New Zealand in that Wellington Test match, he had another bowler that who obviously just rolled his arm over in the nets, and he threw him for 3 or 4 overs just to try and change it up, and that was Harry Brook. I don't see any other batters England have that Ben could probably do that to.
Forward comes Akshar Patel again, playing defensively. The bowling options are as thin amongst the batters as I can ever recall in a Test match. The most that any of the top 7 have bowled, and I include Ben Foakes in that, was from Zach Crawley. Forward comes Akshar Patel again, playing defensively, out on the onside, and there's no run. Like literally, Duckett's bowled a couple of overs.
Well, he's
I've
a
got
keeper
my
as well, isn't he? Him and Pope are both keepers, and Foakes is a keeper. So that's what happens when you keep picking so many keepers.
Bairstow, that's number 4.
Oh, I forgot
4
that. There you
keepers.
go. I forgot the other keeper.
Yeah, so Zach Crawley has career figures of 0 for 33 from 11 first-class overs, and 0 for 17 from 2 List A overs. That's it. Clipped away for a single to mid-wicket. Yes, sir. Jared?
I wonder if I'm pretty sure he played in that game. I think it was Durham Kent at Beckenham, where it was like 600 plays 500. I've got a feeling I might have seen him bowl. Maybe it wasn't, but
I think Kent, everybody bowl for Kent?
Yeah, that might have been the
all
one.
10 outfield players bowl for Kent.
Could have been one of those. So Crawley has bowled 11 first-class overs. Ben Duckett has bowled 25 first-class overs. Pope, Bairstow and Folkes have bowled 1 each. The only wickets there, Duckett's got 2 for 99, and your challenge now, Jared. Ben Duckett's got 2 first-class wickets, 2 for 99 in 25 overs. Can you find them?
I will be able to find them. I meant to tell you something else as well, that there was a listener called Pranav who asked us if this is the most bends ever in Test cricket manners. I know that's right up your alley, but Gary Morgan looked it up. It is the most bends in Test match cricket. There's been 29 bends or Benjamins in the history of the game, Harmy. Probably not a stat for you.
No. One of the more famous ones, you know, a very good friend of mine played under 19 cricket with, the late great Ben Holyoke.
Shoaib Bashir to bowl from the DV Subbarao end as Shubman Gill is forward, playing it defensively, onto 88 now. 180 for 4.
Was Ben Holyoke a Benjamin? Most of them seem to be Bens now rather than Benjamins.
Yeah, Benjamin. I think he was Benjamin.
Shoaib Bashir, back of length delivery this time, and he's played it off his hips, set off for a quick single, does Shubman Gill.
I think he was Benjamin, because I think Adam's daughter's Benjana. I think he named her Benjana. I think that's what Adam's oldest daughter is. I think it was Benjamin Holyoke. What a player Ben was, by the way. Such a sad loss when he died in, I think it was 2002, I think. I want to say 2, but it might have been 3. I think it was 2 when England were out in New Zealand.
Cutting diagonally across the umpire now is Shoaib Bashir, bowling round the wicket to Akshar Patel with a slip and silly mid-off and a catching extra cover in position as well. But Akshar Patel batting this straight bat there and playing it defensively. Bashir once again, much more loop on this one, fuller, but not tempted is Akshar Patel, playing it defensively.
One for Goffey. I know he hasn't got cans on, he's not listening, but Bashir's now, when he's bowling around the wicket, he's coming from in between the stumps and the umpire.
Yeah, cutting diagonally across the umpire as Akshar Patel is forward and plays it again defensively, no run.
But the other day, the first innings, he was bowling from the right-hand side of the umpire, and I think that's what we're talking about, his action when he was going in to go and out.
This time banging it much flatter on the off stump, so Akshar Patel has room enough to rock back and play it towards deep point for a single.
And maybe that's the change that Jeetan Patel's seen over the course of that first innings when he bowled 36 or 38 overs, where when he bowled around the wicket, he came from sort of wide. If you go back from a start of his run up, he would start as wide as the sort of crease line, the white line that goes down the side, and then he'd run in towards the stumps. Then he would jump out and then let go of the ball. And I think that's what Darren was talking about. You know, first thing this morning, we're talking about will ECB England try and change Bashir's action to try and modify it to maximise it and get it best. And we might have just seen a sample size of what Goffey was talking about, early this morning, about when he's now coming around. When he comes around the wheel, he comes from in between the umpire, so he doesn't jump in to jump out.
It's a much better.
Hardly to start another over from the far end, and this time to Akshar Patel, who's a little forward on his crease and plays it towards mid-off for a single. Jared, you were saying?
It's a much better fix than actually trying to do, because I think there was too many moving parts before Army, whereas just saying, try this angle. And also, he's a young spinner. It should help him actually rotate his hips more this way, so it should work for him.
Back of length from Hartley, dropped it short as Gill plays it with soft hands towards point. James, the fielder there. So, I mean, he was coming closer to the umpire and then moving away. Now with this line, he's able to hold that direction and again deliver closer to the umpire is what Harmison and Kimber are saying, as Hartley bowls again. And Shubman Gill is forward, playing it defensively.
What we're saying is he's going towards the target where he's trying to bowl from, and then he's pivoting towards the area he's trying to bowl, as opposed to from when he was bowling yesterday around the wicket. He was running in towards the stumps, jumping out, and then going back around.
Yeah. Hartley again, Fuller, flatter, and Gill is forward.
He's also learning about himself, in the red ball arena. He's used to playing cricket, but not playing on multiple days and bowling lots and lots and lots of overs. And I think that's it's still a big learning curve for Shoaib Bashir, but signs are good.
This one stayed low from Hartley. Was a little outside the off stump, so Gill was able to cut it away. But James Anderson, he is stationed at backward point straight to him.
Signs are really good. I've really enjoyed watching him bowl. I think he's held length better than Tom Hartley. It was me and Awais Shah were talking, I think, in the back of the box yesterday about if something happened to Jack Leach.
Hartley for the last ball of this over as Gill drives it towards extra cover. No run there. And at the end of the over, it's 183 for 4. India lead by 326 runs.
I think if something would happen to Jack Leach, Jared, you'd look at Hartley. Hartley gives you the more all-round quality of the batting option. But I actually think in spin and isolation, I think I'd go with Bashir over Hartley because we go to England, you're going to play one spinner. I actually think Bashir looks as though he's more in control of what he's trying to do when it comes to bowling the red ball.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I suppose it depends on where you're playing as well. Because if you're playing on flat pitches, they might go with the guy who can bat a little bit more and field and everything else. Whereas in Asia, if you want a specialist spinner, Bashir makes maybe slightly more sense. I've got Ben Duckett's wickets here. Sam Northeast and Sam Robson.
Bashir starts another over and Akshay plays it defensively towards that silly extra cover position.
So 100% of his wickets are against Sam's, and two pretty good poles there, Harmy.
On the leg stump this time, straying, and Akshay Patel finds the fielder at 45, no run.
Yeah, one England batter and one Jared, you'd say, is in the bracket of one of the better players not to play for England in Sam Northeast. He's been talked about a couple of times, but every time he got runs and England were going well, and then he was having a shocker when England were looking for batters in that middle order.
Bit of change in the field as fielder in the deep comes into the point position and extra cover and is in catching, but cover and mid-off move back a bit deeper as Akshay Patel again defends this ball.
400, did he got 400? Yep. Was that last season? 400?
Yeah. It was a couple of years ago now, wasn't it? His 400.
Yeah.
Fuller this time on the middle and leg this time and clipped by Akshay Patel. There's a fielder stationed in the deep, that's Rehan Ahmed. He's been patrolling the deep boundary on both sides throughout the 3 days.
I think he's been brilliant from this whole series. I think he's been a little jack in the box. Never want Rehan Ahmed to change his outlook of the game. He is wonderful. He's got a great smile on his face in the mornings. He's either got a bat in his hand playing shadow batting when he's, if you watch him, you'd think he's about 75 not out, or he's spinning a ball while the other lads are playing football. He's spinning a ball thinking about the game, and he gives his everything in the field. What a great bundle of energy Rehan Ahmed is.
Bashir now coming much conventional round the wicket action to Shubman Gill, who turns it off his pads towards the leg side, towards the mid-wicket region. No run there, so we have fine leg up, 55, and we have square leg, mid-wicket, mid-on, and there's a fielder stationed at deep mid-wicket as well. So a packed leg side cordon for Shubman Gill. He's on 89. Drops it a bit short this time, but Shubman Gill is forward and defending. That's the end of the over.
I think he's made out of rubber as well, because he's always thrown himself on the ground. It's like he just, every time it seems as though he sets a challenge for himself that I can run, I can get this, just time it perfect where I have to dive. And it's like one of the young kids, the little kids who loves playing in the mud and just loves running and diving around. He really does, and he just bounces straight back up, throws the ball in. He is the innocence of youth is fantastic, and he's speaking to some of the players before 4 days play, and they just say he just loves the game of cricket. If he's not playing it, he's watching it, and if he's not watching it, he's talking about it, and that's not a bad thing, to be fair. It's a great quality to have in life. I hope that continues.
He even warms up with cricket. I mean, just will not go anywhere close to where the game of football is going on. The rest of the team, the rest of the squad, even the support staff, they're just all in there. Rehan Ahmed is not going anywhere close to that. He's just going to pick up his bat, pick up his ball. He's just going to walk around, run around, just warm up by himself, but he'll never go anywhere close to that game of football. As Tom Hartley is now at the far end, continuing his spell to Akshar Patel, bowling with a slip-in position. And this time on the leg side, no run.
Yeah, people would look at watching England warm up and they think, well, Rehan Ahmed, he's away from the lads and he's away from the rest of the group. He's not. That's by his choice. It's just his choice. He just loves cricket. I think it's by his choice. The team love him. He's a popular member of this group.
Hartley round the wicket to Akshar Patel, and this is dropped short a bit, and Akshar Patel is able to find the gap just past the fielder at mid-wicket and down to the fielder at long on for a single. 185 for 4 now. Shubman Gill on 89. He will take strike.
I think Rehan, just to finish on Rehan, I think he's one of the ones that's benefited the most of having Ben Stokes as captain, because Ben thinks the world of him and he's trying to encourage him all the time. He's always trying to get him in the game. He wants him to express himself when he's batting, all freedom.
Or warming up as backup length from Hartley, and Shubman Gill is back and defending. I mean, that's also a case of expressing yourself. I mean, if he doesn't want to be part of that football group, he just doesn't want to be. I mean, that's expressing himself.
Exactly. And, everybody talks about Bazball being kamikaze, getting big cricket shots. It's not. It's being the best version of yourself, and that's how Rehan does.
Hartley to Shubman Gill, this time fuller, almost a low full toss there, and Shubman Gill has played it towards mid-wicket. And the subject, Rehan Ahmed, subject of our conversation, he picks up the ball. A single as Shubman Gill moves into the 90s. And this is the 4th time in his test career that he's gotten into 90 plus in test cricket. 128 against Australia, 110 against Bangladesh, 91 against Australia, and now 90 against England as Hartley now bowling to Akshar Patel. There's a fielder at extra cover and at mid-off and at slip as he bowls back of lane to Akshar Patel, who turns it towards Ben Stokes, who's stationed at mid-wicket.
He really has played well, has Shubman Gill, and a bit like Ollie Pope for the first 20 balls in Hyderabad when he got 196.
Yeah.
He looked like a cat in a hot tin roof, thinking he could get out any time, and that's what happened with Shubman Gill in the first 20 balls. But since then, he's been excellent.
Hartley, this time fuller on the off stump. He drives it, does Akshar Patel, but finds the fielder at cover. So no run to end the over. 2 from that last one. 186 for 4. 329 the lead by. And yes, he was, just caught blind in the headlights with those 2 LBW shouts. I think within 7 or 8 deliveries, the 2 of them. But then, when the runs started flowing, especially that partnership with Shreyas Iyer, that confidence came back. And you could just see this is the Shubman Gill of old that we know, who strikes the ball so well. And I think that confidence has helped him recover. He was also playing well in the first innings, just didn't really carry on.
Yeah, and part of it, Cheaton, possibly the batter at the other end. If I was Shreyas Iyer, after having 2 LBW shouts like that, I think I might have just shouted "wake up" in his ears. Yeah. Come on, wake up! You're not getting a full stride in forward.
Bashir to continue, and he's round the wicket again to Shubman Gill, who is forward in defence. And they
possibly could have said that to himself.
Yeah, probably.
He could have walked away towards square leg and cursed himself, swore a couple of times, thinking, "Come on, Shubman, wake up! They're catching you on the crease here. Start moving properly."
And the good thing about that partnership was, after those 2 LBW shouts, as Bashir comes in to bowl to Shubman Gill, the slip in position, this time again taken almost on the full and driven to the fielder at short mid-wicket. They rotated the strike a lot immediately after that.
Good. Very good.
Yeah, and they were just taking those singles, rotating the strike, not running too hard, just taking those singles as Bashir. And he's gone for a slog sweep this time, does Shubman Gill, and picks up a boundary at square leg. Fuller on the middle and leg, and just went for that slog sweep. Gimme ball, and he's moved on to 94 now. 190 for 4.
Yeah, Ben Stokes has brought Ben Duckett into the ring, so he's given Shubman Gill the freedom on the leg side. Shoaib Bashir around the wicket, pitches it around about middle stump. So Shubman Gill's knows from that line and that length, when it turns and bounces and goes with it, you just got to hit it up. You just got to ride the bounce and keep going with it up to get it over what you would say the imaginary 30-yard circle. It was a good shot.
1 hit away from the 100 that he has been searching for, but he's forward this time and playing it defensively towards the fielder at short mid-wicket. And just to come back to that rotation of strike helped him settle down, calmed his nerves perhaps as you said, woke him up, and he's not looked back since.
I know Ollie Pope did that in Hyderabad. That was a difference between England and first and second innings, and that's how Shubman Gill's got to the position he's in.
And now again forward this time, and plays it defensively towards that mid-wicket position. So one big shot away. We saw Yashasvi Jaiswal get to his 100 with a 6. Not sure if Shubman Gill is in that bit of hurry, at least. If temptation is there, he might go for it.
Ben Stokes has just given himself some room down here right in front of us.
Very, very straight, long on position as clipped on middle and leg. There's a fielder in the deep, and they are able to cross over for 2 runs to end the over. It's 192 for 4. Shubman Gill 96 not out, 4 away from 100 that he's been searching for. Jared.
Just on that last over, did you notice, Hami, that when he was bowling to Shubman Gill, Bashir, he came around the umpire again rather than through the umpire? So I'm not sure how comfortable he feels with it, or whether to the right-hander he's happy to become wide of the wicket, because it does actually gives him a very good angle, and whether for the left-hander he wants to come closer to the wicket or what the situation is. But it's a fascinating thing to watch a young player sort of experiment with his game. It feels like he doesn't quite know exactly what he needs to do at the moment.
Yeah, no, but he might think, if I need to get closer to the stumps because it's left-hander, this is my best option. If he feels as though that wider angle is more suited coming through, then at this moment in time, that's what suits him best. I can only try and put myself in his mind to make him feel as comfortable as possible.
Back of length from Taufa Hartley, and Akshar Patel has pulled it in front of square. He'll find the boundary there and get a 4 to his name. It's his 4th boundary. He's moved on to 32. It's 196 for 4. Start of the 51st over for India. It's 339 runs in lead now.
Freebie, really was a freebie for Akshar Patel. A drag down from Tom Hartley from around the wicket, turning back into the left-hander, pitched between 6 and the 8 metre length. He's now coming over the wicket.
Bowling with a slip-in position is Hartley to Patel, this time Fuller, and he clips it past the fielder at mid-wicket, who was a bit straighter, and Ben Duckett at long on will come into play as they cross over for a single. It's 197 for 4, but more importantly, it's Shubman Gill on 96 not out, as there is a buzz among the crowd, half of them standing on their feet, hoping for that scoring shot to come through. 96 not out. The partnership worth 75 now.
I don't think he needs to go and chase it. I really don't think he needs to go and chase it. I think there's a ball here with his name on as deep point comes up. Dan Lawrence comes up from deep point, and I think Ben Stokes is inviting Shubman Gill to say, right, if you want your one big shot away, can you hit it over the top?
Yeah, come and take it, as Hartley round the wicket now to Gill, who's forward and defending that one. So the field, as Hami said, has come in. We have a fielder at extra cover, and at backward point. There's also silly mid-off in position, as also I would say a regular mid-off, which is deeper and much squarer. So 5 on the front in the offside, and there's a slip in position as well. Hartley again to Shubman Gill, who's forward with a big stride and defending. He's not taking the bait, not yet.
Not yet, but no, I wouldn't. I think I'd be
saying hurry
to myself, not so much there's no hurry, I'd just say there's a ball with my name on here for a 4. England have been bowling the odd half tracker, the odd full ball. Just bide me time, I'll get it.
And again forward, but this time gets a bit of an inside edge as he turns the bat, closes the face towards the leg side, takes a single, moves on 97.
See, that's the way you think, Gavin. You're thinking
the thing about
4. You're waiting for the 4. You can actually do it in singles, you know.
Yeah, you can do it in singles, but what's the fun in that? And I know one person who would not, right? Darren Gough, 96 not out. All he can see is 4. This ball's gone for 4. He's got a little Spanish waiter on his left shoulder going, you can hit it for 4, Darren. You can hit it for 4, Darren. You can hit it for 4.
Guess what, Army?
As Hartley comes. He comes over the wicket as Akshar Patel defends. Yes, Guffey.
Guess what?
Yeah, but you've got the other one on the right shoulder saying, no, you can't. No, you can't. No, you can't.
The 100 I got I was on 99, and guess how I got to 100?
Did you pull it for 6
No,
or
it was a
reverse
4.
sweep it for 6?
It was a 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
4, of course, with a 4. It's a drinks break now at Waisak. Second session on day 3. We're halfway through the second session. 198 for 4. 51 overs have been bowled in the Indian second innings. Lead by 341 runs. You're listening to us on TalkSport 2, as also on TalkSport Cricket's YouTube channel. And you're always welcome to leave your comments for us on X, formerly Twitter, as well as on the YouTube channel. And we'll take your comments. A word from Darren Gough, and then the inimitable Harsha Bhogle.
Yeah, good position now, India. Shubman Gill under a bit of pressure. He was all over the shot when he walked to the crease. Him and Shreyas, 2 nervous players. Not got many runs of late. But he's sitting now at drinks at 97, not out. 3 away from what would be a good 100. Just 128 balls. He's been at the crease. And he's guiding India to a good lead, which is almost, not yet, and not an impossible chase. It could be for England. Asha, how are you, mate?
Doing well, thank you. Steve Harmison just going to put his feet up. Doubtless you've had your discussions on breakfast already, so I won't start that again. I'll tell you what's apparent when we watch here is the fact that these are inexperienced spin bowlers. This track is still pretty good. There's no Joe Root available. Anderson's bowled his spell, and it's down to 3 very inexperienced spinners. It's just starting to show. It's inevitable that it will show. It's just, it's wonderful that it hasn't come through so far, but it's just starting to show a little bit. That lead of 341, you watch play out there at the moment, you don't think 341 is a winning target. But you never know how it will be when more experienced bowlers bowl on it.
I was just saying, Asher, and you'll know your history on cricket, and you go back just a couple of years and you're thinking anybody chasing over 270 in the last innings of a test match, odds on you're going to lose, right? But now, the way England play and the way a few other teams play around the world, you start thinking, 350's gettable, 360, 400, this England team, the way they score, short boundaries straight, quick outfield. Can they get there? But I don't think they can. I really don't. I'm hopeful, but I just don't think they can with the likes of Bumrah, with that reverse swing, and the spin of Ashwin, who's not been at his best so far this series, by the way. Ashwin, Akshar Patel and Kuldeep, who provides that mystery in this side, and England batting last.
You make a valid point. England have maxed 8 out of their last 10 chases. So it doesn't seem to matter to them. The question is, how are they going to keep this under 400? They need a moment of inspiration. The best bowling today was that first spell by Jimmy Anderson. And Stokes is going to keep looking at Anderson all the time, but he's got to find someone else to look at. Shubman Gill's looking good on 97. This partnership is 76. There's a fair bit of batting to come. Kona Bharat, the wicket keeper, he can bat. On this ground, when he plays Ranji Trophy cricket for Andhra, he averages 60. Ravichandran Ashwin can bat, and really when your lead is 340, you're looking at an 18 here, a 23 there, maybe a 12 from a number 10. You add all that up, you go past 400.
Exactly. And we're all in hope, and we all believe, because we've seen what England can do. But realistically, a lead of 341, it's going to be minimum 400, 420. It's probably out of England's reach, but they'll have a good go at it. Like I said, the short boundaries, quick outfield, they'll back themselves, and that's the way this England team think. But realistically, they can't get there, surely.
Now, the other factor is we haven't seen Joe Root on the field again. Here's Shoaib Bashir, starts a new spell immediately after drinks, and Shubman Gill is playing it rather easily off his pads out to Duckett at square leg. There's a slip, a shortish mid-wicket, and just a little behind him, not too far from him, is Duckett. So 2 fielders in that little arc on the offside as Gill goes forward and defends another one. That's flatter from Shoaib Bashir. Time to say good afternoon as well to Kevin Peterson.
Hello, Ash, and it's afternoon here, morning in the UK. 97. Oh, it's a horrible number.
Well, he's off it now because he's playing that off the back foot well to the wide of the man at square leg. He's gone up to 99. And our effects microphones will be bringing you the sound of the crowd, eager, excited, not afraid to voice it. India bring up 200 as well. Right, what's Stokes going to do? Player on 99. Last went past 15 March of last year. He's come through a lean patch, averaging about 20 in his last 11 innings or so. Shoaib Bashir to Shubman Gill, off the back foot, turns it away behind square. He wants a single, he'll get it. 100 that will bring a great deal of relief. 100 that will bring a great deal of joy for a cricketer we've been talking about for such a long time now. Wonderful young player, and now he's got 100 behind him. Well played, Shubman Gill.
A very relieved Shubman Gill. They weren't the celebrations that we saw from Yashasvi Jaiswal, who took off his helmet, dropped his bat, made a little manoeuvre. There was a very, very calm Shubman Gill here, a Shubman Gill that waltzed to the other end, and when he was past the stumps, he took his helmet off very, very slowly. He then turned around and walked back towards his dressing room and just sort of held his bat by his shoulder. And you could see the relief on his face to get this 100. And these guys, they play under tremendous pressure. The weight of expectation is like nothing in any country. The religion that cricket is here in India.
Round the wicket goes Bashir to the left-handed Akshar Patel, pushes down the ground, doesn't get a single.
KL Rahul and Virat Kohli are going to come back for the next test match. That's what the rumour is, and that's what the word is. The opportunity here with Gill and Shreyas Iyer, who started today batting together. Well, whoever got runs was probably going to stay. Shreyas Iyer didn't get runs. Gill's got 100. He'll stay, and he'll stay for a long time.
Round the wicket to Akshar Patel, plays out on the onside, he won't get a run. India lead by 344, 201 for 4. Akshar Patel is 33, and now Shubman Gill, 100 from 132 balls. Yes, KL Rahul will come back. Do you have a mole somewhere that tells you Virat Kohli is coming back too? Because if you do, you're in possession of information that everybody wants.
I might.
Oh.
But I don't know. I don't know. These things can change on a dime. He was in Hyderabad and he left Hyderabad. Family is very, very important for Virat Kohli, and he's achieved what he's achieved in the game, and many will wish that they could have achieved half of what Virat Kohli's achieved in the game of cricket. So he is allowed time to spend with his family, and he is allowed the luxury of almost picking and choosing because of what he has done in the game. What he likes to pick is bat. He loves picking to bat. So obviously it's a situation that has overridden that, which is absolutely right for him.
Hartley starts a new over, and Gill goes forward and pushes. Interesting field now. There's a slip, a backward point, a short mid-off and a short cover. In between the short cover and the backward point is a cover. Mid-off is not too far back, is wide, a little behind where traditional mid-off would be. Then mid-on, and two people back on the boundary. Presumably, I can't see them. Hartley bowls, and Gill goes forward and defends. Darren Gough still with us, 100 for Gill. What do you make of that?
Yeah, fantastic. I said very nervous when he first got to the crease, but come back really, really well and played some wonderful shots.
It's amazing, isn't it? It's a game of centimetres. It was less than a centimetre that saved him twice. A little inside edge and then a DRS, which turned out to be umpire's call. Goes forward to the next one from Hartley and pushes on the offside. It was 17 when that outside edge just went past slip. Last 83 runs have been untroubled and stylish.
Yeah, he got a referral early. He got another referral early. So he had two referrals, and then he got that nick. But that won't be spoken about, or maybe it will, ever so slightly. There's another good, beautiful shot through the onside. Wristy work off the back foot through mid-wicket.
Look, everyone has their moments of luck or bad luck sometimes, but you have your moments of luck. It's what you do when luck is in your corner that determines how far you go, and he's got 84 of those once luck decided was going to sit on Shubman's shoulder.
There was a great golfer. I don't know if it was Gary Player or Tom Watson. They said, "Rather be lucky than good."
Hartley now to the left-handed Akshar, goes back to one that's turning into him, plays it back to the bowler.
I was supporting Gill the other day on social media, just talking about the numbers that Callis had. Callis averaged 22 in his first 10 Test matches. So please give Shubman Gill a break, allow him to flourish. And I copped a bit of abuse, actually. I've taken it on the chin. So I've just, while you were talking there, flicked a little message out and said, "Thank you, Shubman Gill."
53 overs gone. It's 202 for Hartley. Now has 1 for 65. No, it's not over yet, because the little bugle sounds and he's got to bowl it again.
Give it a free hit. We want a free hit, Murray. It's all too pedestrian at the moment.
But I'm very interested in knowing why you worry about these poor, sad, angry people on social media who say nasty things. Let them be. That's their calling in life.
Harsha, I can tell you something for free right now. If I worried, I wouldn't be anywhere near social media.
Good on you.
Believe you me. Try and have my feed for a day.
I think I know where you're coming from. Up comes Hartley, bowls that again, and off the back foot, playing it out square is Akshar Patel. This time it's definitely the end of the over. 1 for 66 from 17. Akshar 33. Gill 101. And if Darren Goff's finished laughing, he might get a word in.
Well, he's getting more like Jeffrey Boycott every day, is Kevin Peterson. Absolutely. He loves it. He puts it out there, doesn't he, to get it back. So it's good. But I saw that, and it's a good point. Some players, slow starters, but you can see the quality. And Shubman Gill played some wonderful shots. Once he had that little bit of luck, that shot down the ground was the turning point for me. And from then on, absolutely fantastic.
And he's got shots everywhere. He's slightly old-fashioned in that he doesn't play these lap sweeps, reverse sweeps too much. A lot of his shots are in front of the wicket in the old-fashioned V. The newer V that you see in T20 cricket, the newer V, that's from third man to fine leg.
Yeah, it's the 360 V, isn't it?
Yeah, he's good through the onside, though. 51% of his runs have come in front of the wicket on the onside.
Yeah, with his batting grip and the way that he picks the bat up, he's very strong through the leg side. Very strong over the leg side as well. Just picks his bat up in that way. Top Test scores we're seeing here for Shubman Gill. 128 he got in Ahmedabad. Got 100 against Bangladesh. Got 100 here in this Test match, of course. He got 100 in Brisbane. Most of his hundreds and runs have been in the subcontinent. He's going to want to start travelling well now, Shubman Gill. 90 in Brisbane was good, very good.
Played very well there. Bashir starts a new over. He's played it really fine, but there is a man at 45 in the deep, and he will restrict the scoring to a single. He goes up to 102. The great Sunil Gavaskar often used to say, when you get to 100, stare the non-strikers in for a while. Let the emotions just subside. The awareness that you've got somewhere where you wanted to. And so he's back at the non-strikers end.
No way. You want to bat. You've got 100, you want to bat. You're seeing the ball massive. All the pressure is off. It's the most free-spirited you can be when you're batting. Why would you want to stand at the non-strikers end?
I'll pass your comment on to him. As Akshar Patel goes forward, plays a bit against the turn, plays it just in front of square, and has to hurry across for the single as the throw comes to the non-strikers end. But he'll complete it safely. He's pretty much playing the supporting cast here. He's on 34. As Gill has gone to 100 and passed it, 102 not out. And India now lead by 348. You got a number in mind that England would say, maybe not.
I think India know that there's so much time left in this game. They just want to bat all day. Speaking to Rahul Dravid this morning, he just wanted his team to bat for one day. Just bat the whole day. There's 41 overs left in the day's play, so we've just gone past halfway.
The other aspect of English cricket is, in this side with the spinners, they bowl their overs very, very quickly.
Well, sometimes. They didn't in Hyderabad.
India didn't. England were okay, I thought. No?
Not in Hyderabad.
Gill goes forward to the next one from Bashir and pushes back down the ground. The first day here, they bowled 93 overs in a day.
Much better in this Test match. Much, much, much better. I think the The alarm bells are ringing. They can't keep losing as many points as they are in the World Test Championship. The way they're playing, the way they're winning.
Gill goes forward out on the onside. There is a mid-wicket there. He can't get a run. There was a time, and since Goffey mentioned Jeffrey Boycott, there was a time when 120 overs were bowled in a day. That's what you expected. 6-hour days, 20 overs. Bradman's 1948 side. I just mentioned Jeffrey just like that. You do know Jeffrey is the only player that I know who's made a double 100 and been dropped from the next test because he scored his runs too slowly. I never forget to remind him of it when we meet. Just drifts down the leg side, that next one from Bashir, and beats the little push on the onside.
So you're saying Boyks wouldn't have been a good T20 player, Harsh?
He would have prized his wicket. And 120 balls later, he'd be prizing his wickets too.
I was playing my second test match in 2005 in the Ashes, and I walked into the lift on after the first day's play, and Jeffrey was walking in. I think he had a Louis Vuitton and a one of these other big brands. He had
Bashir bowls and Gill goes forward exaggeratedly in defence. 54 overs gone. 205 for 4. India lead by 348. Gill 102. Akshar 34. And what's the story?
Yeah, and I was just waiting for you to finish that over. So it was the Louis Vuitton. He might have actually had 2 Louis Vuitton bags in his hand. I said, whoa, Jeffrey. I said, you've been spending some cash. He says, if you play as many tests as I do, you'll be shopping at the same shops as me. I was only playing my second test match, and I didn't think I'd play 5. So I said, wow. I said, one day, Jeffrey.
Goffey, did he buy those 2 bags? Come on, tell us. Did he buy those 2?
Yeah,
probably
in
got
Dubai.
given them.
Yeah, he bought them in Dubai. Knowing Jeffrey. So, yeah, an absolute legend, though, Jeffrey Boycott. What a player. But I'll tell you what, I'll ask you two guys as well. You played a lot in India. How the game's changed, because normally wickets in India, you'd have men all around the bat, and most of the wickets would be there, and that's how you'd be looking. These days, you've seen a lot of 20s, 30s, 40s in these 2 test matches. People caught everywhere. You're no longer getting as many wickets around the bat.
No, and that's been a feature of certainly where the players are batting. You saw that in the first innings in Hyderabad as well. A lot of them caught in the deep, trying to force the pace. You saw that here in the first innings. It doesn't matter as a bowling side, KP, I'd imagine, how you get the wickets as long as you get them. But you get the feeling watching this young Indian side that a few wickets have been frittered rather than earned.
Yeah, the guys are playing a lot better now, and they are hitting the ball harder. And so it's almost taking out that silly point and that short leg position. The guys are quick on their feet, and they're hitting sweepers harder, and it's just because of the shorter form of the game.
Rehan Ahmed starts a new over. He bowls, and with the turn, it's flicked on the onside by Akshar Patel, just out to mid-on. He won't get a run.
Short leg and silly point come into the game when batters are just prodding away, and how often do you see batters prod? We did see it in the first innings. Duckett was caught at silly point with a little prod, but ordinarily he's sweeping, he's reverse sweeping. You probably won't see him prod in the second innings.
Locked in defence on that occasion is Akshar Patel. Again, flatter ball from Rehan.
So it's the different type of player now that we're watching bat. Happy to hit a sweeper hard, happy to hit down the ground. Boundaries are not big enough for these guys.
Pushed through again by Rehan. Still in defence is Akshar Patel on the offside. Ollie Pope, I think it is at cover. He'll want to play a big innings in the second innings. Someone's got to play a big one.
Kev's right there, you
Ideally.
know. Sorry, the mentality now of a batter is, but if an off-spinner's bowling, they don't want to get caught around the back.
Here's Rehan again, short again, and Akshar can't take advantage of it, just tucks it around the corner, can't get a run.
A very interesting field, though, right now. Ben Stokes at mid-off and Johnny Bairstow at mid-on. They've both come up, they're almost standing alongside the umpire. So they're saying to Akshar Patel, come on, hit it. Hit it. Now mid-on, which is Ben Stokes, is standing right next to the batter. So they're literally just saying to Akshar, if you're brave enough, get half a bat on it. Hit it. Hit it.
Akshar pops it up on the onside, but there is no short leg, and it goes to short backward square.
So they're inviting something here now. Ben Stokes has had enough of them knocking it around.
I'm not sure Akshar will take a chance. He's very lucky to get this number 6 slot. He wants to make the most of it. Well, he does go over mid-on for 4, and not too far above Ben Stokes' head was leaping in the air. Was Stokes searching for the ball. Oh, what was I just saying? Akshar may not do it. Plays the big shot, gets the boundary, goes up to 38 with the last ball of that over. It's 209 for 4. The challenge was offered, the challenge was taken. The result went in the batter's favour.
Well, that would have been brilliant captaincy. Let's just be honest about that for a moment, because he brought him up, and anybody would be tempted to try and take on Ahmed over that left-hander, turning into him over mid-on, and it was not far away, and that would have been a bit of brilliant captaincy from Ben Stokes.
Wouldn't have been the first time. Won't be the last either. England would have loved that one to have stuck though. 209 for 4, the lead, 352. Just heard Harsha mention what number for England. Well, there's what, a session left of today after this one. 6 sessions left in the games. This test match has kind of gone at 100 runs a session. That probably means England will go 700. They'll chase anything. They will chase anything.
Bumrah, there's a guy called Jasprit Bumrah, and he's the player that England will have to watch out for, and he's the guy. And then I also think that Akshar Patel is on this wicket going to be very dangerous. Gets that bounce, which is in this wicket now, and has been all test match.
Bashir to start a new over from our end, and it's bringing the batter Shubman Gill forward, and he's pushing out on the offside, no run.
Interesting field now, guys. You want to explain it? Where there's Duckett that's almost behind the umpire. Straight, isn't he?
It's a great spot, Goffey, because there's actually a pillar in the way. I've actually got to leave around that. You're absolutely right. Duckett is right behind the umpire as Bashir bowls, and it just drops out on the offside. He is just on the onside of straight, down behind the advertising logo on the outfield. So, yeah, he's covering both sides effectively. It's a long stop in reverse.
I've never seen that before. That's an unbelievable position.
Bashir in, gives that one a little bit of air, turned on the onside. Stokes fields no run.
MS Dhoni used to have this field to Kieran Pollard whenever the Mumbai Indians played against CSK, because he was so brutal straight down the ground. Saw him out actually once or twice in exactly that fashion. Kieran Pollard playing in the SA20 now, and he's had that field again. Teams playing against my Cape Town, he's had that field. So news spreads. Now the same field is happening here for Bashir. Ben Duckett that you were talking about was on the boundary, is right now stood next to Akshar Patel, the non-striker. So there is nobody straight apart from a deep mid-wicket, which has come in between where you would normally have a long on and a deep mid-wicket. It's Dan Lawrence. So he's inviting the sweep, the slog sweep, the doink down the ground.
Well, that's England's theory, isn't it? If it's easier to get someone out who's playing a shot than just blocking it. In goes Bashir. It's pushed into the offside, and they will take a single. Shubman Gill will be able to come back for a second, because Johnny Bairstow didn't pick it up cleanly. So it's 2 more. It's 211 for 4. The lead, therefore, 354.
Well, he's trying to buy a wicket now, isn't he, Ben Stokes? He's realised it's getting to the point now where it's going to be almost impossible. So he's trying to buy a wicket and then hope for a miracle.
You're right, absolutely right, Goffey.
Bashir in, right arm over the wicket. It's just covered up by Shubman Gill, drops it into the offside no run. You might hear some huge cheers. Just down to our right, Simon, the Barmy Army trumpeter, has changed positions, and he's come into the part of the stand where just by our window. And there's England fans in there as well as Indians, and they're having a great old time at the moment. Bashir goes in, bowls. Now there's a ricochet. Is there a ricochet catch to Folkes? He wants it off of Shubman Gill. Shubman Gill is just standing there. England do have 3 reviews left. I have to say, Stokes' body language is not necessarily of a man who is going to make the T shape. Well, shows what I know. He does make it. He's going to ask Chris Gaffney to get in touch with Paul Rifle, and we will have a decision to make on whether there was a touch on this or not. Coffee, what's your gut thought?
Well, he ain't got a great success rate, Stokes, here at doing this. This is the one thing he hasn't got right in the series so far, but it's worth a look. They need to buy a wicket. They need a wicket. Strange shot from Shubman Gill.
TV umpire director,
he was 0 for 8 on reviews earlier. I think that might have been another one. I have to say, I've just looked to the back of the commentary box. If you're watching it on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel, you'll have just seen Steve Harmison raise his finger. He thinks this is out. So, now we get to see the replays. It's a reverse. He misses the bat. I think that hits the glove.
Okay, it looks like it could have come off the glove. Could we have Ultra Edge, please?
So now we're going to go to the technology, which is surely going to show that there was a sound as it hits something, and it does look like it hits the glove. This could be Shubman Gill. This could be a big, big moment for England.
Through.
It misses the bat.
Just run that through and freeze it. Run that through, please.
Wow.
It misses the bat and looks like it hits the glove to me.
And freeze it there. We've got ball on glove. Can we see where the ball went there and make sure the catch is completed?
So the third umpire is satisfied it has hit the glove. It loops up in the air.
It is completed. Thank you. I'll go back on field. Now we have ball on glove. We'll get you to change the decision to out. Signal now. Thank you.
And Chris Gaffney makes the signal to say, sorry, I got that one wrong. That is out. Shubman Gill has gone for 104 from 147 balls. England have a breakthrough. India are 211 for 5. The lead now, 354.
Yeah, big wicket for England. Shubman Gill played so well after a poor start. A slow start, should I say, not poor start. Had a little bit of luck, but played some wonderful, wonderful shots in that innings. And it's, again, you get to 100, you relax. You play shots that you wouldn't normally do, and Shubman Gill, we've been talking about, he likes to hit the ball down the ground. He doesn't really reverse sweep, but he brings it out. Once he was confident, he got that 100, and it was his downfall. Bashir, bit of turn, bit of bounce, hit the glove, and Ben Foakes, he was convinced. They weren't quite sure, England, but he got it right, and they got a wicket. 211 for 5 now.
And KS Barrett walks to the wicket, the local man, the man whose face is all over posters in and around this stadium. And they need him to occupy the crease. He made 17 in the first innings before being caught by Bashir for the bowling of Rayan Ahmed, 6th man out. So it's Akshar and Barrett at the crease. If you are just joining us this Sunday morning in the UK, if the alarm clock has just gone off, well then the news to tell you is that India, they closed 28 without loss yesterday. James Anderson removed Rohit Sharma and Jaiswal in the space of a few overs this morning. He bowled Rohit with an absolute worldie, swinging in, pitching and moving away and grazing the outside of off stump. 13 from 21 balls, that was 29 for 1. And then Jaiswal caught by Joe Root after the bowling of Anderson for 17, that was 30 for 2. Shubman Gill survived a big LBW shout as he got a feather on that particular delivery. He didn't know anything about it, and they reviewed it more by hope than expectation and got away with it. He's gone on to make 100. Hartley and Rayan have got the other wickets, and India are 5 down. It is Rayan Ahmed to bowl to Akshar Patel. Turns through square leg for a single. 213 for 5. Steve Harmison has moved in alongside me. Well, England kind of needed something like that to happen, didn't it? It didn't really matter how, as long as it happened.
Yeah, it's not about how, it's about the desperate need of the wicket. 355 runs is starting. Well, I think it is a long way for England, even this Ben Stokes side to come back from. But Again, good confidence builder, more confidence builder for Rehan, for not only for Rehan Army, because I think Rehan's bowled quite well as well, but Shoaib Bashir, and keeping his momentum, his development going. I thought he bowled excellent in the first innings. Somebody who's been on debut, and again in this innings he's held length really well when good players playing against him.
Rehan goes in on the back foot. Is Barrett pushing out on the offside? That's the first ball of his innings. No run.
And fair play to Stokes, who kept it going. He knows he's got a risk going for runs, and leaking more and more runs because he's trying to get the wickets. And he brought the fielders up, said to Shubman Gill, there's a gap there for you, can you reverse sweep through it? And he's picked up the wicket. And like I said before, I'm pleased for young Bashir, because I think he's had a very impressive debut. Numbers might not show it, but I think he has.
Rehan Ahmed is in. Barrett is opening the blade, pushing wide of the second slip that's in place. That is Ollie Pope, and there's no run to duck it. England have fielded really well in this match. They've caught really well in this match. More on that in a moment. Rehan Ahmed goes in. There's a bit of loop on that one. It's pushed back to him by Barrett. Rehan can't stop it. Stokes will have to go and gather it in, and a single to be taken. If you weren't with us earlier, to get rid of Shreyas Iyer, Ben Stokes has taken an absolute worldie. Off of Hartley, Shreyas came down the pitch, went inside out, over long off. Ben Stokes from deep mid-off ran out towards the stands and took it over his shoulder. Oh, Rehan's bowled an absolute filthy half-tracker there. But to be fair, Akshar's done well to help round to fine leg, and there's 4 more to the total. 217 for 5. And then Folkes has just taken a really good one from Patidar there, off Patidar earlier, and the one to get rid of Gill. So England have fielded really well in this game, but I'm afraid Rehan Ahmed won't particularly want to see a replay of that one, Harley.
No, he'll not want to see that one again. But they get wickets them. You just look at the Afghanistan one where Angelo Matthews, that's exactly the same delivery.
Yeah.
He just didn't fall on his stumps.
Rehan goes in. Akshar is deep in his crease on that occasion, pushing out on the offside. No run, one run to the total. Ends the over here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. India 218 for 5, the lead, as I say, 3-6-1. Grounders continue to fill up. It's so full today. The sold out signs went up pretty early, and the vast majority of people are here. There's a lot of people out the back grabbing a late lunch, 1:45 this Sunday afternoon. The ice cream sellers are wandering around, along with the people selling drinks.
I know it's a shame. In Hyderabad, we had a door which got us onto the little balcony outside. I think if we had one of them doors, it would be very, very comfortable for me. And I think the ice cream seller might have done some extra business, because I think there's a few lads in here might have getting an ice cream thrown up.
Well, you were in your hog heaven yesterday when you found out there's a pizza place that delivers. There's a pizza stand in the ground that delivers to your seat. Well, starting you over with Bashir, bowling right arm over to the left-handed Akshar. He remains 44 not out. Jared picks up his microphone, so
now I'm excited.
He's got something to impart.
I thought I'd missed out on some pretty special food in India, and now I find out they bring pizzas to your chair.
Exactly. Slightly shorter from Bashir. It's slapped out onto the offside. Ollie Pope will field no run.
Mind you, like Jared, the lunches here have been fantastic. Really have been good. Hyderabad was good.
No
but
reason
here
just having
has
one
just
lunch,
gone
though,
to
is
it.
there, Harmy?
No. Do I look like a lad who only has one lunch?
It was 5 bowls of soup yesterday for Harmy. Bashir goes in, some loop on that one over the wicket to the left-handed Akshar. Clips too wide mid-on, and they take the single. 219 for 5.
What kind of pizzas are we talking about? A well-known brand or something a little bit more boutique?
No. Something that you can quite associate a game played by people of a certain generation.
Yeah, old men. Not good.
Okay. I get that one. I think that you can get the same at Wankhede. I think Wankhede has a pizza stand as well.
Yeah, I put a picture of the guy delivering it, because there was a guy just down beneath us yesterday had ordered, and I put it out on social media, and apparently there's quite a few of the grounds in India now do it. So fair play to them.
It used to be a big thing in Australia as well. Army might remember that. They used to get pies and sausage rolls and all sorts of things delivered in Australian grounds, especially the MCG.
Bashir is in. Coming forward is Barrett, plays quietly, no run. Well, Mickey Quinn, of course, the former Newcastle and Coventry player, tells the story. I think he was at Portsmouth at the time, because his autobiography was Who Ate All the Pies. Someone threw a meat pie onto the pitch, so he said, I did the only thing I could do was take a bite of it and then throw it back. Bashir.
I've seen a couple thrown at England players before as well.
Bashir is in, and it's turned through square leg by Barrett. And they take a single, 2:20 for 5, the lead up to 3-6-3.
I always thought at the MCG, it's a hell of a job. You've got this huge tub of hot food, 40 degrees, everyone around you is drunk, and you've got to walk around one of the biggest arenas in the world giving out food to people. It's not an ideal job, I don't think, the pie boy. And maybe why they couldn't get anyone to do it anymore, Macca.
Quite possibly. Bashir's going to be around the wicket now to Akshar. Again, he's straight and full. Nothing really to do with that. And the over is completed. 2 singles off it. 2:20 for 5 here on TalkSport.
And it's always puzzling that the pie seller or the sausage roll seller is about 4.5 stone wet through. Thinking, you're not really selling this for me here. If I was walking around with pies, trying to sell them, I'm sure punters are going, they must be good. They must be good.
What's the old saying, isn't it? You don't trust a skinny chef.
Absolutely.
It's a hot one this afternoon. The pie seller probably won't do that much trade, although I did notice earlier there's out the back, there's one of the stalls is doing vegetable samosas. 5 for 80 rupees.
They look good, to be fair. They really did look good. Down there earlier when I had a walk around to get Gladstone and stood by the boundary on the side. Yes, it's hot, but what the atmosphere is unbelievable. The noise is great.
Rayan Ahmed, it's a little bit short of length, but Barrett is punching off of the back foot to mid-off, and there's no run. Well, if they've still got a few, we might have to buy them for the journey home tonight if it's going to take anything like what it took last night. A 40-minute journey took an hour and a quarter. Barrett punches to mid-off to Ben Stokes, no run. And we're still not entirely sure why it took so long, but everyone on Saturday night appeared to just want to go out for a drive.
No, Manners was trying to flag one of them sleeper buses down because he thought that was a comfortable way of getting home.
Rayan Ahmed in. Barrett defends, no run. Yes, we were so long in the car yesterday that Mr. Manthorpe did actually inquire of the driver, what's the process to claim squatters' rights, as he thought he might be there overnight. Rayan Ahmed is in, bit of loop on that one. That's a nice delivery, just bringing Barrett forward. Pushes back to the bowler and he's follow through, no run.
Yeah, good over so far from Rayan Ahmed. He's still got that spring in his step. Talked about his energy and the last time in commentary. Landed 2-3 now in a good area.
This one's for Googly, and again it's defensively played by KS Barrett, and there's no run. And now for the final ball of the over, Dan Lawrence has got the call from Ben Stokes to go out to a deep cover point rather than cover point, as if to say, right, we're not going to have this over spoiled by a boundary. In goes Rayan Ahmed. Well, there's no problem with that because he's just pushed it back down the pitch, and a maiden over for Rayan Ahmed, his second in the innings. 59 overs gone. India still lead by 3-6-3. They're 2:20 for 5 this Sunday morning here on TalkSport 2. Jared Kimber.
So, Mac, if you see that last ball, again, we had a ball that just rolled along the ground a little bit more. KS Barrett ended up playing it quite well. He tried to dig his bat into the pitch afterwards. It's not enough to make England nervous at the moment, but if India bat for another 2 or 3 sessions, and we start to see them come up, then it'll be like, because at the moment they'll be thinking we could chase 500, 600, 700, make all your runs. But as the wicket does start to deteriorate, it will get tougher.
Yeah, I think it's about time, Jared. I think the time on the wicket now is, the wicket at this minute in time still, relatively decent. I think the longer it goes on, so I don't think India are looking at a number. I don't think they're bothered about a number. I think they're looking at time. The longer we're on it, more deterioration is natural. The way it's going to be scuffed up and roughed up. And just watching that last ball, you're right, it did keep a touch low, but I think that's more from the way it was bowled, because Kuldeep Yadav, there was a lot of balls Kuldeep Yadav bowled yesterday when they were in and around that sort of short of a length, they just didn't bounce. And I think that's largely down to the fact that 81, 82, 83 kilometres an hour, and the wrist spinner wasn't getting the ball to bounce as much as probably what someone like Tom Hartley gets.
And Hartley will bowl instead of Bashir. Left arm over the wicket into Akshar, pushes out on the offside. No run. Not a million miles away from tea, so remind you that during the tea interval, if you want to send in some questions for us to get through, all the normal social media ways, at TalkSport2, at cricket_TS. Hartley in once again, playing from the crease is Akshar. Or if you're watching on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel and you're a subscriber there, then you can send us a message through that. So get your questions in. If you've got a statistical analysis that you want on a particular thing, Jared will dig the laptop out and we'll get you an answer for that. Hartley goes in, playing quietly is Akshar, and there's no run. Akshar just gone about his work, and I looked down at the screen and realised he's 45 not out from 81 balls.
Yeah, there's a lot of talk about Shubman Gill and Sarashaya and the pressure that they're under with KL Rahul and the possible return of Virat Kohli, and he's just slipped under the radar nicely, has Akshar Patel. He's played without sort of going for the big shot. He's hit 6 boundaries, but I would say the majority of them have been controlled. 2 beautiful shots down the ground, off the spinner along the deck. Couple of pull shots from short balls, but he's just gone about his business quietly under the radar.
Hartley is in and beats him outside of the off stump. Now that's a good delivery. He was sort of reaching forward, looking for a push drive into the covers, and was genuinely beaten on the outside edge.
It was a nice delivery, but where's that been for the last over and a bit? Because Tom Hartley's slip's just gone to leg slip, so I think Ben Stokes is saying to him bowl a bit straighter, and unfortunately the one's gone on with the arm. If he nicked it, well, it would have gone to the vacant slip area.
Hartley is in once again. That one's fine in the middle of the bat, out on the offside, no run. Harmy just mentioned Virat Kohli there. Worth mentioning that he was officially ruled out for the first 2 tests of the series. We have heard nothing since. It's kind of been radio silence with Virat Kohli. You remember, it's a personal circumstance rather than fitness is what has ruled him out. So there's been no word yet. And with, 8 days between the end of this test match and the start of the next, India will name their squad at some point after this match. But I imagine they'll be waiting on Virat. Will he be available or not? Around the wicket is Hartley. That one keeps low, hits on the pad. Now, where did it pitch? Chris Gaffney has said not out. England have given that a pretty quickly, it looks like, or have they? Actually, they are getting together, and Ben Stokes is reviewing this.
And so much where it pitched, if it's turned, it's going down. I think if it's turned, it's going a long way down. It kept low.
LBW.
I think you have to review this though.
Not out.
Oh, you've got to review it. You've got to review it, because I actually think it probably has pitched in line. It's just.
Oh, I think it definitely pitched in line. It definitely did.
It's just whether it's going down.
Yeah, it might be clipping the outside of leg.
Oh, I tell you what, this is close.
Oh, this is out. Yeah, I think this is close. I think.
Confirm no bat.
So we're going to go to Ultra Edge to confirm that there's not an edge for Paul Rifle, and
Going through. Yeah, no bat involved.
There's a bit of an optical illusion that I think tricked everyone by the way his pads are, because he's got his legs crossed over like he's sitting in an armchair or something.
Now we can actually see on a split screen between his feet, we can see the base of middle stump, which seems to indicate that it's going to go on and hit. Now remember, it was given not out, so umpire's call would be in favour of the batters. Here we go.
Impact in line, hitting the wickets. It's changed the decision from not out to out. Bruce, signal now.
Yeah, he's been given out. Cheers from the England supporters. Good bit of bowling from Tom Hartley. He's changed. He bowled, I talked about earlier, where he bowled the one outside off stump. He had moved his slip to leg slip, and this time he goes around the wicket. So the ball turning back in towards Akshar Patel, and it's just kept a little bit low. Bamboozled the left-arm spinner from India. He got his legs tangled up in the wrong position. Instead of trying to hit it, which he's done very well down the ground and playing with the spin, he's tried to hit it square of the wicket towards square leg, missed it. I can see why Chris Gaffney is giving it not out, because it did pitch short and it did turn, but it didn't turn as much as what Chris Gaffney thought. It's gone on and gone on between middle and leg stump. So it's pitched in line, hit in between leg stump. And India 363 runs in front, 220 for 6, and a welcome wicket there for Tom Hartley.
Yeah, Akshar goes for 45 from 84 deliveries. He'd batted so well, probably deserved a 50, but that one just got himself in a tangle. It pitched on and it didn't turn very much. It went on and was going to be hitting plenty enough of the stumps, and therefore the technology will give it out. Some more thoughts from Harmy, because Neil Manthorpe's going to come in and take you through to tea.
Yeah, another good wicket, just to slow the rate down from India's point of view. And India have got a massive score, and I think we all say that this team has got unbelievable belief and character and resilience that Ben Stokes has, and they have defined history of the game, Jared. They've defined history of the game of the last 100 years since this great game we love has been about. Fourth innings totals, but it was always fourth innings total in India. Anything above 200 is a big ask. Anything close to 400, if not beyond 400, is virtually impossible.
No, there's no doubt that, and I think they will be confident chasing up to 450, right? That may be misplaced, but that doesn't matter anymore, as we've noticed. Whether there's any facts to back it up or not, they're still going to feel it. There's a lot of bananas in front of Rahul Dravid there, Neil Manthorpe.
Yes, there are. A good source of protein and energy, aren't they? Here's Rian Ahmed. Forward comes Shikhar Bharat, pushing that defensively out on the offside. Here's a question for you to consider at tea, Jared, when you field our listener. Okay, well, let's pretend, shall we? Here's Rian Ahmed again, driven down the ground by Bharat. Nice diving save. I mean, this is one that you can't put an actual number to, because obviously you'll just have to estimate. But how many chocolate biscuits and boiled sweets do you think Harmy's had in the last 3 days?
I bet it's close to what England are chasing this afternoon.
Rian Ahmed in again, pushed defensively out on the offside. You've obviously worked close quarters with Harmy, but you haven't been here this test match.
No, I remember that time.
I will tell you.
Do you remember that time we bought a crate of Banks beer and no one actually got one?
That was in Barbados. Doesn't count, and they're very, very small bottles.
They were. In defence, there were small bottles. I think there was 2 crates of Banks beer. There were 4 football matches on that Sunday afternoon.
Low full toss, driven up towards mid-off, straight to the fielder Jimmy Anderson, who's on the park.
I feel like he gets in bad habits with you, man. I was working with him with the West Indies series. He looked as fit as I've ever seen him. Well, as fit as I've seen him since he retired.
Rian Ahmed, a quicker one, definite top spinner, and turned away, doesn't turn, spins on, and nudged away by Shikhar Bharat towards mid-wicket. No run, fielded by Ollie Pope. It's been that kind of a test match, to be honest. And also, Jared, there's a supermarket called Spencer's directly underneath in the basement of our supermarket, and they had a special on bourbon biscuits, buy 3 packets, get 1 free. Forward comes Shikhar Bharat once again, pushes it out towards mid-on. Apparently it also applied to buy 6 and get 2 free. Over comes to an end. 220 for 6. India lead by 363. Have I missed a test match in which 400 has been successfully chased for victory? Is it still just the 2? The one in Antigua and the one in Perth. South Africa chased 414.
No, Headingley.
West Indies chased 418.
Australia, Headingley in with Bradman. That was 400, wasn't it? 404, wasn't it? Or am I misremembering?
Remember? You remember from your database. Yeah, okay. So 3 successful 4th innings chases of over 400. Successful chases of over 400.
We are missing one. What are we missing? India in the one that started West Indies using 4 fast bowlers, which was Queen's Park Oval. So that was India in, what was that? What year was that? 1976.
Yeah, that was no more spin from Clive Lloyd. Turned away behind square, off the pad, I think. It's trickling away down the leg side. Zach Crawley's in pursuit, running from slip. They turn for the second run, and that, in fact, is all they will get. And they are leg byes, immediately confirmed by umpire Chris Gaffney. 2 leg byes, 2-2-2. 222 for 6, lead is 365.
That was 403 was the chase there. Australia against England at Headingley with Bradman, 404. And then the one that you would have been at, South Africa, Australia at the Wacker.
Forward comes Ashwin playing defensively.
And
414, that one, and then the highest
is 418. That was Antigua with the what's his name? That guy who's really good at batting from West Indies.
Brian.
Yeah, he might have been.
Brian Charles. Forward comes Ashwin again. I enjoy his technique. Simple, rudimentary, and effective. Lunges at his defensive shots and pushes it straight out towards extra cover Duckett Fields.
Yeah.
And the fifth one, this one, here, tomorrow.
Well, that might be over 500.
Pushes out towards square leg, Ollie Pope Fields, and there's no run. India would do well to set 500 from here, I suspect. Who's in next? Jasprit Bumrah?
Well, surely, if you're in India, you either want to make 500 or you want to declare at 419.
Okay,
and just say to them, you're going to have to do
set
some
a world
kind of
record
history here. Yeah.
And England will say, well, we've already set a bunch of them.
Challenge accepted.
Here is Tom Hartley again. Forward comes Ashwin, pushing that up towards extra cover. But seriously, Jared, I mean, 419 or not, and Harmy, if you were India, you'd want to have a bowl for 40 minutes this evening, wouldn't you? It makes cricket sense. I know that there's the time thing, and there's 3 test matches to go, and there's a lot to be said for the old-fashioned grind your opponents into the dust and make them hurt physically. But I don't know how much that would bother England, because they're going to fly back to their 5-star hotel and have club sandwiches and cold beers for a week after this test match, or orange juices. Pushed defensively, last ball of the over, again straight back to the bowler. Hartley picks up in his right hand, and the score remains 222 for 6.
I would assume that India's not going to declare anyway, right? That they're going to bat as long as they can, which probably won't be that long anyway. But after what happened in the last test, I think they'll want to just make as many runs as possible.
Yeah, I think getting the total to 400 would be the first tick, and then would you have to see some more aggression from India? We've not really seen too much aggression. I think they put the bad ball away, but if all of a sudden Bharat or Ashwin is batting with Bumrah and Kumar, then I think the natural progression of let's get bowled out quickly rather than have to make the decision of declaring and see if we can slog a few that takes it with us over 415, 420, 425 and above. And if we get to 40 minutes where we have to bowl, then great.
Rian Ahmed in again. Bharat comes forward and plays defensively. Amongst the many changes in Test cricket in recent years that I've noticed is a willingness for players to admit that they enjoy the prospect of a day off so much that they are happy to win quickly rather than massively in Test cricket. Here's Rian Ahmed again, driven by Shikhar Bharat, straight to Crawley at cover, no run.
I think some would argue, what's the difference? We win, no matter how we win. Yeah,
that's the difference.
You get a day off, but it doesn't matter how we win. If we win, in a positive fashion, it's about getting over the line.
Oh, it's a wrong one. It's a wrong one. Googly hits Shikhar Bharat on the pad, and a very, very confident Rian Ahmed. See, leg spinners do this. When they bowl a really good googly and it hits the batsman on the pad and they've done him, they've absolutely cooked him, they appeal and they assume that because it was a great ball, it's got to be out.
Yeah, I think he's got a big stride in forward. So has he gone down the wicket or has he gone across? If he's gone down the wicket, you'd expect this to be close, if not out. If he's gone across the wicket to cover what was obviously the googly, then he might have just getting outside the line. He did get a good stride in, and I don't think it hit him on the move either.
I think the other thing about Jared in London is that he's very good at spotting the edges, even though you're better than we are. We're here.
I didn't see an edge on this one, but this spun a long way, and because he's down the wicket, that was my concern. I think it will clip the outside of leg stump. Manners.
This could be umpire's call. No, it could be umpire's call.
It just turned more than most bowlers do.
It's a great bit of bowling from Ryan. He has completely stuffed Barrett outside here, but I've got a funny feeling it's going umpire's call.
Yeah, spun a lot. Spun a lot. Too much.
Wicket's missing.
Too much.
Go back on field. Murray, you can stick
missing leg stump.
Not out. Signal now.
You just don't usually get that much spin from a wrong end. That is absolutely vicious. I thought at the worst it should be clipping the outside of leg stump. England have done some bad reviews. I don't think that was a bad review. I think they were just a bit unlucky by the extra spin there.
Absolutely concur with that. Absolutely. Here's Rian Ahmed then. Tries again. Bit of bounce. That one just spat up off a length, hit the splice of the bat. You're naturally inclined to be sympathetic to leg spinners, Jared, being a modest one yourself.
Modest might be being kind.
Mac has just shouted that.
Well, since we're having a go at each other, it's worth remembering what the highest chase in India is, Harmy, and if you can remember the total.
Yeah, unfortunately, I did. Me and Jimmy bowled really well to get India off to a fantastic start in that one.
Rian Ahmed, and again, quicker one, like another googly. This time, Sugar Barrett plays it away defensively off the back foot. Played it played it off the pitch. Actually, read the spin off the pitch. It's been a quiet couple of overs, 3 or 4 overs actually. That's a maiden from Rian Ahmed, 222 for 6. He's got figures of 1 for 66 from 17. He's had a couple of very expensive overs, and it's been slightly misleading. If you look at his figures, you expect them to be less flattering than they are. He's going for under half an over, but he's bowled a couple of overs at 12 and 15. Well, tell the listeners what Jared is referring to.
Yeah, when they came back in 2008 after the terrorist attack. So I was supposed to play the first test in Mumbai, didn't. We went to Chennai to play the test match. India chased 387. Our captain at the time, Mr. Peterson, who's been sitting in his chair, me and Jimmy were bowling, opening a bowling, and we ended up setting a field for Virender Sehwag to his cooked shot.
Hartley in again, pushed away by Ashwin.
So because he was smashing us everywhere, we thought, right, instead of trying to bowl to his weakness, let's see if we can bowl to his strength. So we had 2 gullies, a backward point, and a third, which was very, very square.
Here is Hartley, and that's pushed away through mid-wicket for a single. So like the Henry VIII theory, see if he can eat himself to death.
Yes, yeah. I'm having a good go at that one as well, man. So we decided, so I'm bowling, and I was bowling quickly at the time. I remember the speeds coming up, it was like late 80s, 90 mile an hour, short and wide to Virender Sehwag, who kept cutting it, the windmill style. Alistair Cook, I think, dropped him twice, and then he kept thinking, right, I need to keep it down.
Is Hartley again. Forward comes Ashwin, defending, no run.
He kept one down, which I don't think he really enjoyed. It's like no fun in that. So then he started hitting it up. So he had 2 gullies, a backward point, and more or less a deep point. And he's now cutting it over the top of deep point's head for 6. I think he hit 2 sixes into the stand end. And I think after we got 87, I think, of 60 or 70 balls. And it got them off to an unbelievable start. Then Yuvraj came in and Sachin came in. The king of Mumbai hit the actual winning runs was 100, his 100, and Chennai 60,000 people went wild. India went wild.
Blocked away defensively, good bowling, tight bowling from Tom Hartley.
And I think that's the largest chase in India.
It is.
It was a game where you lost, and you were devastated, but you didn't really lose.
Driven down the ground, and it's beaten the field. Johnny Bairstow's in pursuit, but the outfield is too fast, too lush, too quick for Johnny to catch up with that one, and that breaks a long sequence of dot balls and tight overs for England. Just loosened the shackles a little bit, and India move up to 227 for 6. Shackles, what am I talking about? India are leading by 370.
A good shot down the ground as England have crowded the homeboy Barrett, but just to finish off, the reason why I didn't Fellows lose because it was what it meant to Indian people that England came back. But it was an unbelievable game of cricket. 387, wow.
Is Hartley in to complete the over, pushed, blocked to Ben Stokes at short mid-off, and there is no run. The umpires have removed the bails, placed them delicately and carefully. Well, Chris Gaffney has at the bowler's end anyway. He's placed them on the leg and off stumps, and the players walk off for tea with India 227 for 6, leading by 370 at tea on the third day. The game has once again galloped along today. There's been some very, very fast scoring periods. Ben Stokes hasn't been all-out attack at all. He has tried to apply pressure, and he has given some cover fielders to his spin bowlers, but there's been some wonderful batting, and Shubman Gill is one of the most popular cricketers in India, and he needed that 100, a third test 100 today, and he batted beautifully. He had 2 half-lives, if there is such a thing, on 4. He was given out LBW to Tom Hartley, reviewed it, more in hope, in desperation than expectation, and much to his surprise and everyone else's, DRS saw that he'd got an inside edge to it, and then he was given not out to Jimmy Anderson, and England reviewed it, and the ball was seen to be hitting a lot of the top of middle stump, but apparently not enough of it. So 2 lives on 4, and he's gone on to make 104, and that, in retrospect, was the end of England's hopes, really.
Yeah, it was. At 30 for 2 with Shubman Gill given out, that was England right back in the test match, but he batted beautifully. A bit like Ollie Pope in Hyderabad. It seemed to waking him up. All of a sudden his movements were a lot more concise. His movements were and he played some wonderful shots, and it was a nice innings from Shubman Gill. You mentioned he needed it, but England, they've toiled hard, they've battled hard, and this England team never ever gives up, never gives in. We've seen that in the field, the way they've been throwing themselves about. They'll still believe. So while they'll still believe, why Ben and the team still believe, we've got to still believe. But I think it's a mountain to climb. 370 runs. We're just talking about some good old times. Back in the day, 387 on a Chennai pitch, I think, is the largest, fourth innings total over here. And that bowling attack, just to finish off on it, was Anderson, Harmison, Flintoff, Panesar, and Swan. So it wasn't a bad bowling attack. This one I still think there's a good pitch in this, but once this total gets beyond 400, which I think it will, then I think this will be a massive ask, even for the superhuman Ben Stokes and the team he inspires.
Well, the one thing is, Homie, in days gone by, the fourth innings would have been a miserable prospect to watch, to commentate on, and a lot of people wouldn't have bothered. But this England team's not going to crawl into a hole and wither and die. It's going to be great fun.
Absolutely. And the thing for them is going to be on a 4th tier pitch, not a 5th tier pitch. The nature of the modern day cricket, if you are going to be chasing 450 or 400 in the last innings of the test match, the likelihood is, especially if it's been a high scoring game, it's going to go well into 5th tier, and you're going to be playing on a surface which has really, really deteriorated. I don't think that's as bad as what that it could be. So I think if there is any ray of light or any ray of hope, that England are going to be chasing 400 plus on a pitch which I don't think there's been huge demons in it just yet.
Okay, that's the situation at tea on day 3. India 227 for 6, and the wicket takers Jimmy Anderson 2 for 29 in the morning session, and Tom Hartley 2 for 71 from 20 overs, 1 for Shoaib Bashir and 1 for Rian Ahmed as well.
So 227 for 6. Steve Harmison alongside me while the players have been having tea. He's had yet another little caramel lolly.
Yes, lovely.
And I've had a chocolate ice cream. So we're two satiated souls in the commentary box.
Yeah, nice sweet tooth for tea. I think the crowd is filled up nicely. They've had their tea out the back, different little stalls that are coming, and I think they've been royally rewarded by their presence in today. Sold out crowd. I think the cricket has been fascinating. I think it's been of high quality, and you know what, I'm pleased for Shubman Gill, because a lot of question marks about his average, the stylish player he is. He should be, doing a lot better. And after, I think somebody told him to wake up when the second LBW appeal was overturned and turned down. I really did think he batted beautifully. But some of his shots down the ground were effortless. I thought his rotation of strike was why he got the runs he got. Didn't die in a hole. He rotated the strike nicely with Suresh Iyer, and he went on to get a wonderful 100. And England have kept going. I think that's the one thing I'll say, is England have kept going and kept going. And England will still believe that they can win this game. 370 runs behind. Just before tea, Harsha, me and Jared were reminiscing in the Chennai Test match in 2008 after the terrorist attack. Sachin's great 100, Yuvraj 100, Sehwag the 80 odd, and I did brilliantly to get India off to a wonderful start in that game, in that fourth innings. It was, I think that's the largest chase in India, 387, so it's a mountain to climb for England.
The most England ever made in the fourth innings in India is 241, I think, and that was back in 1964.
They weren't captained by Ben Stokes, and I think that's what England fans will have the hope and the belief that this team has rewritten some of the record books.
And the game was very different then. Game was very, very different. This England team, there's a lot to admire about this England team. They're behind in the game at the moment, but you never know. I thought they were behind the game for three days in Hyderabad and won it on the fourth. If you look at what Ben Stokes has had to play with in that last session, he got one spell out of Jimmy Anderson, and he's used his three young bowlers and got a whole session out of them. So Rehan Ahmed will start the first ball after tea. Ravichandran Ashwin's got a single, Bharat's got 6. There was a period, I think, of about 32 or 33 balls where not one run came off the bat. Ashwin goes forward, lunges on the offside, reaching out to the ball, and it goes out to point. So good contest coming up here today on the cricket field. I believe there's a big one in football coming up later today.
There is Liverpool against Arsenal. It's a big game. I think Arsenal have got to win that as TalkSport.
Of course they will.
Yeah.
There comes Rehan Ahmed, goes forward, pushed out on the offside. I've only ever seen 2 Arsenal games in my life. One was a Premiership game some years ago. Arsenal beat Chelsea 3-0 in that game. And I saw the season opener this year, Arsenal versus City.
Yes.
At Wembley.
At Wembley, they
went down to penalties.
Charity, the what is it? Is it Community Shield?
Community Shield.
Community Shield now.
Went down to penalties, and guess who won that one too? Arsenal won that as well. Here's Rehan Ahmed bowled. It's tossed up, and Ashwin is looking for the open space on the onside. Looks to beat Stokes. He can't. He'll still get a single though.
Great work from Stokes, and that's what England have done well. They've saved 15, 20 runs in the field just by the way they throw themselves around, and the energy that gives bowlers huge amount of energy during a long day and a long spell. If you see your fielders throw themselves around the field, and the encouragement that they give, the buzz, the vibe that they're giving off, and it just gives you a little bit more spring in your step.
What about the 2 catches? Just love the 2 catches in that morning session. Now Kona Bharat, 6 of 27 balls. Rehan Ahmed bowls it short, plays a pull shot, and he finds Ben Stokes at mid-wicket. No timing at all. He likes playing the ball up over mid-wicket. Stokes was wide at mid-on, and the ball just looped up. Stokes took the catch, and England keep chipping away. India lead by 371, but they've now lost 7. And Kona Bharat, he's got to go back for just 6.
It's a poor execution of shot from Bharat. He was in the right position. He got there. He'd seen the short ball earlier. It wasn't the greatest ball from Rehan Ahmed, but fantastic fielding from Stokes the ball before. Made sure that there wasn't more runs. It's kept the pressure on, and because Barrett had been in for so long, with 28 balls, feeling under pressure, trying to get to that boundary, big boundary shot to release the pressure, he's possibly tried to hit it too hard, and he's clothed it straight to Stokes, above his head. And you look at Barrett and think, third test match coming up. Would India be looking to make a change there? He's looked out of sorts in these first 2 test matches, having coming in to the series against England, the England Lions, with a mountain of runs.
He's kept all right.
Kept very well.
But he needs, these days you need to contribute 2 ways. But Kuldeep Yadav comes in, 2 spinners in, needing to score the runs for themselves to bowl at. You've got to believe 371 is still a lot. I'm not a football person, but it's like saying you're 2 goals down with 2 minutes of play left.
Yeah, I'm a Newcastle United fan.
Why?
When I'm from there, born and bred in that area. Very, very tough. I'm from Ashington, which is it's a place far north in the north of England. Very cold, very tough environment. Newcastle fan, born and bred. Work at the games, and I do remember a game against Arsenal when we were 4-0 down at half-time.
It's obviously got a happy ending because you're telling me the story.
It did have a happy ending. We came back 4-4. The late Sheikh Tiote scored an absolute worldie.
Kuldeep Yadav is facing the next ball from Rehan Ahmed, slightly short. He's dabbing on the onside, searches for a single. It's not there. Ben Duckett is at backward square, but Ben Foakes, very light on his feet, is running across there and keeping the runs down. So he hasn't yet scored. Ashwin is on 2. England will be hoping to wrap this up as quickly as possible. Don't want to chase 400. Rehan again, round the wicket, bowls to left-handed Kuldeep, who goes forward, defends. Now all of a sudden fielders around the bat. 2 slips, silly point as well. Rehan finishes that over. A run off it and a wicket. And England have India down at 228 for 7. And the one thing I've noticed with England, we saw that in Hyderabad and we've seen it here. It's not as if, except when Jimmy Anderson's bowling, you're not knocking the stumps over, you're not taking the edges. Look at all the others. Stokes sets the field and just waits for India's batsman to make a mistake. It's almost like he's sort of cast the line and he's waiting for the fish to bite, and India's batsmen have bitten.
They have bitten, and there's been, I would say, in this series so far, there's been more bad balls who've got wickets than good balls. And I think England have set fields in outfield to try and, one, get the wicket, but to try and protect the bowler as well and give the bowler confidence as he goes through his spell, because England have got some inexperienced bowlers on show. But if you think Kuldeep Yadav is a proper tail-end batter, he batted 42 balls in the first innings. If he does that in this one, then it'll be harder for England even more.
Hartley bowls to Ashwin, who goes forward, defends. He doesn't have the big power shots, but he's got the technique, he's got the skill to hang in there. Very good support batter. Someone's batting well at the other end. Doesn't have to farm the strike against Kuldeep, so he can handle himself. Just a slip for Hartley bowling to Ashwin. He drives. Is always very pleasant when Ashwin plays the shot, and he'll get a single. So good catch by Stokes, but the catch he took earlier on of Shreyas Iyer, I don't know if you got a clear sighting of it.
No, we didn't.
You didn't. I was calling it on television. It was right in front, and as he turned to go, I said there's no way he's going to get there, because he had to complete a circle, look at the ball, run backwards, and he ran 22 meters. That's more than the length of the pitch to take that catch. It was one of the great catches you will see. Less dramatic, but equally good was the low catch that Ben Foakes took.
Yeah, he took it with ease, didn't he? Took it with comfort and took it with ease, and everybody just looks at that and go, "Wow, it was a nice and easy catch." It wasn't.
Slip and a shot lay for Kuldeep Yadav as Hartley bowls and he goes forward, defends, can't get a run.
The England fans, the Barmy Army, tweeted not long ago about Ben Stokes and put a picture of him 2 months ago. He's on crutches, having just had a knee operation. 2 months later, he runs 22 metres over the top of his shoulder, dive full length, and takes a catch in the second test match in India. It just shows the character of the England captain.
Round the wicket comes Tom Hartley. He bowls and Kuldeep Yadav flicks off his pads. Good looking shot out to mid-wicket. He can't get a run. I'm willing to lay a wager. The Ben Stokes that played the Ashes would not have taken that catch. Wouldn't have got there.
I don't even think he would have gotten off the ground. He wouldn't have gotten to the ball. So it'll be no diving in show. He definitely would get anywhere near it.
Hartley bowls. looking to play the slog sweep. Kuldeep Yadav, it's only going as far as mid-wicket. It's a dolly, and India lose another. It's not a shot, he plays very well, but once again, I think it's the captain that's induced the shot by the field that he has said. He's laid out a trap. He said, go over mid-wicket if you want. He's played to the ego of the batter and produced one more wicket. And India collapsing here. 211 for 4, now 229 for 8. Hartley has 3 for 72, and Duckett takes one of the easiest catches he's ever taken at mid-wicket.
Yeah, it's not somebody who hits big shots as Kuldeep Yadav. You mentioned a second ago, Harshy, somebody who will hang in there with a batter who's going well. And Tom Hartley, left arm around the wicket, a bit taller, going against the angle. It hasn't turned. Kuldeep Yadav's gone for the slog sweep, and you see the way he's played it. He's playing for the ball, turning back into him, but the ball's just gone on with the arm. It's bounced a little bit, and it's got a thick top edge of the bat. It's gone straight up in the air, and Ben Duckett just had a glimpse of where the sun was when he first put his eyes up, and then realised this is the body position I need to get into. And once he was in that position, he was there comfortably, and it looped and dollied into his hands. England will believe, they'll still believe. Now they've got Bumrah in, Ashwin at the other end, Bumrah with Kumar to go. Can they get a lead? Can they keep India to a lead of under 400? Then they'll feel as though we've got a game on.
You ask people who watch cricket in India for the last 25 years and say, can you make 372 in the 4th innings? And they laugh in their coffee.
Yep.
But this England side is different. This surface is not a typical end of third day surface yet. Akshar Patel will say he got one ball that kept a little bit low. But largely, it's not a wicket that's playing truant. It's not a wicket that's misbehaving.
You'd expect a total like that 4th innings would be day 5. You know, we've got to remember we are on day 3, and I think it's had the odd demon, but not as what it could be on day 5.
Hartley, now Jasprit Bumrah is the new batter. Crouches low in defence, and Hartley finishes a successful over. It's the 2nd wicket that India have lost after tea. 229 for 8. Keep looking at that lead there on this monitor in front of us, and it's static. It's like it's caught in a traffic jam.
Yeah, India have become static, caught in a traffic jam. Barrett 6 off 28, Ashwin's 3 off 13, Kuldeep 0 off 5. They have stood still either side of the break.
I think you'll find Ashwin play a few shots now. Bumrah likes to believe that he can hang in. The numbers don't bear it out all the time, but he's worked very hard on his batting. But I'm not going to speak a word more than that after what Kuldeep just did.
Yeah, I think we're going to see probably Ben Stokes go a bit more defensive when Ashwin's on strike. Have long on, long off will probably go back. You have sweepers on either side and say, well, we'll give you a single and try and get the leg spinner. It turns it both ways. Got a beautiful googly. We've seen just before the tea break that googly that came back. Completely bamboozled Barrett and turned too much. So I'd imagine Ben Stokes will be trying to get Bumrah on strike.
Now he's bowling to Ashwin. It's full. Ashwin drives. Doesn't take the single. Now remember, in the first innings, he beat Bumrah twice outside the off, then produced the edge that carried to slip. So Ashwin's decided, I'm going to take the leggy, because that ball's travelled all the way to long off. So it's going to be Rehan again in, bowls to Ashwin, and Ashwin just dabs that out on the onside. Nobody's got to go chasing after that ball because they're not going to take the run anyway. Right, what's the field then for Ashwin? They slip backward point fairly deep. Point is on the boundary, covers fairly deep. Long off is out, long on is out, deep mid wicket is out. As Rehan bowls to Ashwin, who drives on the offside, out to that deepish cover position, can't get a run. There's a man on the boundary at square leg, there's a man on the boundary at deep backward square. It's about now that number 8 starts to look at himself in the field and imagine he's Don Bradman. Look at this field, he's number 8. He pushes the next one off the back foot. He's 3 of 17, and he's got a slip around him and no one else.
And it's about now when the field does tend to come in. Four balls gone on the over, so Ben Stokes has given Ashwin one to have at least just one ball at Bumrah.
You've got to take the single if it's around. It is off the back foot. It was pushed in by Rehan Ahmed off the back foot out to short mid wicket. And he'll take a single, so Ashwin goes to 4. India 230 for 8, leaves Bumrah with 1 ball to face. And all of a sudden, like the boa constrictor, everyone starts to come in around the bat for Jasprit Bumrah. Dare I say, mid-on will come in. Where does long off go? Long off, mid-off is still a little further back. Invitation for Bumrah to play the shot. If he wants to defend, down on his knees, I think that's Bairstow at gully. Or a second slip, dare you call it. There's slip and there's a short leg as well. Rehan Ahmed bowls. And Bumrah goes forward, is beaten outside the off stump. Folks, whips off the bails, but it's the last ball of the over. India 230 for 8, not short of action.
Definitely not short of action, and it's good. It's a difficult one as a captain. Do you say, right, we'll bring the field up after 4 balls and potentially give Ashwin a chance to hit 2 boundaries and expose Bumrah to 6 balls? I don't think Ben Stokes is in a position with that, with 373 on the board. So I think what his mindset is, well, even if we just have 1 ball at Bumrah, the game's not getting any further away from us. So we can have, if Ashwin just wants to block 4 balls and hit the 5th ball for a single, well, the over's only costing us a single, and we've got 1 ball as opposed to 2 balls at Jasprit Bumrah. I think where England are at the minute, I think the last thing they need is Ashwin facing the last 2 balls of the over and potentially hitting 2 fours and getting even further away from them.
Hartley starts a new over, bowled from round the wicket to Ashwin, who goes back and punches on the offside. Bumrah takes an exploratory little walk down the pitch. Ashwin's not taking the single. I would have thought, with 3 gone, Stokes would bring everybody in and tell Ashwin, go for it. I might just buy myself another wicket. If you hit a boundary, so be it.
Yeah, I think if he hits 2-3 boundaries, then all of a sudden you're getting edging closer to 400.
Hartley bowls, it's full, and Ashwin dabs it very gently on the onside, and Bairstow will come in from long on, and there will be no run. Where are India going to get these runs, though? If India want to get to 400, are they going to get these by taking 1 single and over? Not quite sure, because there isn't a boundary to be had. Everyone's on the boundary. Hartley runs in again from round the wicket, bowls. It's short, and Ashwin goes back, punches down the ground for no run.
I just wonder if Ben Stokes thinks in the next over, if this is the same situation, that bring them in 3rd ball or 4th ball against Ashwin and see if Ashwin can play the big shot against the leg spinner. But I think against the left arm spinner, I think you'll keep the plan as it is.
Ashwin goes forward, defends, thinks of a single. It's not there. Hartley's trotting across very quickly across to short cover and cutting out any prospects of a single. Right, 4 balls gone now. Is there any change at all? None.
So Ben Stokes is quite happy going at 1 and over. 1 and over, not giving Ashwin the chance of a free boundary, just to keep Bumrah on strike.
What's the plan going to be? Ashwin goes for edges. It's put down at slip. How often do we see that? The batter's mind, or certainly the recognized batter's mind in the contest, is on everything other than what's coming at him. He's thinking, do I take a single? Do I look for a boundary? And he looks for a little dab down to 3rd man for a single. It's a very catchable ball that's put down by Zach Crawley. It's a dolly, dare I say.
He's not laid a mitt on it, and it's hit him on the wrist. He's not laid a hand on it. And if you're in this position, 8 down, Zach Crawley's probably thinking about his batting. He's thinking Ashwin's just going to rock this into the extra cover. He's going to trot down the other end. We'll have 1 ball at Bumrah and then get a wicket. The more and more Zach Crawley standing at slip now, probably thinking about how he's going to face Jasprit Bumrah rather than try and catch one off him.
The field's coming in. I think Ashwin's best bet is to trust Bumrah for a couple of balls, 2-3 balls every over, and say, look, if we've got to score the runs, we've got to, but I will try and play the shot.
It makes Ben Stokes think a little bit more about his fields.
Bumrah goes forward almost before the ball is delivered. He's so committed to that front foot and dabs the ball out to cover. It's 231 for 8, and that period after tea is produced 4 overs for 4 runs and 2 wickets, something like that.
Yeah, and England have control of the session, but I just wonder in this over if Ben Stokes goes the opposite way, gets the 3rd ball, brings the field in and says to our Ashwin, do you want to have a go? Let's see if you can hit the big shot against Rehan Ahmed, the leg spinner, who turns the ball both ways, got a wonderful googly. So watch this space on this one. It wouldn't surprise me if Ben Stokes brings it in. 3rd ball, I think he will definitely 4th ball. Says to our Ashwin, right, If you want to have a go for the big shot, you've got more chance of doing it, more chance of hitting it up in the air against, you know, the sport of the ball that can spin both ways off Ahmed as opposed to Rehan Ahmed as opposed to Tom Hartley. So
Rehan Ahmed to start a new over, and it's defended by Ashwin out on the onside. There's no run, so an opportunity. Zach Crawley at slip because Joe Root is off the field. The latest update we've had from the England dressing room is there is no update. Joe is still off the field, he's still getting it iced, but he has not gone for a scan.
I'd leave him where he is. He's had an impact injury, he's going to bat. There's no point being in the field for wasting energy.
That, I think, is exactly the process. Rehan is in once again, bowls to Ashwin, turned on the leg side to mid-wicket, no run. So yeah, and we've seen it each night we've driven out. About 100 yards away from the ground, there is a place that does MRI imaging and scanning. We see it every night as we drive. So it's not as if they were concerned it would be far to go. So England aren't that worried. Rehan Ahmed comes in, bowls. Ashwin pushes out on the offside, no run. So it is Zach Crawley in at slip. He is the lone close catcher at the moment. Everyone else has basically got the instructions to spread out. Bairstow is at deep backward point. Rehan Ahmed goes in. It's turned on the leg side. Shoaib Bashir will come in off of the long leg boundary. And a single will be taken with 2 balls of the over to go. So with Bumrah on strike, everyone now comes in a bit. Bairstow last over was in at second slip on his knees, and that is where he's going to go, but he will be standing this time. Short legs in place as well, and there's Duckett off to. Stokes is just asking him to go in closer. I think he may go to leg slip. Stokes is going to put himself, if he's going to continue round to a sort of a shortish extra cover. Anderson to mid-on. Rehan Ahmed to come in and bowl. It's a lowish full toss that Bumrah plays back down the pitch, and then in an exaggerated fashion makes a signal to say, yeah, I picked that one. He's frustrated that he didn't get all of it. Final ball of the over. Rehan Ahmed is in, and he beats him outside the off stump. Folks whips off the bails just in case, but the back foot had stayed there. So the important thing from an Indian point of view is the end of the 69th over here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel is India are 232 for 8, a lead of 375, but R. Ashwin, the better of the 2 batters at the crease, will be on strike first ball the next over. He is 6 not out. Bumrah yet to get off the mark after 5. Steve Harmison.
Yeah, good from England. It is. It's really good from England, showing, you know, some good disciplines where, you know, the fields are out, the game's just, you know, holding again, and England not letting the runs mount up even more and leaking runs, chasing that wicket. Ben Stokes is quite happy to go at 1 and over, potentially pick that wicket up as opposed to give R. Ashwin a chance with 2, 3, 4 balls left in an over, where bringing the field up he can, you know, come down and hit big boundaries because he's got the capabilities to do that.
Hartley goes in and bowls left arm around the wicket to Ashwin, who defends. There's no run. England have had a cracking sort of late afternoon session, as 211 for 4 became 229 for 8. It's now 232 for 8. So they've got rid of the middle order and the lower middle order. Now it's just a case of finishing it off. Hartley is in once again. Ashwin defending the 29th ball he's faced. He is 6 not out. Stokes always tinkering with the field. Duckett was out at deep mid-wicket. He's going to come into, well, a mid-wicket halfway in. Would still just be about outside the 30-metre circle if it was a one-day field. And he will get to field this ball because Ashwin has clipped it straight to him, and they will take the single. 3 balls into the over. 233 for 8. Ashwin goes to 7, which means that Hartley gets 3 balls at the number 10. There's only Mukesh Kumar to come. Mukesh was the last man out in the first innings for a 3-ball duck. Bumrah was caught off the bowling of Rehan Ahmed by Joe Root at slip for 6. So England will try and get as many balls at those two as possible and try and tie things up. And if it's for less than a target of 400, they will have achieved it. Hartley goes in, Bumrah big stride forward, always coming forward to that, plays it out on the offside, no run.
And Ben Stokes just moving fielders out, saying to Bumrah, there's an easy single there if you want it. Last ball, or 2 balls to go in the over.
Hartley, left arm around, that's a beauty. The left-footed Bumrah has gone down the line, a middle and leg, the bat's next to it, and it misses the outside edge. And folks, just takes the ball, takes the bails off, and says, how on earth has that not bowled you? It's a beauty.
Yeah, well bowled Tom Hartley, just turned that little bit too much.
He goes in once again, this time it's solidly forward from Bumrah to complete the over. 70 overs now bowled by England. Hartley has completed 23 of them. 3 for 74 he's sent down. India lead 376 here on TalkSport 2. Anderson 2 for 29 from his 10 overs. Bashir 1 for 58 from 15. Rayan Ahmed will be bowling from the far end, and he's taken 2 for 69 from 20. And Hartley 23 overs, 3 for 74. Joe Root has only bowled 2 overs in the innings, 0 for 1 as I mentioned, not on the field as they deal with that finger problem. Right, so Rayan to bowl to Ashwin. Is Ashwin going to start getting more expansive? Rayan goes in. Oh, that's a beauty. That bounces and takes it up near the splice of the bat and just sort of lobs up, but with no close fielders, it went straight back down the pitch, so it would have taken a brilliant catch to catch it. But that's encouraging from England's point of view. A little bit of turn and bounce. Rayan in once again. Ashwin very solidly forward. That's the longest single of all times, if they want it, as Dan Lawrence comes in off the point boundary, but there's no interest this early in the over, so it remains a lead of 376, 233 for 8.
Yeah, a couple of fielders are now coming in. You know, Ashwin in the last over took a single off the 3rd ball and left Jasprit Bumrah with obviously the remaining 3 balls of the over. Whether he does that here against the leg spinner, I don't think he would. I think he might wait till the 4th or possibly the 5th.
Well, Rayan goes in, and again that one bounces. Ashwin plays it well to keep it down, guides it into the gully region. Zach Crawley will go round from slip and field. There's no run. 3 balls gone in the over. 3 dots into the scorebook. No change to the field as Rayan comes in from the far end. It's down the leg side. It's an attempted sweep from Ashwin. Doesn't get anything on it, and Folkes does well to smother that down the leg side and stop any extras going into the book. 4 balls gone.
Ben Stokes is he's happy with 1 ball at Bumrah.
Rayan, little bit of air on that one. It's full, it's Yorker length, and it's just squeezed back down the pitch by Ashwin, and that is now 5 balls gone, and now the instruction comes in, everybody in. We do not want an odd number off this delivery. If it goes for 4, so be it, but we do not want Ashwin on strike.
Yeah, now we've got a little bit of a contest now. What does Ashwin do? He's been blocking it, pushing at it for the last 4 or 5 overs, and now Ben Stokes is bringing the field in. This is what he didn't want to have on with 2 balls to go, thinking Ashwin could hit sort of 2 boundaries and get 2 fours, add 8 to the total, and do that a couple of overs, and you know the pressure's alleviated a little bit. But from this point of view, he's now got what he wanted. He's got our Ashwin, 1 ball left at the striker's end, and he's now, I think, he's working out which way is Ashwin going to go, which way is he going to try and hit the big shot. Ben Stokes is thinking leg side. He's got mid wicket out on the boundary. Mid on and mid off are staying up, so everybody else is inside what would be the 30-yard circle.
Rayan Ahmed comes into bowl but doesn't release it. Interestingly, before that, captain and vice captain had a very, very long conversation, Stokes and Pope, to the extent that Murray Erasmus, the umpire, was almost looking at them as if say, are we actually going to finish this over? Rayan comes in, bowls, it's on the middle and leg, it's clipped into the leg side. Hartley will field and a single will be taken. It's a terrible thing to say because you're talking about one bowler to another bowler's figures, but I wonder if Hartley actually thought about letting that go and just let it go for 4 so that they could start the new over against Bumrah. It goes for the single. It means that Ashwin will be on strike. End of the over here on TalkSport 2. India 234 for 8, lead by 377.
I know I'm about to move out, but I've done that before. I got wrong off the umpire.
Well, you know, it's your own situation you're making worse. Anyway. Right then, so it will be Ashwin once again on strike. Hartley will move in, and again, England have the slip, and then everyone else pretty deep as he prepares to 1, 2, 3, 4 strides into the stumps, bowls, and Ashwin pushes back to the bowler and his follow through, no run. Bairstow at long on, Ollie Pope at long off, Duckett at a 3/4 of the way back mid-wicket. There's a deep square leg as well, long leg, as that one from Hartley just again threatens to bounce a little bit. Well played by Ashwin, keeps it out, and Folkes will do the fielding from behind the stumps. Harmy has indeed moved out, Goffey has moved in. We'll be with him very shortly, with Tom Hartley already in position to bowl once again. Moving away from us in the commentary box end, gives it a little bit of air. Pushed into the offside, and they will take the run from the 3rd ball of the over. So Bumrah will be on strike. Ashwin goes to 9, 235 for 8, Goffey.
Yeah, right on the edge, aren't we? We were talking about what can they believe they can chase around 370. Would be still an unbelievable effort and another one of those record breakers we're talking about. But I think they're right on the edge. They need to get these 2 wickets pretty quickly if England are going to believe they can have any chance.
Well, Harsh has already mentioned it in the commentary that the highest score England have ever made in India in the 4th innings is 240 odd. And that wasn't to win, that's the highest score they've made. So we're already into history by an awful long way.
Yeah, we talked about that, but history goes out the window the way it's been played under Ben Stokes this last 18 months, hasn't it? So, but realistically, the players will believe they can still chase this. I'm telling you. I'm not saying they will, I'm saying they'll believe they can, and I think they're right on the edge of it.
Totally agree, totally agree. Hartley around the wicket, that's an absolute beauty of a delivery to Bumrah, beats the outside edge through to Folkes behind the stumps. There's no run, and more importantly, there's no wicket.
Especially now when you see it turning. This is Hartley who's turning the ball now. We're talking about here, it's pitching on middle and leg and going and missing off stump. So it's turning and it's still bouncing as well.
Yeah. Hartley goes in again, slightly shorter. Bumrah's looking for a single here, plays it out on the onside. Ben Folkes from behind the stumps runs out 15 metres towards mid-wicket, picks it up, throws it back at the stumps in one motion, hits them, but Bumrah has made it back into his ground. I'm not entirely sure he knows what he's thinking there. I mean, I know he's still not out, but that's not what the team need him to do.
But that's exactly what he's thinking now. He's not out. He wants to get off the mark, like anybody.
Yeah. Hartley around the wicket. Soft hands from Bumrah on this occasion to complete the over. 378 is India's lead. 235 for 8 after 72 overs here on TalkSport 2. Ashwin, 9 not out. He'll be on strike for the next over. Bumrah, not out from 11 balls faced, Goffey.
Yeah, I mean Ashwin's going to kind of think about what he's going to do here. I mean, what does he do? Just hang around and just hopefully they can develop a partnership for 20 or 30. It gets them over that magic 400 mark. Or does he try and play a few shots? Stokes has kind of shoveled his bowlers around really, really well here. And I said that India had to be dismissed under 200. I still believe that. They've gone well over that. 235 for 8. They're sitting at...
Yeah, absolutely. But we keep saying it, this England side don't accept defeat. They may not win, but they won't accept defeat until it's absolutely there. Rayan Ahmed goes in, that's a short one. Ashwin has slapped that dead straight through mid-on for 4. There is a man down at the long-on boundary, but he was too wide, and that one just sat up begging to be hit. And Ashwin has just slapped it. 239 for 8.
Well, there you go. We're talking about Ashwin. He's got to do something here. He gets a poorish delivery from Rayan Ahmed. Still a young bowler. I'm sure he's pretty tired. Tried kind of, it looked like he was kind of a googly, but it ended up being a top spin and pulled it away for 4.
Next ball is playing forward, takes the outside half of the bat, goes down to Johnny Bairstow on the 3rd boundary, and they'll take a couple more. Ashwin goes to 15, 241 for 8. Chetan Narula is sitting next to me, just enjoying the accumulation from India.
Well, I'm interested in watching if Ashwin will... I mean, yes, he's taking runs on the first 2 balls, but is he going to do that on the last 2 balls?
We'll find out shortly. Ball number 3 is not about to be delivered by Rayan. He comes in and for the 2nd time recently doesn't deliver it. Now he does come in, and it's another shortish ball that Ashwin's hit in exactly the same place as the 4. However, the long on fielder has moved ever so slightly straighter and is able to field that, and he stays at home. No run taken.
So now we are in the 3rd ball of the over. He says, okay, no run. I'm not going to take a single.
He's only dealing in even numbers at the moment. Rayan Ahmed gives that one some air. Ashwin can't do anything with that. Rayan will field off his own bowling, so that's 4 balls gone, 241 for 8.
And he's always thinking, he's always calculating his Ravichandran Ashwin, and he would have seen that Rehan Ahmed has troubled the right-handers quite a bit in this series, and he wouldn't want to risk that against Jasprit Bumrah.
Remember, he is the 2nd best all-rounder in the world rankings according to the ICC at the moment. He is not only a phenomenal bowler, but he is more than handy with the bat. He's batting at number 8, but he's a very, very fine player. He waits for Rayan. Rayan, he's down on one knee, playing a conventional paddle sweep. They will take the single down to fine leg on this occasion. So Ashwin will go to 16, 242 for 8, and Jasprit Bumrah will therefore have to face 1 ball to end the over.
It's interesting that you brought up that he bats at number 8 now for India, and if it were up to me, he would be batting at 6 instead of Akshar Patel, especially now that you need a proper batter at number 6. I understand why they send Akshar at number 6, because obviously he's a left-hander, can throw his bat around a bit, can score some boundaries. But I think his real value is utilised if he's batting at number 7 or lower.
At the moment, KS Barrett looks a little bit out of his depth, so maybe him to go down a bit. Yeah, that's an option. In comes Rayan Ahmed to complete the over, and a massive stride forward from Bumrah, plays a full defensive to complete the over. 242 for 8, 73 overs completed here on TalkSport 2. The India lead 385, Chetan.
You go on X right now and you'll see the Indian cricket fans not wanting Bharat in the 11 for the next test match. You're talking about number 7. They want a replacement. They want Dhruv Jurel in.
Interesting, that one. I think what I would do, and we always talk about the balance of the team, I think without a Kohli in there, if Rahul's fit, I would even think about keeping Rahul again. I mean,
Rohit already ruled him out in pre-series, the only press conference that he's done remarkably, that Rahul is not going to keep in this in this series. And obviously he's now coming back from a quadriceps issue, so that would be a double danger to say, okay, you know what, you now keep wickets as well. I understand the point you're making, but I think India are going with that double wicket-keeper approach again.
Hartley to start the new over brings Ashwin forward, and there is no run.
That if they're travelling overseas, then Rahul plays as a keeper batter, but when you're playing at home and you are playing 3 spinners, you need somebody who is just going to do the job of a keeper and maybe score some runs.
Hartley prepares to bowl to Ashwin. Left arm around the wicket. Ashwin is just playing quietly on the onside. No run.
And hopefully that arrangement works until Rishabh Pant is fit and he comes back. Because I personally feel that India's keeper batter position right now in tests is just a placeholder position at the moment.
Hartley. You can hear Ashwin tapping his bat as the bowler comes in to bowl left arm round, pushes out on the offside, no run. That's the 3rd ball of the over.
Exactly. We all know who's coming straight back in when he's going to be ready to come back, and that's Rishabh Pant. I mean, you put him into this Indian side and it's totally different, isn't it?
Yeah, completely. Hartley. What does Ashwin think as the next delivery comes in? Well, he's able to just open the face, guide it to point, take a single to get off strike. He's at the non-strikers end. Bumrah will therefore have 2 balls to face, 243 for 8.
And with him absent, I mean, India hasn't just lost a keeper batter position, but I thought his incident happened at a very, very wrong time, because India could have looked at him as a viable captaincy option in Test cricket as well. I really do believe that. And if and when he does come back, and I really hope it's soon, and if he finds form and fitness, maybe.
Wow. Hartley, left arm around the wicket. Well played by Bumrah. Pokes in at silly point. Short mid-off, silly mid-off. He's close in. Was close to him, but he's able to stop it. Right, 1 ball left of the over. 2 slips. Silly mid-off. Hartley's left arm around the wicket. That one's a shorter one, and it bounces. Bumrah is able to keep on top of it. Another over is in the books. 74 of the innings. 243 for 8 are India. They lead by 3-8-6. And some more thoughts from Goffey, because Neil Manthorpe's coming in for the ball by ball.
It's interesting, isn't it, how when Ashwin is more comfortable letting Bumrah face the left arm spin of Hartley rather than the mystery of Rehan Ahmed. I actually would go along the lines, but I think Hartley would be harder to face for Bumrah in these conditions.
I see what you mean there, but it's just that Rehan has got that knack of beating the outside edge of the right-handers in this series. He's troubled a lot of Indian right-handers.
Whips the bails off Ben Foakes. Rehan Ahmed goes past the outside edge. Ashwin's bat.
And that's exactly what I meant. Just that extra rip on the ball, and he will beat the outside edge very, very easily. So it's just, and like I said, I mean, maybe it is good for Bumrah to face him, and he would like to face him. But I think Ashwin, with the calculative mind that he has, he's just thinking, let me not allow Bumrah to face Rehan Ahmed.
Pretty spread field, very spread field. And Rehan Ahmed's in once again. Ashwin pushes it away behind square in the offside. Wants to come back for the second. Might be a run out, trouble, mix up. Ashwin thought with his young, agile mind that he could run 2, but his less young, less agile legs refused to allow him.
Yeah, his mind was saying 2-2-2 all the time, but his legs just weren't allowing that. And Bumrah did set off for it, but they had to come back. I mean, if they had calculated the missed throw, then maybe. But again, you never run on on a bit of a misfield or a missed throw.
Dan Lawrence doing the fielding for England. I'm looking around to see who's off. I can see Jimmy Anderson's on the field at deepish mid-off. So Joe Root's obviously off the field. But we had Gus Atkinson on earlier.
Is it worrying that Root hasn't come back still?
Well, the word from the England dressing room is that he's just resting up. But there surely must be a concern about the amount of time that he spent off the field. Although it's an external injury, isn't it? That one is whipped away on the onside, nicely fielded. Quick reactions from Ollie Pope under the helmet at short leg.
No, I don't mean it from a time factor. I mean it from his well-being factor. Is he good enough to bat now? Because it's just too long now.
Here's Rehan Ahmed once again. Beauty. Good leg spinner. Past the outside edge. Jasprit Bumrah just grins. It's just the right thing to do. Yep, well bowled. Yeah, it's end of the 3rd day. You should be spinning it. And fizzes past the outside edge. Ben Foakes takes nicely. Foakes' keeping has got sharper and sharper. He looked rusty, to be fair, in the first innings in Hyderabad. Here is Rehan Ahmed once again. Bumrah lunges defensively at this one, and it's picked up by Pope at short leg. 244 for 8. India leading by 387. Resuming this morning without the loss of a wicket, and they lost 2 very quickly, both to Jimmy Anderson. Rehan Ahmed in again, and that one bounces, surprisingly, and Jasprit Bumrah, I think, leaves it alone at the last moment. They resumed this morning on 28 without loss, and before long they were 30 for 2. Jimmy Anderson knocking back Rohit Sharma's off stump for 13. Yashasvi Jaiswal caught low down by Root at first slip of Anderson for 17. Goffey, we're long past the point of no return, but but then again, there is no point of no return. We keep saying this, don't we?
Well, do you know, I think we are seeing this pitch now deteriorate as far as spin's concerned. I think we've seen a lot of balls spin sharply and with bounce in this last half hour. India should have enough now, but like I said, the uncertainty is there, and they've created doubt in every Indian's mind, because England, that last test match, were out of it for most of it and ended up winning it.
Here's Tom Hartley. Forward comes Ashwin, pushing defensively. Do you know what, Goffey? I actually, honestly, can see England chasing 387. Can you?
I'm not putting it past them, no.
I mean, it's bonkers, isn't it? I mean, it sounds completely ludicrous. The fourth innings. Here's Hartley. Back and across goes Ashwin. Tucks it away out to Crawley at Dan Lawrence at deep square leg. Dan Lawrence is wearing somebody else's sun hat. I know Andrew McKenna mentioned this earlier, but all he's got to do is take half a step to his left or right and his hat falls off. Every single time he moves, his hat falls off.
Perhaps they've run out of mediums.
He's just picked up the wrong one. So Ben Stokes in long conversation with Tom Hartley now about the best way to get rid of Jasprit Bumrah. And there are two slips, and Ollie Pope has moved from short leg to... He's not silly point, he's silly mid-off, really. Very close. Two steps, two decent steps away from the batsman. Very close. Right in his eye line. Hartley in bowls, Bumrah forward, lunging defensively at this again, and Pope is down on one knee to pick it up on the pitch. But I'm not saying that it is. I'm not saying it's likely that England will chase down. That target is now 389. But you know, in a few years ago, you just couldn't have imagined how they could have made a target like that in the fourth innings. These days, you can. Back and across goes Bumrah, playing it off the pitch once again. There's no run because everyone has played an innings. Everyone has showed. Like Johnny Bairstow's due some runs. Joe Root's due some runs. He's got a sore finger. He's off the field at the moment. But Zach Crawley could make 120 off as many balls. Ben Duckett. They all can confound history and what was previously regarded as reality. Next one defended again by Bumrah, no run.
I think it will come down to how the English batters, especially the top order, face the new ball. If they can just mop up 100 runs very quickly, as they have been doing in the series, it's game on.
Here's Hartley. Forward comes Bumrah again, playing defensively. It's interesting you say that, Chetan Narula, because Darren Gough, I think that one of the factors that would have to go England's way if they were to chase down 400 in the fourth innings is to get off to a flyer against the two seamers. I can see them scoring at 6 or 7 and over against the seam.
Yeah, look, we're all right, but we're the only reason we're saying England have got a chance, and it's about what, a 10% chance, is because we've seen this team do it before, right? And like I said, 280 would be an hard score to get. In normal conditions, normally how Test cricket goes, you'll be saying, 280, last innings in India, oh, it's a real struggle, that. We're now saying England have got a chance when they're chasing over 380. What has happened?
To my mind, the other factor, obviously, is when the ball will start reversing. And I do believe that India is not going to start with seam from both ends. It has got to be Ashwin from one end, at least.
Yeah, I agree with that completely. Here's Rian Ahmed again to Ashwin, who punches this one out to the sweeper. There are 6 men on the boundary, and he doesn't take a single.
In Hyderabad, the reverse swing came into picture around the 20-over mark. That was enough because the outfield was quite abrasive, especially the square was very, very abrasive. Here, it's lush green. It's beautiful outfield. And in the first innings, it was only around the 35th over mark that reverse swing actually came into play.
Rian Ahmed once again from the Dr. Vizzy end. And off the back foot again, Ashwin punches it, this time to the other man. 4 men on or close to the boundary on the offside. This time it's Duckett at extra cover on the boundary. He fields, still no run.
And until that point in the first innings, England were scoring at 5.5, 6 and over.
Rian Ahmed in again, pops up into the air, googly, beautifully bowled. And I don't know, there was an inside edge. There's nobody close catching apart from Zach Crawley at slip. There's nobody close in on the leg side.
And the one other factor that comes to my mind, obviously, is, like Guffey said, there's a bit more spin now, but how much bounce will the Indian spinners get?
Ashwin's actually gloved that one. And as Guffey says, that now finally the pitch is, someone's lit the fuse, and it burns quite quickly, and then suddenly the pitch explodes. But that one's actually hit him on the glove. Down the wicket comes Ashwin, hits it high, beautiful strike. Ben Stokes momentarily thought he might be in the business for another catch, and then he just turned, his head craned over towards the sight screen, and he watched it sail clean over the ropes. That's a very good hit from R. Ashwin.
That's an absolute belter of a shot. Used his feet, lovely to Rian Ahmed. A little bit of air, gets to the pitch of the ball. Nice sweep, follow through with a bat. Middled it, straight, 6, the maximum.
The lead gets 6 closer to 400. 394 is the lead for India. They're 251 for 8. And now, after 4 balls of the over, Ben Stokes signals for each and not every man to come in to save 1 to keep Ashwin on strike. There is still a man at cow corner for the slog sweep, and at 45 on the leg side for the conventional sweep. Here's Rian Ahmed forward. He comes Ashwin to a quicker, flatter delivery, pushes it to Duckett at cover, no run. Ashwin doing a good job here, 25 from 57 balls. Last ball of this over, and once again he stops 3/4 of the way through his run-up because Ashwin backed away, and he just wants to make sure that all the fielders are not moving while the bowler is running in. He just wants to make sure he knows where everyone is and where the single might be taken. Goes for the slog sweep and does get it very fine down the leg side, beats Shoaib Bashir, and the result is 4. Ashwin moves to 29 with 10 off the over. India 255 for 8, leading by 398.
Well, they're just trying to get the make sure runs, these are called now. Like I said, I think once they're starting to get over that 300 mark, each one's worth almost double. And 10 off the last couple of deliveries, important there for India. A lead now by 398. Ashwin, a nice little innings here. 29, just to calm people's nerves. 29 off 58 deliveries. Bumrah still not off the mark. 22 balls faced. You don't want naught to your name, do you?
How often did you take 22 balls to get off the mark in a test match?
I got plenty of noughts.
That wasn't the question. 22 ball noughts?
Probably against Sri Lanka once, I think. Once against Pakistan, once against Sri Lanka. I were in for a while without getting off the mark, I think.
Saving the game? Or just missing them?
Saving the game.
Okay, I thought so. Hartley begins another over. Forward comes Bumrah. And he's not played a shot in anger, actually, Bumrah. He's just blocking everything. Lunging forward. 2 slips and Ollie Pope at silly mid-off. Crawley Bairstow are the slips. Ollie Pope under the helmet. Here's Hartley once again, gives it lots of air. Bumrah does actually follow through with this defensive push, so it's a firm push, but only as far as the bowler. Tom Hartley's got through some work. 27th over, 3 for 77. 2 for 88 for Rian Ahmed from 24, and 2 for 29 from Jimmy Anderson. He's just bowled the 10 overs. Here's Hartley once again, and forward comes Bumrah, pushing it defensively. Guffey, it's a 78th over. Would they give Jimmy the new ball?
I would. If I were Jimmy Anderson, and that was me out there, I'd be shouting at the captain, give me the ball. You got
the new
Bumrah
ball in 2 overs time.
Yeah. You got Bumrah in. You back yourself.
Edge gone. Bairstow takes the catch at second slip. Classic stuff. Really, left arm spinner's delight. That Number 9, tail-ender, turns it away, outside edge. Very, very good low catch from Johnny Bairstow, Darren.
Yeah, great catch from Johnny. Like I say, he's used to fielding behind the stumps. Normally got wicket-keeping gloves on, but he's got good hands as well when he fields at slip, and that was a sharp chance there. We're talking about Tom Hartley. I think he would be harder to face for Bumrah. He bowls it a little bit quicker. He gets some turn on it. Low catch, Johnny Bairstow. And again, Tom Hartley in the second innings is cashing in. Cashed in at Hyderabad with that 7 wickets to bowl England to victory, and he's already got 4 this innings as well. India 255 for 9, a lead of 398. The magic 400 is just 2 away. Can they manage it with the last man, Mukesh, coming to the crease?
Yeah, and Jasprit Bumrah facing 26 balls. We were talking about him trying to get off the mark. Didn't really happen there. But yes, Hartley just cleaning up the house, especially the lower order. He counted for Akshar Patel, 45, and then Kuldeep Yadav for a 5-ball duck, and now Bumrah, 26-ball duck. So, as rightly said, 2 runs away from that 400-run lead, but also England just 1 wicket away from batting again and chasing this, or at least trying to chase this one down.
Well, I said to Harmy before tea, between lunch and tea, Goffey, that because of the way England have played, they've sown the seeds of doubt in opposition, who previously otherwise would never have had a moment's doubt. That's one thing. The second thing is that for many decades, if England had needed 400 in the 4th innings, people would have been making. They wouldn't have wanted to watch. England supporters wouldn't have wanted to watch, and it would have been a dull drudge, wouldn't it, towards inevitable defeat. But now we're all really excited about the prospect of England chasing 400.
Well, getting 400 runs in the match would have been hard a few years ago, but especially in India. But I think we're all excited. I think it's the right words to use, Manners, because 255 for 9. England have won probably both sessions today, right? But they were so far behind the game and having to bat last on it, we almost give them very little chance of winning. But as we've said many times, this team like to surprise us. They like to do the almost impossible.
It's the approach, isn't it? Because we can all think of test matches and from whatever era we're in, and you think, whoever the team is needing 400, they'll walk out there and they'll all try and block and survive, and it would just be a slow, grim death with an inevitable death at the end of it. But that if England are going down, they'll go down entertaining and swinging.
Yeah, and I've no doubt in my mind that England will come out and they'll realise, but it is a fast outfield, it is a short boundary, but you look at the context of the game and look at the scores from both sides, there's a lot of 20s, 30s and 40s, and that tells you there's always something in this pitch for the bowler.
Tom Hartley, by the way, could produce back-to-back fifers. He's 7 for 62, match-winning performance in the 4th innings in Hyderabad, and he's now got 4 for 77. He's toiled away, he's been patient. I think he's bowled very, very well. I think Shoaib Bashir's bowled a little better than his figures would suggest, with 1 for 58 from 15 overs, going at almost 4 and over. But he like Rehan Ahmed, has had conceded a couple of very expensive overs. Bashir went for 16 in 1 over. Rehan Ahmed's been for a couple of dozen in 2 overs, and so I think they've bowled more dot balls than they managed in Hyderabad, which is evidence that they're getting into a rhythm.
But I'll tell you one thing that he has done, Tom Hartley. I know, a lot of spinners from around the world go to India as Indian specialists, or go to Pakistan and you get picked for those tours. But he's put himself in with a chance now. England's spinner, because he can bat and field.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. 2 slips and a gully now. Dan Lawrence has gone into gully and a silly mid-off for the last man. Here's Hartley into the last man, Mukesh Kumar, who's struck on the pad. Ball disappears out on the onside. Ben Foakes trudges after it, picks up. So 4 close catches on the offside, with Hartley turning it away from the number 11, Mukesh Kumar. There's also a backward point. Cover, mid-off. Mid-on, square leg, or 45 degrees behind square. Last ball of the over is pushed away successfully by Mukesh Kumar, and there's no run. It's all change in the commentary box, double change. Jared Kimber will give us a nugget to contemplate, and then it'll be Harsha Bhogle and Steve Harmison.
Yeah, it's just getting to that point now where I think England are thinking anything under 600 they can probably still knock off. Can you imagine this? They go back, and it's the old Callis line from the world record match where he says, I think they're 20 under par. I think that seems to be Brendan McCullum's strategy with almost everything. So it's still under 400. And if they end up with it under 500, he'll say it's still under 500. Still under 1,000 to chase, Harsha Bhogle.
Yes, it is. And Rehan Ahmed will start a new over. Ravichandran Ashwin, there's not a fielder inside around him apart from the slip. He plays it quietly back. There's not a lot happening. So Steve Harmison, I thought I'd get you another of your caramel candies.
Thank you.
You can even hear the rustling of the paper as he opens it.
I'm just teasing Darren Gough. So yeah.
You're right. How's he going to play it? Everybody's on the boundary. 4 on the offside. Rehan bowls to Ashwin, who goes in for the big drive and is beaten. The ball is well outside the off stump. And rather acrobatic stop, as it turns out, from Ben Foakes.
Bumrah got a duck, Harsha, but he did his job. It was a good partnership, that, with R. Ashwin.
Yeah, he'll go and have a word with Jack Leach, who might tell him I got one, you know. But my one took longer. Here's Rehan Ahmed, he bowls and goes past the outside edge. They think there's an edge. Ashwin will tuck his bat under his armpits and walk off. It's a very good catch. Once again by Ben Foakes, he stayed low. The great merit of keeping on the subcontinent. Stay low. Rehan Ahmed picks up a wicket, 3 for 88. India get bowled out for 255 with all the fielders around the boundary. It was a little outside edge that produced the wicket.
Little feather from R. Ashwin, and Rehan Ahmed runs away. He doesn't think R. Ashwin's nicked it. Ben Foakes knew. Ben Foakes knew how he did. I'm giving him a disservice. Maria Erasmus, finger straight up. Good length ball. Little turn away from the bat of R. Ashwin, and probably not sure whether to go and hit it. Slug sweeper over the top with it being 9 down. But India, 399 runs in front. It's a mammoth total for England. Excellent from Shubman Gill, but fair play to England as they walk off there now, applauded by the England supporters. They've given everything. They've not given in. They've dived around in the field, and they've made sure that India have had to make sure that they're hard work for every run that they've got. And fair play, Jimmy Anderson, Bashir, Rehan Ahmed and Tom Hartley. It was a very, very heartwarming performance if you're an England fan. But England, 399 runs adrift. Can they?
The total's already got to a point, the target, 399, where if England get these runs, you doff your hat and say, well played, England. Let's all go to Rajkot. I think a lot would depend on how Ravichandran Ashwin bowls. Bumrah will bowl well. The wrist spinner will offer his variety. But if Ashwin's bowling well, England are not getting this 399. So I think a lot would depend on him. Just in case you join us, let me run through what happened today. Yashasvi Jaiswal out for 17, got root ball James Anderson. Rohit Sharma bowled Anderson. What a spell that was from Jimmy Anderson early on. Then a partnership between Shubman Gill and Shreyas Iyer. It is a partnership that put on 81. Then again 2 wickets down quickly. Iyer caught Stokes bowled Hartley for 29. Patidar caught Foakes bowled Rehan Ahmed for 9. Then another partnership, Shubman Gill and Akshar Patel. Gill caught Foakes bowled Shoaib Bashir after he finally got his 100, 104. Akshar Patel got 45, LBW to Hartley. Then India lost a couple of wickets early. Shrikar Bharat caught Stokes bowled Rehan Ahmed for 6. Kuldeep Yadav tried to slog Hartley. He was out for a duck, caught by Duckett. Then another little partnership, and I say little, 26 runs between Ravichandran Ashwin and Bumrah, who got his 19th duck but faced 26 balls. Mukesh Kumar not out for 0, last man out Ashwin for 29. How are you going to make of the bowling? Anderson just 10 overs, 2 for 29. Shoaib Bashir 1 for 58 from 15. Rehan Ahmed 3 for 88. And Tom Hartley, very good, 4 for 77 from 27. Joe Root just 2 overs and spend the rest of the day putting ice on his little finger. Very keen to know if he's good enough to come into bat at number 4.
I'd expect him to come out to bat at number 4, and hopefully he's been well rested, being off the field for such a long time. England are going to need Joe Root, but I think all in all, Harsha, from a bowling point of view, in isolation alone, that innings, I thought England were excellent. I really do. To bowl India out for 255, 78.3 overs. They're a long way behind in the match, but I think if in isolation terms, I think on a pitch which I think it's still quite good. I think it's held together very, very nicely. I think it's been a really good Test match pitch. It's been a good effort by the England team, and they've been backed up in the field. Some excellent catches, dropped 1 or 2, but I think the energy, the buzz around the field has been good. So from an isolation innings alone, I think England have done their job nicely. Unfortunately, they didn't get enough runs in the last innings as to why they are behind the game. But 400 runs, just over 2 days to get them. Obviously, it's not going to take them that long with this group, but it's a group that will feel as though, you know what, let's have a red hot crack at it, let's have a go at it, and let's be positive. And you mentioned about R. Ashwin being key. I actually think Jasprit Bumrah's the key here, because it's setting the tone. You mentioned quite a few times about that game I played in Chennai, and Virender Sehwag set the tone. If Zach Crawley comes out, Ben Duckett come out and set the tone against Bumrah and Kumar, then all of a sudden the pressure's now back put on India. So as much as Ashwin is going to be key, if Jasprit Bumrah comes out and bowls the way he did in the first innings and picks up 2 for 10 off his first 6 overs, then the match is over.
14 overs of batting, Jared, today for England. Probably thinking let's go in 65-70 for no loss on there. That'd be their style.
Yeah, they're probably trying to work out if they can get to 200 already by stumps, aren't they? Look, I think there will be periods where England fans will feel comfortable and Indian fans will feel nervous, because we see that in most of these big chases, and it might be early on, right? We've seen the way that England have been, able to really put pressure on India early on, but it's that middle part when that ball gets a little bit softer. When you have to take slightly bigger risks in order to score. I think there was actually a really interesting stat before, you like this one, from CricViz, who said that India have lost 68% of their wickets to spinners in this series while playing attacking shots. It's the highest percentage for any team in a Test series in India before. So we have seen that when you do try and score, especially when that ball gets a little bit older, you are taking a few extra risks. England are going to play that way, aren't they? So they're going to keep India interested all the way through, one way or another. And they'll keep us interested all the way through, because it's kind of like just watching randomness on a cricket field.
Watch this space. I can't believe what I've just seen. Rehan Ahmed has come out after bowling, what has he bowled? 24.3 overs. He's had bat and gloves and bat in hand. Could England send Rehan Ahmed out at number 3? And have a go here, Jared? Yeah, he did it. They did it in Pakistan. And obviously it didn't work. He's just bowled 23.4 overs, and he's just come out with Jeetan Patel and hit 10 balls into the 20 balls into the net. Could England send Rehan Ahmed out as a, not as a night watchman, as that night hawk, and just take Stuart Broad's go over and think, right, we're gonna have a go at this. Bear in mind that they might not want Joe Root to bat tonight.
I remember Andy Bickle doing this for Australia once, batting at number 3 in a very similar role where they just said to him,
I played in that game.
Yeah,
I played in that game.
He made runs, didn't he?
He made 49, yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, look, we've seen it before, that kind of chaos hitting. It's a shame Mark Wood isn't here, because he'd be perfect for this kind of thing. Just do whatever you do, Woody. But Rehan Ahmed's a little bit better. But they're probably thinking to themselves, if we need Rehan Ahmed to help us at the end, we're already in trouble. But he can cause problems. And this is the way that they think, right? I don't think there's any reason for them to change our opening batters. But at number 3, instead of Ollie Pope, I think it's a solid left field plan. Can you be a solid left field plan, Harsha? Let's just go with it.
Just take the adjective out. Just say it's a left field plan.
Well, I mean, I think it's got basis behind it. Is the point? You can have a left field plan that doesn't make any sense. It's, you could call a banana a cucumber. It doesn't make it so. But there's something behind this that I think does make a little bit of sense.
Well, you peel both fruits, bananas and cucumbers. Well, cucumbers, fruit because it's got seeds in it. We call it a vegetable, but we're talking cricket. Tell me, India will start with Bumrah, obviously. Do they give Mukesh Kumar a go with a new ball? Do they go straight to Ravichandran Ashwin with the new ball? Be interesting to see how they go about it.
Me personally, I go Ashwin. Ashwin. I think during that Hyderabad test, I think a lot of the bowls and Rohit Sharma's relationship was, I think there was a little bit of lost trust in that when Ben Duckett, Zach Crawley and one or two others were hitting India around the ground for fun. I think there's a lot of lost trust between Rohit Sharma and
I'll tell you what would be fun. Fun would be if Rehan Ahmed comes out and Rohit throws the ball to Shubman Gill. Would that be solid enough left field for you, Jared? Solid enough left field?
I like it.
Nah.
I think it's double solid.
Now, I'm with you. I think India will go with Ashwin. Maybe give Bumrah a burst and get Mukesh, maybe if Bumrah has had really solid burst behind him for a couple of overs before close, because there's 14 overs of play. 14 overs, a Bumrah burst would be 4 overs maybe today.
4 or 5 overs. I think if you could get 4 or 5 overs out of Jasprit Bumrah.
They want Kuldeep at some point.
Yeah, that gives Kuldeep 2, possibly 3 if Ashwin's not working. He can maybe swap ends. But I think if England were in this situation, you'd probably see Jimmy Anderson bowl 5 overs because he's your best bowler. Like we've seen in that last innings there was enough movement up until the 12th, 13th, 14th over. You know, when he got Rohit Sharma out, it was older than 10 overs. So I think for me, set the tone with Bumrah and go with your best spin bowler from the other end, and that for me is R. Ashwin.
It's a very, very difficult target. Let's get that very clear, first of all. The only reason we are talking about whether England can get 399 is because they've chased down 8 of their last 10 chases, and they've won 5 out of 8 matches when they've had to come from behind. They won the first test coming from 190 runs behind. Now they need 400 though. The degree of turn is less, but because England seem to play without fear, because they take the game on, all of a sudden everyone is thinking, can they? Otherwise, in India, 400, 4th innings, you're just thinking, when is the game going to get over?
Isn't that refreshing though, Harsha? We're sitting here, and this is what Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum has brought to Test match cricket. 9 times out of 10, India win this at a canter. But it's just that one time in the history of the game. You know, the rules have changed now when Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum came in to say, right, we believe, and we feel as though we can win from any point. And it's easier said it. You've actually got to go and do it, and they've done it. They've done it enough times for pundits, whether it's in here, in the radio, TV, Harsha, where you're working next door, that the last 10 minutes of conversation hasn't just been about when are India going to finish this game. It's about, you know what, 399 runs, we might have a contest on. That for me is brilliant.
And I don't think England will try and survive these 14 overs. England will want to make a statement in these 14 overs. You go in 60, 65 for no loss, and suddenly you're thinking, oops, it was 400, you know, it's 340 now. Here's the first ball coming, 2 slips in a gully. Jasprit Bumrah, walk, canter into the stride, and outside the off-stump first ball, Crawley will withdraw. Ashwin to Crawley, that's another good matchup. Crawley believes he can go big against Ashwin. But it's Bumrah. What a spell we saw in the first innings. 6 for 45. It was a stunning spell, but it came after his first spell. Didn't get wickets with the new ball. We saw that with Anderson. When he comes to the subcontinent, it's when he comes back for second and third spells that he gets more wickets.
Although Bumrah bowled a touch wide to Zach Crawley in that opening throws in the first innings, Zach Crawley could get away that big booming shot that he's got outside off stump. Jasprit Bumrah will want to tighten up towards off stump against England opener.
He'll get the ball to leave the right-hander. In comes Bumrah, he bowls, and it's about 5th or 6th stump line, and he lets it go through. It's interesting, he said something after yesterday. He said, I think I might have learned reverse swing before I learned actual swing. Because he'd hit the deck and get the ball to seam around. The outswinger came a little late in his development. He said, I might have learned reverse before I learned the natural outswing.
I think that's the beauty about Jasprit Bumrah's action is that he's probably more suited for reverse swing, but his release point, and because his wrist is unbelievably straight, that he probably reverses it better than he naturally swings it.
Bolts again to Crawley. Ball keeps a little low. He's a tall man. Crawley had to come down in time, and there's a general throwing up of hands. Just wonder if that'll play on his mind. Duckett's just gone down, having a word with Crawley, or pretending to. He comes to about within 3 yards and goes away.
Yeah, he got that. Just got him caught on the crease again. Zak Crawley didn't quite get out to smother what little bounce there was. Hands on heads from Indian fielders. The tension's brilliant. This is brilliant Test cricket.
And again, Jasprit Bumrah. Bowls hits the deck hard, back of a length, and Crawley plays it off his pads to Kuldeep Yadav at square leg. If that means anything, Ashwin's moving his arms around at mid-on. I think it'll depend on whether Duckett's in strike, or will he just try Mukesh Kumar for a couple of overs?
No, I think if it was start of the session, 31 overs left and India had been bowled out right on the cusp of tea, I think possibly Kumar, but 14 overs left, no trust in the seamer. I think I'm going with my best spinner.
Bumrah to Crawley, gets him playing and missing as that ball curls wickedly away. Bumrah holds his head in his hands. General throwing up of arms, a little excitement in this first spell from Bumrah.
This is brilliant. This is brilliant. Jasprit Bumrah, it's short, seemed perfectly upright, and it's just left Zak Crawley just a small amount as it seemed away. And this slips. We see Shubman Gill got his hands on his head. They know how close Zak Crawley was there. Can he bring it back onto off stump? If he can, there's a gap there for him.
And he comes again, he bowls. It is coming back in, but it allows Crawley to take a single. Plays it well wide of Ashwin at mid-on. And he holds on to the ball, Ashwin, after completing the field. And he is walking rather briskly up to the bowling end. So he's probably going to bowl, as Mukesh Kumar's taken his cap off. 1 run off the first over.
Yeah, Kumar's taking his cap off. I thought there when Ashwin kept a hold of the ball. I wonder if he was keeping a hold of the ball because he was about to walk past his captain, Rohit Sharma, and he put the ball in the captain's hand. I wonder if he had a quiet word in his ear and going, I think I should be bowling here, captain. I think I should be bowling here. It's a sort of time and a sort of part of the game that Ashwin, the competitor, would love. Just maybe he's going through his bowling action, stopping a couple of times, getting the tension. I think this would be made for Ashwin to come in and get into a contest with Zak Crawley.
Gets the ball to move, does Mukesh Kumar. The problem was the length. It's a little show of confidence from the captain. And it's again the peculiarity of where we are playing cricket, that we're debating whether or not the new ball bowler should take it. First ball, just a little inward movement, but straight away more confident Crawley, because the release is different. It's a flatter trajectory. He's seeing the ball very well, drives to cover, but he can't get a run.
Yeah, that's more in where Zak Crawley wants the ball, just standing in and around that off stump so he can get access the big booming drive that he's got. The trouble for Zak Crawley early in the innings is when he falls over, his head goes over towards cover point, his front foot goes across the stumps as opposed to go down towards the non-striker and try and hit the ball back from where it's come from. Sometimes when he gets himself head falling over and across, that's when he brings slip into play on the outside edge.
Here comes Mukesh Kumar again, close to the umpire, close to the stumps rather. Crawley's looking to play on the onside. He times it well, but it's stopped by Kuldeep Yadav going to his left from a slightly squarer position. Straight away, the footwork's different, far more decisive from Crawley, taking a good stride forward. The release point's a lot lower as well. He's standing a good yard outside his stump, outside his crease.
Ball nipped back. It was a good ball, good area. Probably pitched on off stump, it nipped back, that's why it's gone through the leg side. It's hit the inside half of the bat. If you can get the ball to nip away to Zak Crawley, you're always in the game.
Can he? Here's Mukesh Kumar, he bowls. It's still, the line is still inward, and it's flicked away with some ease by Crawley down to Bumrah at long leg for a single. So he's got 2 singles, he's on 2, and Duckett is getting ready to face his first ball. got 3 boundaries in an over of Mukesh Kumar in the first innings. And if you thought Crawley was aggressive, I think Duckett's, if anything, even more.
Yeah, I think Duckett's more aggressive than Crawley. I think Duckett more aggressive when it comes to boundary hitting. Crawley looks as though he's more imposing. It's a little bit when you face Matty Hayden, you run in, and sometimes when Hayden was in good form, that Gray Nichols bat that he had was look wider than him. And trust me, Matty Hayden is a big man. And when he got going, he did look overpowering. Big foot comes towards you.
Duckett defends the first one, and straight away Mukesh Kumar is going round the wicket, and straight away Murray Erasmus is looking at his follow through, saying, "Get away, young man, get away."
And I think because the reason why that is not the reason why Murray Erasmus is saying get off the pitch. Mukesh Kumar bowled too wide to Ben Duckett in the first throws of the first innings, and because he bowled too wide, he gave Ben Duckett an easy chance to score. Ben Duckett scores in peculiar areas for an opener. He scores like quite square of the wicket, or just in front of the square of the wicket.
Here's Mukesh Kumar again, bowls. Duckett is crunching off the back foot, loves that square area and picks up the first boundary. Was almost waiting for the ball to come onto him in good position, and slaps the ball past point for 4 more.
Umpires have done the bowler no favours whatsoever. He bowled far too wide to Ben Duckett in the first innings. He's tried to bowl a bit straighter in the first ball, which he did bowl straighter, but because he was close to the stumps, he's run on the wicket. Umpires told him off, and I think he's tried to get that little bit wider, hasn't got his angle right. And Ben Duckett, that's a freebie for him. Wide, outside off slump, short of a length. He's always going to score boundary from there.
Still round the wicket. Mukesh Kumar into Ben Duckett. Duckett drives again square. There's a fielder there, but he's not in contention at all. Once again, a little bit of width. His natural movement is into the right-hander, away from the left-hander, and that's perfectly happy is Ben Duckett. Slaps that for 4. 9 came off that first over. England up and running, 10 for no loss after 2. Hami, what do you think of that? Andrew's waiting to take over from me.
Yeah, that's into the scoring areas of Ben Duckett, and I think Rohit Sharma's got these field positions wrong. If don't want to set fields for bad bowling, never ever should you set fields for bad bowling, but you've got to give the bowler some protection out there. When you look at Ben Duckett's scoring options, that's probably his biggest area. And there's a man out in the deep who is behind square. Ben Duckett if he gets it wide enough, he tends to hit it in front of square. So Rohit Sharma, not only has he got to think about his field positions, Mukesh Kumar, he bowled his first 4 overs yesterday in 3 different spells. I think he might be getting that one again, because I'll be surprised if he gets a second over with 12 overs to go in the day.
I think he's just bowled 2 overs in 1, his first and his last. Bumrah is into Zach Crawley, turning on the onside, fielded by Ashwin at mid-on. Yeah, I think that may be a take your jumper, and thanks very much, because even though it's still 389 more to win, the last thing you want to do is encourage this England side. And Ben Duckett has just got off to an absolute fly, 8 from 3 with 2 boundaries. Zach Crawley, 2 from 10. India have 2 slips and a wide gully. No one else catching in front of the bat. As Jasprit Bumrah goes in and beats Zach Crawley. That's a forcing shot off the back foot. Beats him on the outside edge through to the keeper. No run.
That shot there tells you that England feel as though 400 is comfortable in their reach. That's a massive shot from Zach Crawley. No feet at all. He's obviously lost his shape. He's nearly front on. Nearly turned him around front on there. Both his feet pointing down the crease. Good ball from Jasprit Bumrah. Just bounced and left Zach Crawley.
399 is the target for England. Bumrah goes in once again, and Crawley is beaten on the outside edge. The umpire does not raise his finger, Chris Gaffney. Now, there are appeals and questions from the Indian fielders. Jasprit is pretty sure there's a nick. Now it's all eyes on Rohit. Kuldeep is in conversation. He's the fielder who's at square of the wicket. Clock has gone to 0, and India do not review. I didn't hear anything through the headphones on the stump, Mike.
No, I didn't hear anything, but it was a big shot from Zach Crawley. No, I think he's miles away from it. There's a good bit of daylight. I think what's happened, it's a beauty of a ball, and I think he's missed it by a long way. But what it's done is, as it's pitched, it's nipped away, and as it's nipped away, what you get a lot in England, but you get especially a lot at Lords, you get the ball wobbles, and I think what's happened is the ball's gone past Zach Crawley, the seam's gone bolt upright, and it's actually swung away after it's gone past the bat. So as it's gone away past the bat, Barrett's thinking, well, there's a deviation there, but no, it wasn't. It was just the seam getting upright and the ball swinging away. So good decision not to review it. Excellent bit of bowling from Jasprit Bumrah, and Zach Crawley just, I wouldn't say tighten up outside off stump, but if you're going to play that big shot, you're going to have to execute it a hell of a lot better than what you have done the last two.
Bumrah on his way past umpire Gaffney, bowls right arm over. He's taking Zach Crawley on the pad, and again another half appeal. They didn't go fully for it, and they're not going to have any conversation about the review. England will remain 10 without loss here on TalkSport 2.
Yeah, that one's a lot straighter, and it's nipped back and hit Zach Crawley just above the pads. It's got off a crack, that's what it is. It's gone massive off a crack. There's a big crack around about the 6 metre length, running straight down on two off stump. Jasprit Bumrah knew it was high and it decked back. It's a brute of a delivery.
The ball is new, the seam is proud. If it catches the edge of the seam, it will do that. Bumrah goes in, beats Crawley doesn't play a shot, actually allows it through to the keeper K.S. Barrett, and there's no run. The lights are on, by the way, the floodlights, just in case we need them for the last. Well, it's 11 overs and 1 ball left in the day's play. There's nice sunshine at the moment, and the stand away to our right, the Ashok Kuchipati Raju stand, is actually creating quite a decent shadow onto the field of play that's coming in about sort of 25-30 metres. So there are shadows, but they're not caused by the floodlights at the moment. Bumrah on his way once again over the wicket. Crawley forward, pushing out into the offside, and there is no run to complete the over. 3 gone. England 389 to win after being set 399. They bowled India out for 255 in their second innings in 78.5 overs, so it is 399 for England to win.
Excellent from Jasprit Bumrah, really was. 6 good balls in good challenging areas. Crawley trying to impose himself, trying to play that big shot. Kumar's going to get a second over, and I just wonder if Rohit Sharma's thinking, well, if Ben Duckett's going to play that big shot, if I get my field in the right spot, stop that boundary, can he lose his shape, try and hit it too hard and bring in an either outside edge or an under edge back onto the stumps as this wicket's getting a little bit slower and a little bit more inconsistent of bounce.
Well, there's a cover point on the drive, so there's a slip and a gully and a cover point on the drive as Ben Duckett plays a forcing shot off the back foot to a ball that doesn't get up a great deal, and the shot looks untidy. The best thing about it was he didn't get a nick on it.
Yeah, it just didn't bounce. It's not gone straight along the floor, but it's just not bounced. I think it hit another crack. It's kept a little bit low. Maria Erasmus, umpire's not happy with Mukeshwar Kumar. When he wants to bowl straight, he's got to get closer to the stumps, but unfortunately when he does that, he runs on the wicket, and Maria Erasmus is telling them, you're bowling 4th innings, get off the wicket. So I'd expect this one to be a little bit wider, because he's going to have to run wider. I think he's asking the umpire to either stand back a little bit, or he feels as though the umpire's standing away. I think Maria Erasmus has just
shooed him off. In he comes then around the wicket to Duckett, off the hip, will clip it to long leg. Bumrah will come in. England run the first one hard, won't come back for the second. I don't know if that was an official warning or it was the polite warning.
No.
But there was definitely a conversation.
Well, it's a no ball now.
Well, Mukesh is having problems.
Yeah, it wasn't a warning. It was Maria Erasmus. Mukeshwar Kumar's asking Maria to either come back, or I think the bowler might think that Maria's not standing right behind the stumps, And Maria Erasmus was politely telling Kumar that I'm a big man, you know, I'm a big man. And so he's giving it the sort of I'm not exactly stick thin. So it wasn't a warning. I think the two having a little bit of fun and trying to tell the bowler to get off the off the pitch with his second foot, which is the one that causes the problem.
Yeah, it was, just saw a replay with the red stripe and he was bang in the middle of off stump. In goes Mukesh once again, and that one doesn't get up on Crawley, who's playing a big booming drive. It's through to the keeper on the second bounce.
There's one thing for sure, the way Zak Crawley's playing, if he nicks it, it's going to carry, because he's not playing with soft hands. Ball's gone down again. I think that's hit the crack, isn't it? There is a crack just outside off stump, and it's kept very, very low and gone underneath Zak Crawley's bat. But he's not dying wondering here. If Zak Crawley gets any bat on it going behind the wicket, it is going to carry, definitely. It's going to take some catching as well.
Mukesh is in once again, right arm over the wicket. It takes Zak Crawley on the thigh pad, almost as an afterthought. Mukesh is appealing, and I don't know what he's appealing for, because I don't think he's going to get an LBW from that in a month of Sundays.
No, going down big time. And just on the replay screen again, showing that Ben Stokes catch. It was a ridiculous catch, and then followed up by Ben Folkes' catch, and showing all the England wickets. And Ben Folkes took two very, very good catches standing up. You know, they didn't look great, but trust me, they were fantastic catches. You know, the one low down. The one low, you just caught Ashwin at the end, but the one low down off Paditar, you know, we keepers will tell you that is a special catch.
In comes Mukesh, right arm over. Zak Crawley gets the drive right on this occasion, and that's 4. Straight drive inside of the stumps. He's played a couple of drives, didn't make contact. He got all of that and then some. So Crawley has a boundary to finish the over. England are 10 without loss after 3 overs here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. And
there's one ball left. There was a no ball in the over. That was a fantastic shot by Zak Crawley. Mentioned before, he's going hard at the ball, and he's definitely going to make it carry if he nicks it. But that there was different. It was in control. It was a push down the ground. Kept his shape. That was a beautiful shot from Zak Crawley.
Morning TalkSport, joining us here on TalkSport 2. Joining us to get into this England run chase. Zak Crawley turns another ball away on the leg side for another boundary. And England are 16 without loss in pursuit of 399 to win this Test match. They bowled India out for 255 in 78.5 overs. Tom Hartley finishing with 4 for 77. Rayan Ahmed 3 for 88 in 24.5. So England set 399 to win in a match that still had 194 overs in it as they started the innings. So it's only just 2.1 and over. Not that they're thinking that way, of course.
Thinking just the end is the total, and what a fantastic shot that was from Zak Crawley. It wasn't a bad ball from Kumar in and around the off stump, but it was a beautiful shot. Nice time.
In goes Mukesh once again. Zak Crawley very solidly forward to complete the over. 20 without loss then England, as they take 10 in fact from the over with the no ball. It is TalkSport 2, and Darren Gough is in the commentary box with us once again as well.
Well, off to a flyer again, England. Same every day, isn't it? Over 5 in over. Zak Crawley, tall man, strikes the ball really, really well, times it well, plays all around the wicket. It's good to watch. Duckett's a passenger at the minute until the spinners come on, then we might see some shots from him.
Yeah, I'd love to know what one of the predictors is saying, giving England's chances. I'd love to know the statistical analysis of this as to what chance they've actually got. Bearing in mind England's highest score in the 4th innings in India is 240. That's not to win a game, that's any innings in India is 240. They're now trying to make 399 to win this game. Harmy's moved out, Kevin Peterson has moved in, and I'm sure he'll be enjoying what he's watching. We'll hear from him in a second, because here comes Jasprit Bumrah. 2 slips in place as Duckett comes forward plays defensively. Back past the bowler, no run. Good afternoon, Kev.
Hello, what was that stat? So, tell me that stat again.
So England's highest fourth innings score in India, 241. They've been set 399 to win.
Yeah, you don't score many in the fourth innings in India, but this wicket is actually okay. And it's not a minefield. It looks like a minefield and feels like a minefield when Bumrah is bowling, but when Mukesh is bowling, it feels like it's under 13.
It's one of those you want to be at the other end jobs, isn't it?
You want to face every ball.
Jasprit goes in. Duckett plays it back. Bowler fields in his follow-through. Duckett was just on his toes in case he wasn't able to pull it in and there'd be a single. But there's not. 20 without loss it remains.
I saw him running on the wicket and he almost got a warning there from Marais Erasmus, and I thought, well, that must be the reason why he's been picked. Creates some rough there for the spinners. Mukesh.
He's kind of fulfilling the Siraj role, isn't he, from the first test in Hyderabad. And the fact that Siraj didn't do a great deal either.
Yeah, Siraj bowls in the mid-140s and can bowl a bumper. And
in goes Jasprit. Duckett turns on the onside to mid-on. No run.
It definitely looks like he's been brought in to bowl, Kev. You're right. Come around the wicket and just get told off a couple of times and create a bit of rough for the Indian spinners, without a doubt, the way he bowled that last over. But this is the danger man, Bumrah. We've seen, but this game, two quality seamers have took wickets, Anderson and Bumrah.
Kuldeep turns down beneath us. Makes his way in around the wicket to Ben Duckett. Two slips and a gully wait as Duckett forces off the back foot. Beats Kuldeep at short extra. Can the man going back from mid-off get it? He should get that. Oh, he gave it up with about 3 metres to go, and it goes away for 4. England 24 without loss. Ben Duckett gets another boundary to take him to 13 with 3.
Yeah, Duckett and Crawley like facing the new ball. I think Jasprit Bumrah is just waiting for this thing to start reverse swinging, because it is dry, the wicket around is dry, there's a big square, the outfield is dry, and he said it last night. We interviewed him after the day's play, and he just smiled when he said, I heard the ball started reverse swinging and Rohit asked me to warm up. And he just said it with the biggest smile.
Well, he's on his way once again, bowling around the wicket to Duckett, solidly played defensively, and there's no run.
When you get the ball to go both ways the way that he does, you can know why. Here it's conventional, it's not really going to go both ways just yet. And if it does, it is the wrist movement, but it's certainly not reverse swing.
Sorry, I don't know if it was with your interview or whether it was in the press conference. He also said you don't have to bowl magic balls on this wicket.
No, not at all. He said that to us as well last night. Don't have to bowl magic balls, just get it in the right place and be patient.
Here he comes around the wicket, Duckett defending, and there's no run, Goffey.
Yeah, use the facilities. That's what they're there for. You've got a pitch, the odd one's kept low. We saw it to Ben Stokes. And when you get a little bit of movement, reverse swing, it doesn't need to go around corners. It just needs to do enough to catch the edge, to beat the inside edge and knock the stumps out. Simple.
9 overs of the day theoretically remaining. As I mentioned, the lights are on. There are some clouds around that may just mean the light gets a little bit close to the line, with the floodlights taking over from the natural light. Mind you, the way that Duckett and Crawley play, if they're middling it, they're probably saying, no, actually, we'll stay out, thanks. But they don't get a choice anymore. It's the umpire's call. Right, Kuldeep is in. The 2 overs from Mukesh have costing 19 has caused Rohit to get the shepherd's crook out. So Kuldeep will be the bowling change. 3 for 71 from 17 overs in the first innings. He will be bowling from the far end, the Dr. Vizzy end. Slip, short leg. Man on the clip off the toes at mid-wicket, you would say, are the catching options. Here we go then. Kuldeep, left arm wrist spin in from the far end. That one keeps low and goes past the edge of Crawley's bat.
He bowled nicely in the first innings, Kuldeep. He really put revs on the ball. He put a lot of revs on the ball, and here immediately the first one lands in a good area. Crawley plays back and the ball goes past the outside edge.
Comes in once again from the far end. That one's a bit fuller. Crawley's able to push it back to the bowler. No run.
Difficult for these bowlers because of the height of Crawley and the height of Duckett. There's a huge difference between the two, so the lengths are different. And Kuldeep has to manage. He has to manage bowling to the right-handed Crawley, who's 6'6".
Kuldeep is in. Crawley hits this into the leg side, over the leg side. That was just into Crawley's wheelhouse, and it disappears for the maximum. England 30 without loss.
Well, they're going to get him. They're going to get him quick. They're going to have to keep hitting them like this. This was a beauty. This is foot down the track and smack. Boundaries are not big enough here in Visakhapatnam. Nowhere near big enough.
Long on is 3/4 the way back. Didn't matter. Crawley hitting hard to mid-off this time. No run.
He just he shakes his head in disgust because he thinks that ball should have gone as well. Kuldeep chucked it up and he just drove it straight to mid-off. He's thinking maybe I should have hit that for 6-2.
Crawley waits as Kuldeep goes in. That's slightly shorter. He guides it to Akshar at backward point. No run on this occasion. This England side, it's so refreshing. The first thought is, can I hit it for a boundary? If I can't hit it for a boundary, can I get runs from it? If I can't get runs from it, I'll keep it out. It sounds so relatively simple, but it's a mind shift. Kuldeep is in. Crawley pushes to point. That will take the single as Akshar has to run around to his right-hand side. Throws at the non-striker's end, and the single is completed. Crawley goes to 17. Duckett is 13. He'll be on strike first ball of the next over. 31 without loss are England after 6 overs. It's 368 more to win. Darren Gough.
Well, Crawley and Duckett in this series so far have just got England off to flyers, and the confidence rises every time you get a partnership, and it's at 31 now. They're chasing a mammoth score, but KP's right. They've got to keep playing shots, keep scoring. There will be times, me and Jared had a chat just off air, and we were talking about it. At some point in this game, in this innings, India will have a little bit of self-doubt. When they're chasing such a huge total, there'll be a partnership, there'll be a few boundaries, and it'll be, ooh, what if England go and win this from here? There's a few places up for grabs.
The opening partnership for England in this series, 55 in Hyderabad in the first innings, 45 in the second, and they put on 59 for the first innings here. So Crawley and Duckett have got England off to starts. Bumrah will, of course, continue. No way he's coming off, and he's bowling right arm over to Zach Crawley, defending back up the pitch. No run.
I think from India's perspective, Akshar is going to be the guy, because there was bounce. Hartley bowled nicely on this wicket. Bumrah, of course, when the ball gets to reverse, he's going to be as good as anyone, because he is probably the best bowler going around at the moment. But there is that bounce in the wicket. And you got the bounce, it interests the bowlers.
Bumrah makes his way in past the umpire. Crawley defends out on the offside, and there is no run.
I think they average around 50 together now. This partnership, Ben Duckett and Zach Crawley, and they average 50 in their strike rate. They go to clip too. Don't mind the cut, the pull, the drive, smacking the spinner, and it is entertaining, and they're encouraged to do it, and they want more of it.
Bumrah turns as the crowd are chanting his name. There's a few short strides, then breaks into 4 or 5 longer paces, brings Zach Crawley forward, and it's pushed out on the offside. No run. Just to pick up what you said earlier, quite often you talk about having a left and right-hander to affect the bowler's lines. The taller player and the shorter player, it affects the length you've got to bowl so much.
Big time. Remember batting with Paul Collingwood and Ian Bell, and how we just fed off each other batting together. The lengths were so different to Bally and to Paul Collingwood, and it was just a partnership that you knew put pressure on the opposition bowler.
Jasper is in, turning on the leg side is Zach Crawley through square leg. The long leg's got a long chase around to the left. That is Mukesh, so there's an easy couple for England. 33 without loss. Crawley goes to 19.
The thing about Zach Crawley is, but he's so good on the short ball as well for such a big man. He's really, really hot on that pull shot through mid-wicket. But he's such a good driver of the ball as well. I know, yes, it's a weakness as well. He nicks off a lot. He seems to have got a better shape to him now, but Duckett's more of a square of the wicket player. He does like a drive as well, but he's more of a square of the wicket on the offside.
He played that remarkable, well, it was almost a pull through cover earlier on, Duckett. It was an incredible shot. 2 balls to go in the over. Bumrah in, right arm over to Crawley. Crawley solidly forward, and no run. Are you all right, Neil Manthorpe? Oh, sorry, he's recreating the Ben Duckett shot. I thought you were having some sort of seizure.
I actually wouldn't mind Bumrah at least bowling him a bumper. It is the new ball. Have a look. Pulls it away. Fantastic. Doesn't pull it away, and there's that element of doubt that stops him coming so far forward on the front foot.
Final ball then of the 7th over. Jasper is in, bringing Crawley forward defensively, and that will do it for that over. 33 without loss, England after 7. 366 more runs to win as the target 399. Some more thoughts from Goffey and KP, and Neil Manthorpe will indeed pick up the commentary.
I'll tell you what, I was just thinking, yeah, good start from England, by the way, 33 for none, from just 7 overs. Crawley and Duckett playing really, really well. Very watchful, waiting for the bad ball, and there's been plenty of them from Mukesh. Kuldeep's into the attack, obviously, but I'm just trying to think. Has there been a bumper this game? I can't remember being a bouncer.
Jimmy Anderson bowled a few, didn't he, to Shreyas in the first innings, where he was stepping away and he was clubbing a few, and there was the short ball that was used there, but I don't think anything else. Didn't need to. Bumrah didn't need to. TV screens are showing the ground staff playing around with the covers, and I don't know where the cloud is. That's bringing rain.
They're just rearranging them. Kuldeep in once again. Duckett goes for the sweep shot, hits it high in the air, out towards deep square leg, and just for a moment Axar Patel thought he was in the game. He ran, he focused on the ball. You're doing those mental calculations so quickly. Can I get there? Must I dive? Is it going to bounce? Can I get there? And he couldn't, and it's 4.
One thing we know with Duckett is he's now going to play. He got out. He would have thought that was a weak shot in the first innings, where he just prodded and was caught at silly point. It's not the way that he played in Hyderabad. It's not the way that he plays spin.
Right. He's moved up to 17. Here's Kuldeep once again. Forward he comes, just pushing that one gently up towards mid-on. And there is no run. England 37 without loss, requiring 362 more runs for victory. Their target is 399. Kuldeep in his 2nd over turns and surveys, and he's got a silly point and a slip and a catching cover mid-off, mid-on, and he goes right through his bowling action but doesn't release the ball. Not sure what that was about. He's not happy with something. I don't think there's any movement behind the bowler's arm. I think he just didn't like his run-up. Duckett didn't back away. Anyway, Murray Erasmus has still got his arm out, making sure the batsman is settled. Perhaps that was it, actually. Perhaps Duckett wasn't ready. Perhaps he did pull away. Here's Kuldeep into Duckett. Again, flicks it off his pads behind square on the leg side. Axar Patel is attacking the ball with vigour and enthusiasm and picks up on the run. Super throw over the top. Bharat takes the bails off, but Duckett had made his mind up. It was 2 and came back very comfortably, and England move on to 39 without loss.
Playing one sweep shot has got Kuldeep thinking way more about his bowling. I think that's why he pulled out. He wanted to see if Duckett was committed to that the sweep shot.
It was a dummy. I didn't realise. Here's Kuldeep in, sweep shot again from Duckett into an old wicket end. It bounces awkwardly, but is fielded by Jasprit Bumrah. So he was drawing the reaction.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I think. It's a dangerous shot.
And
that
Duckett
sweep.
hadn't moved. Had
No.
he? Just stood there. So it is a premeditated shot, and for the most part, not always. Here's Kuldeep once more, bowls to Duckett and slap drives it out towards cover. It's straight to the fielder. Shreyas Iyer, no run. England need 360 to win. To the 8th over. We've still got 6 remaining after this. If we get them in, we should.
Yeah, we should. Yeah. 40 minutes.
Light fades very quickly on the east coast of India. Sun goes down very quickly. Kuldeep in once again. Duckett comes forward and does play defensively. And 8 overs gone. 39 without loss. India eventually bowled out today for 255. Setting target of 399 for England to win. A brilliant 100 from Shubman Gill, 104. But wasn't it amazing? England just kept going, just kept going. And just they have this belief. If you take the 10 wickets, you've got a target to chase.
Yeah, it's everything that they believe in, and it was quite fantastic watching this England team run around today. They knew they needed to get 10. They got 10, and they got 10 because they weren't afraid to take chances, and they didn't mind the occasional boundary going. There was a little bit of a period this morning early where I think they let Shreyas Iyer and Shubman Gill get away from them, but I thought that the way that they commanded themselves in the field was quite fantastic. What is this umpire doing?
Yeah,
is he bringing on the light meter?
The 4th umpire has run onto the field.
No, bails.
Well, what's wrong with the bails? Why are they changing the bails? They are changing the bails. Maybe the batteries ran out because they are the light up variety.
The zing bails.
The zinger. Are they zingers?
Yeah, those are the zing bails. They light up.
Well, we've got fresh ones. The 4th umpire gets his moment on the field. It's a thankless job, that 4th umpire. Just basically pouring drinks and making tea. Here's Jasprit Bumrah, carries on to Zach Crawley and stands tall and upright, drives down the ground to Ashwin at mid-on. Goffey, KP and I discovered that we have a pet irritation. We share a pet irritation at lunchtime. KP was careful to ask the chef whether the chicken was boneless, and he said, yes, it's boneless. What, of course, he means is it hasn't got any really big bones in it, but it's got loads of small bones in, because they chop chickens up with a machete after they ping. And so when he says it's boneless, it just means that there's lots of little pieces of bone that you have to fish out of your mouth, unless you swallow them. Here is Jasprit Bumrah once again up to the crease, bowls. Oh, beats Crawley outside the off stump. His arms go up in anticipation and then frustration. So it goes through to Bharat. But it was tasty anyway, even if it did have bones.
Yeah, it was tasty. No, we want for sure. And I mean, the gentleman was kind enough to try and fish out as many as he could without bones, and he did a good job. I'd say 95% of my chicken at lunch had no bones in it, but that 5% caused chaos. Made me not go back for seconds.
It's just that you just don't want to be sort of trying to fish them out as you're chewing. But anyway, Goffey, you probably didn't have similar experience with your breakfast.
No, I
You going through the night, Goffey?
I'm through the night, mate. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's lovely.
2 slips and a gully as Jasprit Bumrah runs away from us, and Crawley, I think, is beaten. That just brings the bat inside the line, having played at the ball, and it goes through to Bharat. I could be doing him an injustice. Maybe he did leave it alone.
Are you sleeping in the day? Is this your time for sleep now? You want in the day to get over so you guys can go and sleep? Is that the way you roll there?
No, just have an hour in the afternoon, and then bed early, 9 o'clock, 4 hours, and then off we roll. Come in,
Right,
just as
okay.
everybody's coming in from a night out, I'm arriving into the studio.
Some sights?
Absolutely. Not all good.
No, nothing good happens after midnight.
It is. Some of the streets around are certainly interesting at just after 3 a.m. on a Saturday night. Here's Jasprit Bumrah again. Bowls Crawley, definitely plays inside the line of this one. Just into position there to play defensively. It was back of a length, rising outside the off stump. Good leave.
Well, India...
39 without loss.
Sorry, Manners. I think with England here, I mean, they're playing so well. I think India, Bumrah's bowling beautifully, but they'll want to take one with them, at least, just to give them that extra little bit of confidence. If England can get through the day without losing a wicket, you can imagine the confidence in that dressing room. So, an interesting final 20 minutes, half an hour.
That's right, 5 overs left after this. As Bumrah stutters into his run now, bowls, and forward comes Crawley, pushing it out towards Yadav, Kuldeep Yadav at square leg, and there's no run.
He needs to be a little bit fuller, Jasprit Bumrah. His links haven't been as full as they should be. It's given Zach Crawley the opportunity to leave a few deliveries. As soon as he starts to attack the stumps, and especially the top of the stumps, it's been tricky work. He then has to commit to a shot.
Still the 2 slips and a gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg. As Bumrah's up to the crease now, bowls, and Crawley forward. He is keeping his balance very nicely now, and whips that one again off his pads out towards square leg. I mean, he seems to be covering off stump better than he did, but his balance is what is really striking. His onside shots, the on drives, the whips through the leg side. He used to topple over towards the offside, but Coffey, there's no doubt. You know, I think it's very clear that Zach Crawley, you know, nobody wants to overcomplicate his game or change all the strong points about it, but he's technically, there's no doubt that he's improving all the time, and he's only 26, so why not?
Manners, like I said, New Zealand was his first tour, and he had all the shots, but he was very vulnerable outside that off stump, right? And everybody knew it, and he's worked and worked and worked. He's still got a good big score in him now and again, but the consistency he's had and found this last 12 months is purely down to the coach and captain and giving him the confidence to play his natural game. And I think Bumrah's bowled probably a little bit shorter than he would like to, because Zach Crawley drives him well. In that first inning, drove him well, didn't he?
Really well, exactly. And I just think his balance is so much better than it used to be. That's short from Kuldeep, and Ben Duckett goes for the pull shot. Rightly so. I mean, it was definitely pullable length, but it maybe just kept a bit low, and it was slower. I think he was through the shot too soon, and hits him on the just above the pad, actually, because he was crouching for the pull shot. It's actually hit him on the box, but not hard enough to be of discomfort. As Kuldeep is in again, Duckett is forward, playing defensively, picked up at silly point by Rachid Patidar. England need another 358 to win. They haven't lost a wicket. They're 41 without loss, but then that's average in the best possible way for Duckett and Crawley. They actually average 47 as an opening pair, and so they're almost reached that mark. 41 for none. Kuldeep in again, bowls, sweep shot from Duckett, hits it hard, hits it behind square, beats the fielder Axar Patel, picks up another boundary. He is a very successful sweeper, Ben Duckett. Hit that one nicely, Goffey.
It did, and that's the danger for India, and they know it. They know they've got two different types of player here. Zach Crawley, it's well down the ground, but Ben Duckett is such a good player of spin when he sweeps. We saw him in the first innings get out caught round the bat. He won't want to get out like that again. I've heard him talk about that before, and this shot, if he gets runs, he's going to score a lot doing that shot.
His record in the second innings of Test matches is very good recently in the last 10 tests. That's punched off the back foot to cover, extra cover, and no run straight to the fielder, Shreyas Iyer. 250s and 340s in his last 10 innings, and an average of, he's got a couple of unbeaten 80, 78. Here's Kuldeep once again. Duckett stands very still at the crease, upright, and then pushes it firmly square of the wicket on the offside, and they go through for another single. Duckett now up to 24, Zach Crawley 21. England 46 without loss, needing an improbable 399 for victory, after India were bowled out today for 255. 4 wickets for left arm spinner Tom Hartley, following his 7 for 62 in the second innings in Hyderabad today. He took 4 for 77. Rian Ahmed 3 for 88 to go with his 3 wickets in the first innings, 3 for 65. So 6 wickets in the game for Rian Ahmed and his leg breaks. Kuldeep Yadav is in once again. Crawley comes forward, stretching and pushing it straight back to Yadav. Goffey, you told a fascinating story about Ben Duckett's youth. The fact that he used to open the batting with your son at Stowe School. But what was it really interesting was that he was the same batter. I mean, although the junior version, but he was a sort of compulsive sweeper back then as a teenager.
Absolutely, and he's a good hockey player as well. So that gives you an idea. Remember A.B. de Villiers? He played hockey as well. He swept a lot. Very good sweeper of the ball. And Ben Duckett, good hockey player. And like I said, known him since he was a young kid there at Stowe on the academy. I used to have an academy there and watch him play on a Saturday with my lad opening the batting, and he was just way ahead of anybody else purely because of the rate he scored.
And so I wonder, do you remember who was the coach at Stowe School at that stage?
Notty.
James Knott. And good on him for good on him for not saying to Ben Duckett, you're sweeping too much. Just let him get on with it. If he's good sweeper, let him do it. Here we go. Finally, after 10 overs, Ravichandran Ashwin. Hello, Jared Kimber.
Yeah, we're talking about probably one of the greatest second innings opening bowling options in the world, and he's just been sitting on the bench, just waiting.
Strange that. Here now then, the real contest begins. Ashwin in, first delivery for him in the second innings, and Duckett pushes that up towards Kuldeep Yadav fielding at mid-on, and there's no run.
How do you feel about no run taking over from no as a call?
This forward comes Duckett playing defensively out on the offside. Do you know what? I'm irritated by the fact that I'm irritated by that. I shouldn't be irritated by that. That shouldn't bother me. It shouldn't bother me. It does. Reverse sweep from Duckett, and I think he's the bottom edge, and he's going to get 4 fortuitous runs. That was not what he was intending. That was a really big wind-up reverse sweep. Did he get a bottom edge on that? It's just gone past the keeper down to the boundary for 4.
I think it was given off the bat, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
It was a hell of a swing. That wasn't just a
top
reverse
edge. Wow. It was a top edge. I'm so sorry. It is dark here, and it's flown away. I mean, that was a full swing. There was nothing lappy about that.
He's lucky to get away with that, really.
4 runs is all that matters. Brings up the 50 for England. Ashwin into Duckett, and that's just back of a length. Bounces, hits high on the bat, dropped out defensively on the onside. 50 for none in the 11th over.
Rohit Sharma not complaining about light today at all, not once.
Odd that. Strange, isn't it? And neither are England's batters, to be honest. Oh, popped up in the air! Bharat comes out from behind the stumps, dives forward, takes a catch full length, and Duckett has gone. He's walking. Ashwin, introduced in the 11th over, makes the breakthrough on the brink of the close of play on day 3. Duckett has popped one up in the air, extra turn and bounce from Ashwin. Couldn't keep it down, was in the air, hanging tantalisingly. It was a question of whether Shikhar Bharat could get there, and the keeper dived forward from behind the stumps. He had to take 2 or 3 paces. It looked like he was struggling to get there, just managed to dive forward as the ball headed to the ground, and Ashwin has the breakthrough. England are 50 for 1. They still need 349.
And Duckett
just a bit of an
I was going to say, Duckett is going to look at that and feel to himself, of all the ways he could have gone out, that was maybe one of the tamest, because it didn't spin all that much, it didn't bounce all that much. He just played slightly the wrong line, got the inside edge, and of course it's hit his pad and gone straight up in the air, and made it easy enough for the wicketkeeper to come around. And we have seen the Nighthawk, or the new Nighthawk, Junior Nighthawk, the Robin to Batman's Nighthawk, I'm not sure where to put this, but Rehan Ahmed is coming out to bat as well. Madness, chaos. Let's do it.
Well, he loves cricket, doesn't he? So I'm sure he was up for it if the question was asked to him. And here he is answering that. But you're right, not much bounce on that one from Ashwin. Bit of an inside edge and just looped up. And brilliant catch from Bharat.
Ashwin in to the new batsman, Rian Ahmed. And he pushes away defensively on the offside. Jared, seriously, what is your feeling about Rian Ahmed? I mean, you can give it a statistical twist if you like, but coming out to bat now, personally, when you said it's madness, it's chaos, let's do it, I genuinely love it. I think it's tremendous.
We were talking about it before. You might not remember the Test match, but Harmy happened to be playing in it when Australia did it with Andy Bickle in a similar kind of situation where they're like, there's no real point sending out a night watchman because that's not what we want for the chase the next day. What we really want is someone to go out and upset the bowlers a little bit. And Andy Bickle went on to make some runs in that situation. Not the only time he made runs against England either, when they were needed. But so I don't mind this at all because I don't think Rian Ahmed's going to help them too much at the other end of the game. Especially with Tom Hartley down there. They've got another player like Rian Ahmed already there, right?
And here's the thing, Jared, is you've got to send a guy out who really believes in himself. And he doesn't he? I mean, he believes he is a batsman. Anyway, it's Crawley on strike as Kuldeep Yadav comes in to do the bowl another over. Defensively played, no run.
When I was about 14, I was sent out to bat number 3 for our senior side. And I honestly didn't know if I was a night watchman or a proper batter, so I took it really seriously and made runs.
Well, yeah, if he makes it through to the close of play and it starts again tomorrow morning, I think he'll be really excited by the prospect. Kuldeep Yadav in again to Zach Crawley. Little thin inside edge down the leg side, and Ashwin has to chase it down to the boundary. And he does manage to overhaul it. I wouldn't say that Ravichandran Ashwin was ever the most lithe and athletic of fielders, but he is one of those 38-year-olds that at least has the good grace to run like a 38-year-old.
He's kind of always moved like that, hasn't he? He's not a fast twitch athlete, is he?
That's right. Yadav in, bowls to Crawley, pushes that one gently straight back to the bowler. And you don't need, if you've got 500 test wickets, you don't need to have fast twitch fibers, do you?
Well, they're now talking in America about hard athleticism and soft athleticism, and he would have what you would call soft athleticism, which is still a form of athleticism, but it's not jumping really high or running really fast.
Like darts players?
Yeah, dexterity of your fingers, of your hands, of, where to get your body in the right position. Like, watch him against fast bowlers. He obviously can't play them very well, but he finds a method.
He does. Kuldeep Yadav then drops it a little bit short, keeps low, but that doesn't inconvenience Zach Crawley. He punches it off the back foot to the sweeper on the cover boundary. That's Yashasvi Jaiswal, and they take a run.
That was the interesting bit, Jared, that you said, he finds a way, because he's always finding a way for everything. You remember that game against Pakistan, Dinesh Karthik just going back stumped, and then he comes out and punches that ball, and he was just waving and,
He didn't punch that ball. What did he do when he came out to bat in that game in the last over?
Yeah, that's what, yeah. And
he
before
left
that,
the ball. It's incredible.
I was coming to that.
Worked away defensively by Rian Ahmed, no run.
And he celebrated, and that celebration was not more because of that he got that run. It was that pumped up energy from that leave, because once you leave the ball for it to go wide, you can't really celebrate, can you?
Kuldeep Yadav. And again, that keeps very, very low. Well played by Rian Ahmed there. Just momentarily deceived in the air, it seemed to me. Onto the front foot, then onto the back foot, and it kept very low, and he just watched it carefully. That's all you need to do against the spinners in the last 2 overs of the day. Watch the ball. He does. England 53 for 1.
Yeah. I was just going to say, the ability to come out with 2 runs required off 1 ball and leave a ball.
Leave the ball, yes.
And he did say afterwards that if he got that wrong, he would have retired on the spot because it would have looked like the most. Imagine an India-Pakistan game where a batter comes out and leaves the ball and it hits him on the pad and they don't take a run. So it would have been remarkable. But yeah, he thinks very differently and he makes himself useful in almost any situation. And I think that's what's most fascinating about him.
And just watching him leave that ball, and obviously, like I said, you can't celebrate leaving the ball like that and getting that run. he would have been just so pleased with himself that it actually came through to. And that was the exultation when he got that run afterwards. Ashwin, always brilliant to watch.
He is, and I think he's just great value for everything that he does. People say he divides opinion, but I think only the short-sighted are divided. That's driven down the ground, over-pitched. That's a glorious shot for four from Zach Crawley. Really was. Ashwin knows that he's bowled it too full, and it was a half volley, and it invited the drive. Just quickly, Jared, how many subscribers are there to R. Ashwin's YouTube channel?
Oh, that's a very good question. Slightly more than mine, I think.
I thought you would have known the answer to that. Here is Ashwin once again, round the wicket, bowls Crawley, comes forward and plays defensively out on the offside. I mean, he deals with contentious subjects and topics, and he's not afraid to speak his mind, and I think he's got a big following.
It's not as big as you would think. I think Akash Chopra and Shoaib Akhtar are both over 4 million, if I'm not mistaken.
Worked away on the onside, no run. Akash Chopra and
Shoaib Akhtar. They're both over 4 million. Ashwin's at 1.3 million. I actually talked to him and his team about YouTube and how he could do it. It's just time. But otherwise, he would own YouTube if he did more videos.
Well, you make 1.3 million sound insignificant. That sounds like quite a lot to me. And we're catching you up on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. We're catching up. Do subscribe if you haven't already done so. That's flicked away by Zach Crawley out towards mid-wicket and fielded by Shreyas Iyer. Lots and lots of exclusive content, interviews and podcasts, and of course the ball-by-ball commentary for the entirety of these 5 test matches. Here is Ashwin again around the wicket. Bowls sweep shot from Zach Crawley, hits it very hard indeed, but only as far as Akshar Patel at deepish backward square leg. Crawley remains 28. Rian Ahmed, the Nighthawk, we're assuming that he has assumed that title from Stuart Broad after his retirement. We assume that's what we can call him. Forward comes Crawley again, pushing that one up towards Shreyas Iyer at mid-wicket. Rolls gently towards him. He allows it to hit the side of his boot, flicks up into his hands, and the over comes to an end. 1 left. England 57 for 1. They've lost Ben Duckett for 28. Caught bat pad by Shikhar Bharat, diving from behind the stumps off the bowling of Ashwin. And are we not set up, Chetan, for the most remarkable 4th day? Will it be the final day?
I think so. I think one way or another, it's going to be the final day, because obviously England know how to score quickly. And I think there's just enough in the pitch to keep the Indian spinners interested. So we are in for a great day. Even if you're waking at 4 a.m., please order some popcorn. That'll come in handy.
I've just had a look, Manners, and the original Nighthawk comic made by Marvel, it feels like many different characters did play Nighthawk, so it's okay to switch Nighthawk from Stuart Broad to Rian Ahmed. In fact, someone should probably update the Nighthawk Marvel page to put Stuart Broad and Rian Ahmed in.
There were multiple Batman and
I just wanted to make
Robins
sure,
as
though.
well. So
Exactly, Chetan. I just wanted to make sure before we went too early.
Thank you for checking that. Much appreciated. Last over of the day. 6 balls to go. 3 men around the bat, and 3 men catching who don't have gloves on. Short leg, sleep, mid-off, slip. Akshar Patel. Last over of the day. Oh, backs away does Rian Ahmed, exposing all 3 stumps. That was, well, I guess he's picked the length, and that's fair enough if you can play it off the pitch. But that was a quick fired into the pitch delivery from Akshar Patel. Rian Ahmed backed away and steered it out towards backward point, and they scuttled through for a single. Now, see, classic night watchman would have, his job would have been to see off the last 6 balls and protect Zach Crawley. That would have been the old role of the night watchman. He's a Nighthawk. It's different. Zach Crawley drives the second delivery up to a deepish mid-off. Jasprit Bumrah does the fielding and has a shot at the stumps, but they scuttle through for a single, and Zach Crawley says, "No, Rian, you have the strike."
Did I say that correctly? Batmen. Shouldn't be like, what's the plural there? I mean,
I assume so. I mean, I'm not Googling that as well.
Batmen.
Nighthawks.
driven by Rehan Ahmed. Again, straight to Jasprit Bumrah, but he decides not to take the single. He did hit it very sweetly. Maybe there wasn't a single there, or maybe he has decided, actually, this probably is my job to protect Zach Crawley. Driven by Rehan Ahmed. He hasn't timed that at all. We're disappearing out towards the deep square leg boundary, and he will get 4. I may be doing him an injustice. I just don't think that he's hit that. I don't think that ball went where he was trying to hit it.
Ben Foakes is amused. He's absolutely amused. I mean, obviously they expect that from Rehan Ahmed, but the fact that he's doing such a great job here.
He's one of those cricketers that I find it frustrating when people say, "Oh, he hits the ball in interesting areas. He hits the ball in unexpected places." Okay, here's Akshar Patel, another short one, and he tries to pull it, does Rehan Ahmed. He's not blocking. I mean, he tried to pull that, didn't time it, bottom edge into the ground.
He's already got 5 runs in this over, 6 if you count the run from Crawley as well. And you would think last 2 balls of the day, you would just block them out. No, what will he do on this last ball?
It is the last ball of the day. Here's Akshar Patel. Edge, just past slip. Rohit Sharma couldn't get there. As a flashing blade from Rehan Ahmed. Last ball of the day. He's had a full slash at it outside the off stump. He's got an edge. Rohit Sharma at catchable height and within grabbing distance, but it's just gone too quickly and he couldn't react in time. He tried to get a hand to it, didn't even get a fingertip to it. Don't think we got within 6 inches of it. It's gone that quickly. But what a shot to play for the last ball of the day.
And while he's walking back with Zach Crawley, Crawley's obviously asking him, what were you doing there? And he's actually doing shadow practice and showing him, look, I slashed that hard. There's never a dull moment with Rehan Ahmed, and I can't wait for him to come back tomorrow. We are in for an absolutely cracking day 4. 332 runs still needed by England to win, who finished this day 67 for 1. It's going to be an epic, absolutely epic battle between Jasprit Bumrah, Ashwin and the other spinners against this English batting lineup.
Well, they need 332 and it's very, very hard to imagine that if they do get them, they won't get them on day 4. It's highly unlikely, with the weather forecast also not suggesting that there will be any rain on day 4. It's highly unlikely that this game will go to day 5, but if it does go the distance, then it's highly likely that it will finish at the very, very back end of day 4, as the first test match did in Hyderabad. It's been a fabulous day's entertainment, it really has. India resumed at 28 for 0 this morning and were bowled out for 255, with Tom Hartley taking 4 for 77 and Rehan Ahmed 3 for 88. Jimmy Anderson, though, started it with 2 wickets in his first 2 overs in the morning, as India resumed at 28 for none, reduced to 30 for 2, before Shubman Gill replied with a glorious century, 3rd for him in Test match cricket. And England will believe, and England's supporters will believe now, because they've had enough evidence over the last 2 years to have reason to believe that a victory will be possible. I find myself agreeing with England supporters, Goffey. And you know what? It's not just England supporters. Just before we record the following on podcast, Goffey, it's not just England supporters, is it? It's cricket followers around the world will be looking at this scorecard. If they haven't seen a ball, they'll be looking at this scorecard and thinking, England need 332 on the 4th day with 9 wickets. Okay, it's India, it's 4th innings, but if anyone can do it, this team can.
You have to look at the way Rehan Ahmed come in there. Night watcher, right? Comes in. The job is just to see it out. Bat, block, don't run, just keep the strike. He's gone in there like it's the last overs of a T20 international. Trying to play a shot of ball. And that's the way England will play. They'll play, obviously, you've got batters in there who can bat properly. I mean, you've got Bairstow, you've got Root, you've got Stokes. These guys are class. They play proper cricket shots, but they can play aggressive cricket shots because they've got the talent. It takes 2 of them to come off at the top 6, and England will still believe they can get really near to that total they need, or they can actually go and create history again. And that's what this team like to do, create history.